Chapter 2613. Overwhelmed with Terror. Chapter 2613. Overwhelmed with Terror. Smack, smack, smack. Yi Yuan lifted his legs and stepped a few times on Han Qianyun's face viciously before giving vent to his anger. Han Qianyun's face was full of shoe prints. This strengthened version of Windward Topple he conveniently kept a little when Windward Topple refined it back then. He did not expect that it was actually put to use now. Smack, smack, smack. What took Yi Yuan aback was that when Jing Xian suddenly rushed over and also stomped a few times on Han Qianyun's face. These few years of repression made her finally explode the moment she saw Yi Yuan. Huff! Stomping him a few times, it feels much better. When Jing Xian said with an unrefined look. But, seeing Wen Jingshuan's appearance akin to being relieved of a heavy burden, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. Instinct told him that most likely Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had some changes. Jing Xian, what happened to the sect? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. When Jing Xian looked at Yi Yuan, finally feeling that she had found a backer, for a moment, grievances that filled her welled up in her heart, and tears burst out uncontrollably. Complaining tearfully when Jing Xian recounted the changes these few years for Yi Yuan to hear, making Yi Yuan somewhat reproach himself too. He did not expect that the Pill Alliance's influence was actually so great to actually be able to directly boycott a great heavenly sect. In reality, even Feng Shuani did not expect it either. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was very low profile. It normally concealed its abilities, but once it erupted, its power was a stonies. Plussing. Qin Shen's matter was merely a fuse that let the low-profile Pill Alliance reveal a power that was as strong as Mount Tai. Indeed, the Pill Alliance's attack, this time, shocked the entire Rainclear continent. Only then did the people realize that the Pill Alliance's tentacles had already reached into the corners of the 5 great heavenly regions. Even a colossal sect like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect actually had no choice but to lower their head and admit their fault too. Fury rose in Yi Yuan's heart. With the Pill Alliance attacking, this had no cause for much criticism, but making Luo Yunqing lower his head and making Wen Jingxian become a furnace were too much. Disregarding Wen Jingxian, if she was sent to Qinshan there would presumably be no good end. Even if it was Luo Yunqing, once his head was lowered, the effect on him would be too great. He, Luo Yunqing, one person and one sword, how unrestrained and uninhibited was he? How arrogant at heart and haughty in manner was he? Yi Yuan was perfectly clear that, after going, the effect on Luo Yunqing's cultivation in the future would be too great. In fact, making no more progress was also not impossible. A gentleman's sword would not bow its head. Whoever stopped me, I'll kill with one sword move. Lowering one's head meant the sword breaking. The sword was already broken, so still cultivate what sword then? If Luo Yunqing was just by himself, he would definitely kill his way up to the Pill Alliance. But for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to lower his head. A hint of coldness exuded from Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Come." When Jingxian was taken aback and said, "Go where?" "To save your senior apprentice brother." Li Zhuo had been riding on the crest of success recently. Not only did he break through to greater sublime heavenly stratum and become an outer sect disciple, he even found an even stronger backer. Han Qianyun felt that Li Zhuo was sensible and took him in as a disciple. To outer sect disciples, being able to acknowledge a protector as one's master was also a remarkably great thing. Additionally, abusing Yi Yuan's disciple, Lin Lan, also became one of the joys of his life. Bang! Li Zhuo kicked Lin Lan flying with a kick and said with a sneer, "Old thing, crawl through under my crotch, and I'll spare you today. Otherwise, you'll have to lie on the bed for a few months again." Lin Lan was relegated to a servant and had his cultivation sealed. He could only unleash the strength of a lesser sublime heavenly stratum and was not Li Zhuo's match at all. These few years, Li Jue tormented Lin Lan a lot too. If not for Luo Yunqing specifically giving warnings, Lin Lan would have long died already. Although Luo Yunqing had lost power, his strength was placed there. It was not what the likes of Li Jue, this kind of outer sect disciple, could provoke. Lin Lan spat and said disdainfully, "A lapdog wanting to make this old man crawl under your crotch. Dream on. If you have the capability, kill me." Li Jue was currently a salted fish that gained a new lease on life. He was most upset by others calling him a lapdog. Hearing what Lin Lan said, he was immediately furious and directly broke Lin Lan's legs with a kick. "Kill you? You don't want to live anymore and want to drag me together to die? Ha ha! What a shame it would be to kill you. Your Lord Jewel will lose out on a lot of fun in the future." Li Jue said with a sneer. Indeed, Lin Lan did not want to live anymore. Each time Li Jue came, he struck extremely heavily. Lin Lan still had to do manual labor with serious injuries in tow. His body had long already been worn down. Rather than living like this, he might as well die. Lin Lan did not believe that Yi Yuan would die in the land of exile. After all, he had seen Yi Yuan create too many miracles. But he felt that he could not wait for Yi Yuan to come back anymore. This kind of situation, each day was worse than death. Tomorrow, when Jingxian was going to be sent to the Pill Alliance, Luo Yunqing also had to go and apologize. He planned on ending his life tomorrow. If he could drag this dog down before dying was also pretty good. But sadly, Li Jue did not fall for it. Lin Lan spat out a mouthful of blood and said with gritted teeth, "Li Jue, don't you get COCKY? After Master returns from the land of exile, it will be your death date." But when Li Jue heard that, he laughed loudly without ceasing and said that dead ghost had probably long already been dismembered in the land of exile, right? "You're making that dead ghost come and deal with me? Haha, what a joke." Li Jue seemed to have heard the funniest joke, raising his head and laughing loudly without ceasing. But all of a sudden, he felt the surroundings suddenly quieten down, and he could not help feeling a little curious. When his gaze landed, his entire body could not help shuddering. The dead ghost that he talked about was currently looking at him. This scene seemed to be a supernatural event, making his hair stand on end. Thud! Li Jue plopped down onto the ground, scared out of his wits. Why are you here? Aren't you already dead?" Li Jue was scared silly as he stammered. Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at him was like looking at a dead person. It was not just him. Everyone around him looked at him like looking at a dead person. Back then, before Yi Yuan entered the sect, he killed Lu Zhanyuan in public. He would naturally dare to kill Li Jue. And this scene was also announcing to everyone that he, Yi Yuan, had returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just looked at Li Jue quietly like that and paced forward slowly. Li Jue was already overwhelmed with terror and kept saying, "Why you? Don't come over." Yi Yuan ignored him and continued advancing. Li Jue was horrified and said, "I'm Protector Han Qianyun's disciple now. Why you can't kill me?" Yi Yuan ignored and still closed in. Each step that he took forward, Li Jue would S-H-I plus FT a step on the ground using his B-U-T-talks. He could not stand up at all. The people all felt that Yi Yuan was already greater sublime, heavenly stratum, presently. Recalling back then, Lu Zhanyuan was not even Yi Yuan's match in the same cultivation realm, let alone Li Jue this kind of trash. Therefore, he had no chance of winning. One step, another step. Along with Yi Yuan's closing in, everyone's breathing became hastened. Ugh, arg. Suddenly, Li Jue raised his head to the sky and roared his ibe. ALLS protruding, fresh blood and unknown fluids flowing out of his mouth. Bang! Li Jue fell to the ground with a loud bang and actually already breathed his last. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. A greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse was actually scared to death by Yi Yuan? Chapter 2614. Brother Luo, fight or not? Chapter 2614. Brother Luo, fight or not? No way, right? How can this Li Jue be so useless? To actually be frightened to death. It's not that he's useless, but that Yi Yuan's aura is too strong. That Li Jue had his legs broken by Yi Yuan, and then Yi Yuan killed Lu Zhanyuan in front of him. Now he entered the land of exile and could still return safely. These cast a huge shadow in Li Jue's heart, coupled with the fact that he's someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong to begin with. That's why he'd be scared to death. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, the impact that he caused is seriously too great. Killing Lu Zhanyuan, battling with Qin Shen and S.H.I. plus Feiyu, paralyzing the entire sect, entering the land of exile, which incident wasn't earth-shaking. Becoming his enemy is the most terrifying thing. Yi Yuan scaring Li Jue to death in 3 steps caused a huge shock on Thousand Bird Peak. His domineering return spread throughout the entire martial secure heavenly sect very quickly, like a hurricane. Ever since entering the martial secure heavenly sect, each incident that Yi Yuan had done, they were all shocking. Now that he returned domineeringly, just what kind of sensation would he cause? Everyone was also waiting to see. Of course, the first thing that Yi Yuan had to face was the sect's fury, being completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance, resulting in humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. All these made Yi Yuan become the common target for scorn. If he died in the land of exile, then forget it. Yet he came back. This matter, how should he get through it? But everyone was not optimistic about it. This matter was already not what human strength could change. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to resist the entire Pill Alliance, especially these few years. Everyone had already completely witnessed the Pill Alliance's strength. Right at this moment, a powerful aura was heading straight for Thousand Bird Peak. When everyone saw the situation, their expressions changed one after another. Yi Yuan, hand over your life. Han Qianyun's furious to the extreme roar instantly reverberated throughout the entire Thousand Bird Peak. The pressure of a limitless sublime heavenly stratum was also urged by him to the extreme in an instant. When Han Qianyun woke up, he felt his face hurt badly. He transformed a mirror with a spell to look at the reflection and discovered that his face was trampled full of shoe prints. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not trample plainly, but employed divine essence to leave many shoe prints on his face. These shoe prints could not be removed in a short time, with Yi Yuan stepping on his face time and again. This made Han Qianyun unable to tolerate it. In his rage, he sprinted straight for Thousand Bird Peak. At this time, Yi Yuan was currently treating Lin Lan's injuries. Lin Lan had a lot of old injuries he could not recover in a short time at all. Yi Yuan could only ease them for the time being. Facing the Han Qianyun, who came in a rage, Yi Yuan just turned his head back and gave him an indifferent glance. The expression of the enraged Han Qianyun suddenly changed drastically. Swizz. H. Plus he retreated at an even faster speed than when he came. When this scene landed in everyone's eyes, they were incomparably stupefied. What was going on? Didn't you come to kill people? He gave you a glance, and you had the PISS scared out of you? Repelling the enemy with one look. Furthermore, the enemy here was even Han Qianyun, a sect protector. This made Yi Yuan's image become incomparably stalwart in everyone's eyes. Cultivation realm never seemed to be a big deal in front of Yi Yuan. Didn't you want me to hand over my life? My life is right here. Come and take it. Yi Yuan's words also revealed a trace of iciness. Li Jue said it earlier. He acknowledged Han Qianyun as master. Then Li Jue treating Lin Lan high-handedly probably could not dispense with Han Qianyun's instigation. If he had long known it would be like this, he should have finished him off on Flowing Cloud Peak just now. But sadly, the enhanced version of Windward Topple was already used completely. He only put on an empty fort strategy just now. Han Qianyun, this idiot, indeed fell for it. Of course, It was also primarily because Han Chenyan was frightened into intimidation by Yi Yuan. So he was the same as Li Jue. He already had a psychological trauma toward Yi Yuan. Don't you be arrogant. Since you came out, the crime of the sect suffering distress should also be repaid. I want to see how you get through this today. Han Chenyan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, then don't need you to worry about it. I feel that you'd better worry about yourself. Jingxian, send him back. Finished saying, Yi Yuan directly got up and left. Han Chenyan's expression changed, and he said, You want to run? Yi Yuan sneered and said, Run? Why do I have to run? Jingxian, Linlan, and Elder Luo's matter you master and disciple played a part, right? You'd better wash your neck clean and wait for death. Finished saying, he went straight down the mountain. Han Chenyan wanted to stop him, but he also did not dare. However, Yi Yuan's action attracted many people's gazes. People also followed him one after another and went down the mountain. Outside of everyone's expectations, Yi Yuan arrived at True Feather Peak. This place was Luo Yunqing's residence. As sect elders, they all had independent mountain peaks as residences. However, on this True Feather Peak, there were no luxurious buildings and also no disciples that crowded around. There was only a thatched cottage and a tiny courtyard. In the courtyard, a sword was hanging in it quietly. Luo Yunqing was currently looking at this sword intently, his face full of solemnness and a conflicted expression. After a long time, he extended a finger out and was going to tap the sword body. He gave a long sigh and said, I'm sorry, old pal. Senior Luo, this Yi came to seek guidance. Will you grant a battle? Right at this time, a voice came from outside the thatched cottage. It was precisely Yi Yuan. Luo Yunqing's expression changed, immediately revealing a look of wild elation. He suddenly stood up and looked outside of the courtyard. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Brother Yi, you came back. Luo Yunqing said with a pleasant surprise. Yi Yuan's face had no joy nor sorrow, but then a surge of sword intent billowed to the sky, and he said coolly, Brother Luo, fight or not? Luo Yunqing's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a hint of solemn melancholy as he shook his head and said, Brother Yi, from today onward, I'm swordless. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest ripple and spoke up again, Brother Luo, fight or not? His aura became stronger and stronger, surging straight for the sky. This kind of a Stonies, H.I.+ing sidelong glance also made everyone give sidelong glances. Even Luo Yunqing revealed a look of surprise too. How could a guy who just broke through to greater sublime, heavenly stratum have such a fierce sword intent? As if sensing Yi Yuan's sword intent, the long sword hanging in the courtyard actually emitted a series of light cries. Luo Yunqing had become one with his sword. He could naturally feel his old pal's intention. It wanted to fight. Just earlier, Yi Yuan saw that Luo Yunqing actually wanted to break his sword. With this thought, Luo Yunqing's ambition was ground flat. Not others who ground down his spirit, but he himself. Not grinding it down, he could not lower his head. Only by breaking the sword could he step out of the martial, secure, heavenly sect. The cutting edge of the sword depended on this saying, if G-O-D-S block, kill G-O-D-S. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Once the spirit was lost, one would no longer advance an inch. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to allow this sort of thing to happen. Therefore, he did not have small talk with Luo Yunqing, but he directly declared battle. The noise and shouting were long already in great commotion outside of the courtyard. Everyone was shocked by Yi Yuan's way of doing things. He actually challenged Luo Yunqing. Doesn't he know that Luo Yunqing is a transformation powerhouse? He's helping Luo Yunqing find himself again. This guy is really nuts. Luo Yunqing isn't Lu Zhanyuan, that sort of farce. Even if he suppresses his realm, he can also instantly kill Lu Zhanyuan. Chapter 2615. Enlightening the Benighted. Chapter 2615. enlightening the benighted. Facing Yi Yuan's sword intent that surged to the sky, Luo Yunqing fell silent. He knew that Yi Yuan was doing it for his own good. It was just that, at this time, was he still going to fight? Yi Yuan returned. Could he overcome the raging tides? Luo Yunqing thought about it and felt that there was virtually no possibility. Maybe a few thousand years later, Yi Yuan could lead the martial secure, heavenly sect to rise up domineeringly. But at present he could not. Brother Luo, fight or not? Yi Yuan spoke for the third time, his voice akin to thunder, howling above the ninth heaven, and his sword intent climbed to the limit. Everyone's countenance changed visibly. What a strong sword intent! I'm forced by this sword intent until I somewhat can't open my eyes anymore. His sword is G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than when he killed Lu Zhanyuan back then. It's also no wonder that he dares to challenge Luo Yunqing. This sword intent made the martial secure, heavenly sect's disciples extremely shocked. There was an additional hint of surprise in Luo Yunqing's eyes. The fighting intent in his chest was virtually surging out uncontrollably. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was a lot lower than him, his sword intent seemed to be able to evoke the soul, leaving him nowhere to hide. Clank! A sharp and sorrowful cry emitted from Luo Yunqing's sword body. That was the sorrowful cry of when a bird was about to die. Its cries would be sorrowful too. Onlookers might not feel it, but Luo Yunqing's heart was practically shattering to pieces along with this sorrowful cry. He gave a bitter laugh and said, "Forget it. I'll fulfill your wishes and accompany you to fight another battle. Come on, old pal." Luo Yunqing reached his hand out and beckoned. The long sword emitted a light cry of unwillingness and flew straight into his hands. Yi Yuan held his palm out the all-encompass. Sing's sacred tree appeared. Luo Yunqing's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "Great Tao transformation!" Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan ignored Luo Yunqing's astonishment and directly urged universe. The two swords, Rus. H.I. Plussing toward Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing gave a light snort, fighting intent rising, as he raised his sword to meet it. However, Luo Yunqing suppressed his cultivation realm to lower greater sublime heaven. With his pride, he naturally would not take advantage of Yi Yuan. But as soon as they exchanged blows, he felt that something was wrong. Too strong. Yi Yuan's universe, two swords were like a storm, suppressing him until he could not catch his breath. Only then did he know just how much Yi Yuan improved in the land of exile. Luo Yunqing was a one-law transformation. He specialized in sword Dao and had no other distractions. But it was also precisely because of this that the power of Luo Yunqing's sword was even stronger. His transformation was none other than this sword in this hand. This sword accompanied him to grow until this day. Hence, his transformation was directly integrated into the sword. Luo Yunqing was nurturing the sword with his intent. What Yi Yuan's sword pursued was great Tao accommodation. And what Luo Yunqing's sword pursued was the limit of sword Dao. What the two people walked, each was a completely different sword Dao. Luo Yunqing's sword was by no means inferior, even if fighting ordinary 3 laws or 4 laws. But he encountered Yi Yuan. Coupled with that, Luo Yunqing had no intention to fight at this time. He was long already no longer the Luo Yunqing in the past. This battle made martial secure, heavenly sects, people, dumbfounded with shock. No one expected that martial secure's #1 sword would actually be completely suppressed. The news of Yi Yuan returning to the sect already spread throughout the sect at this time as well. Many Jade Sovereign Heaven Elders, even including Feng Shuani, had already quietly arrived at True Feather Peak as well. When they saw Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, each and every one of them was shocked and speechless. These people were all people with extremely high cultivation realms. How amazing was their eyesight! Yi Yuan's great Tao transformation already reached the limits of the first form. This was still not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yi Yuan's sword Tao simply had no weakness to exploit. There was virtually no possibility of winning him in the same realm. Each and every one of these elders substitute Tut Luo Yunqing to fight with Yi Yuan. But very soon, they all secretly shook their heads, because they discovered that in the same realm they were not Yi Yuan's match at all. In fact, even if they suppressed their cultivation realms to middle greater sublime heaven, they were completely not a match either. Back then, when Yi Yuan slew Lu Zhanyuan, he definitely did not have such fearsome strength. Concerning this point, many people had seen it with their own eyes. But after Yi Yuan made a trip to the land of exile, he seemed to have been reborn anew. Now, even Luo Yunqing was not a match. Who was Luo Yunqing? He was the Sword Path's #1 person. This guy was a sword fanatic. His heart yearned only for the sword Tao, and there was never anyone in his eyes. Back then, when Luo Yunqing just entered Jade Sovereign Heaven, he could even overpower SHI plus Feiyu under the circuit, stances of not utilizing great Tao transformation. The might of his strength could be seen. However, in front of Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing completely could not do it at all. Is this Martial Secure's #1 sword? When did Martial Secure's #1 sword become such a joke? Each of Yi Yuan's words cut deeply. He knew that Luo Yunqing's strength was definitely more than this. The land of exile was indeed an excellent place to train. But being in the midst of this bottomless secular world tempered the sword heart even more. Yi Yuan could feel Luo Yunqing's sincere heart toward the sword. Therefore, Yi Yuan guessed that in the same realm, Luo Yunqing's strength definitely would not be much weaker than Han Yi. But Luo Yunqing's current strength, most likely not even 1/10 of it, was unleashed. Luo Yunqing's expression changed slightly, and he said, "Brother Yi, don't force me. No matter how strong my sword is, I can't be stronger than the Pill Alliance too." Yi Yuan said angrily, "Those who practice the sword would rather break than bend. If you break your own sword, you are lowering your head to others. Are you worthy of your sect? Worthy of your own sword? If I were you, I'd kill my way up to the Pill Alliance by myself with a sword. Even if I die, I also wouldn't allow the enemy to humiliate me." Insolence. In the crowd, SHI plus Feiyu said in a great rage, "Luo Yunqing admitting his fault is showing consideration for the sect's overall situation. Wouldn't killing his way up to the Pill Alliance cause the Pill Alliance to retaliate even more strongly? A traitor like you, deluding people with fallacies. Just what are your intentions?" Yi Yuan had a proud look as he said loudly, "In the past, us ascenders have no place that we belong to and no territory. We relied on an unyielding heart and forcibly carved out this foundation. The 4 great heavenly regions united to encircle and suppress ascenders. Zhuo Bufan led our martial secure heavenly sect to kill the enemy bravely. When had we lowered our heads to the enemy to admit our fault before? Now the foundation is achieved. Have we lost our guts? If our martial secure heavenly sect lowers our head today, it will never be able to raise its head. Old fogey, you're deluding people with fallacies here, humiliating the sect and forfeiting its sovereign rights. You're the treacherous one." Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a great bell, each word enlightening the benighted, making many sect upper echelons feel extremely ashamed. And Luo Yunqing's eyes were also regaining clarity bit by bit. SHI plus Feiyu was angered until his entire body was trembling, going crazy. But Yi Yuan did not give him the chance and continued, "Old fogey, you beguiled the sect master to offer up my disciple. Once this precedent is made, I want to ask, what face does sect master still have to go and meet our ancestors? In the future, if the Pill Alliance wants our martial secure heavenly sect's cultivation method and secret skill books, should we offer it up on a silver platter too? or if they want your dog head. Yi Yuan suddenly turned around, looked at Luo Yunqing and said, "Today you, Luo Yunqing, break your sword. In the future, the Pill Alliance can exterminate the sect. Weighing what's more important. You judge it for yourself. If you've set your mind on breaking your sword, it's better to die under this Ye's sword. There will naturally be this Yi to bear the responsibility for the Pill Alliance's matter alone." Done talking, Yi Yuan swung his sword and advanced, heading straight for Luo Yunqing. This sword move, Yi Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. Clank! Yi Yuan's figure was repelled back, but Luo Yunqing's eyes had completely regained clarity. "Brother Yi, many thanks. This Luo knows what to do now." Chapter 26:16 Forcing Abdication. Chapter 26:16 Forcing Abdication. "Come, you and I, let's have a good fight." Luo Yunqing brandished the long sword in his hand, his entire person immediately in flurries. Plussing spirits, becoming like a different person from the decadence earlier. When plus Fei saw this scene, his expression could not help changing. He schemed for a long time to ruin Luo Yunqing's sword heart. He did not expect that the moment Yi Yuan came back, he made him regain it. "Haha, that's more like it." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "Brother Yi, you have to be careful. I won't hold back this time." Luo Yunqing said with a light smile, "Hoo, want to win me, you're still lacking." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, two green leaves turning into a myriad of sword lights and Russ. Plussing toward Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing one person, and his sword became a unified ent. One, Tai revealing its sharp edge. Clank, clank, clank. In an instant, the two people exchanged countless sword blows, making people see things in a blur. Yi Yuan's advantage, previously, was all gone. In everyone's eyes, the two people seemed to have turned into two sharp swords, crisscrossing. What the two people developed was both the limit of sword Dao. At this moment, Luo Yunqing finally returned to his soul, his entire person revealing a sharp edge, clanking extraordinarily. But Yi Yuan was not the least bit inferior. Yi Yuan's sword Dao was mellow, very well balanced and stable, not leaving the slightest flaw. No matter how sharp Luo Yunqing was, he was also unable to break through. Feng Shuani watched until his eyes sparkled brightly, secretly crying out lucky in his heart. Rare talents such as Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan. Gaining them were his good fortune, losing them were his fate. If not for Yi Yuan returning, the martial secure heavenly sect would really suffer a huge loss. Yi Yuan's words earlier also made him feel extremely ashamed. The master of a sect had too many misgivings. Luo Yunqing was also like him, willing to sacrifice himself for the sect. But could sacrificing him be exchanged for the benevolence of the enemy? In this world, there had never been anyone who survived by wagging their tails and begging for pity. Want to survive, you could only continuously break through. People were like so. The sect was like so too. When he chased Qin Shan away, he had antic. 1p aided today's result. It was just that he did not expect that the Pill Alliance was so strong. Hence, he was overcautious and indecisive again, sacrificing the sect's most outstanding disciples to exchange for the Pill Alliance's short-term compa. Shaun, was this really worth it? The onlookers did not have his complicated thoughts. Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing's battle of sword Dao made all of the disciples' hot blood seethe with excitement. Especially disciples that used the sword, they were even more intoxicated from watching. Even many protectors gave sidelong glances too. The two of them really developed sword Dao to the limit. Putting Elder Luo aside, why is Yi Yuan, this heavenly alchemist sword Dao, so sharp and fierce too? Really incredible. Yi Yuan's great Dao transformation, first form, has actually already been perfected. What in the world did he experience in the land of exile? The two people's battle attracted bursts of exclamations. Luo Yunqing's might, that was within reason. But no one expected that Yi Yuan was so strong too. Boom! Suddenly, there was an intense collision. Luo Yunqing flew out backward. This bit of fluctuation was naturally nothing to him. This jade, sovereign heaven. But everyone could tell that he was defeated. This time he really lost. One astonished gaze after another locked onto Yi Yuan. He defeated the same rank Luo Yunqing. Didn't that mean that the sect's #1 genius currently was Yi Yuan? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. But Luo Yunqing laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, awesome! I, Luo Yunqing, am wholeheartedly convinced at my loss. Didn't expect that after Brother Yi entered the land of exile, not only did he comprehend great Tao transformation, you even comprehended it to the extreme. Remarkable. Incredible." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Brother Luo is too humble. I faced one law with 3 laws. It was an unscrupulous win." Luo Yunqing waved his sleeves grandly and said, "Victory is victory. Defeat is defeat. I, Luo Yunqing, am not someone who can't take a loss. But this fight let me understand that my sword Dao still has room for improvement. Of course, more importantly is that I, Luo Yunqing, have found myself again." Finished saying, Luo Yunqing said to Feng Shuani with clasped hands, "Sect Master, I'm sorry. This fault, I, Luo Yunqing, can't admit it. From now on, I, Luo Yunqing, will withdraw from the martial secure heavenly sect. My grudge with the Pill Alliance has nothing to do with the Pill Alliance. Farewell." Luo Yunqing's figure moved slightly and he was about to leave. Feng Shuani's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Impudent! Is the martial secure heavenly sect somewhere that you can come and go as you please? Get back for me." Only to see him reach his hand out and point at the void. A piercing cold air billow instantly exploded. Luo Yunqing was actually forced back. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly. Indeed, well deserving of being the master of a sect. This kind of strength was simply shocking. "Sect master," Luo Yunqing said anxiously. "Shut up." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed and he shouted coldly. Indeed, Luo Yunqing did not dare to speak anymore. "SHI." Plus Feiyu saw through Feng Shuani's intention to protect him and suddenly said, "Sect Master, this farce is already over. Since Yi Yuan has already returned, then he should be held solely responsible for the Pill Alliance's matter. This matter was caused entirely because of him. If we don't hand him over to the Pill Alliance, it will likely be hard to appease the Pill Alliance's wrath." Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "If we hand Yuan over to the Pill Alliance, will they be willing to drop the matter? Could it be that what's lost isn't our martial secure, heavenly sect's face?" "SHI," plus Feiyu said, "Sect Master, while the sect's face is important, long-term development is more important. We're currently already completely boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Over the past 2 decades, our disciples' cultivation speed has been getting slower and slower. If we're unable to appease the Pill Alliance's fury, this disparity will grow greater and greater. At that time, the 5 great heavenly sects will probably become the 4 great heavenly sects." Feng Shuani was just about to speak, but an old man suddenly spoke up. "Feiyu's words are reasonable. Although Yi Yuan's talent is decent, his talent can't save the sect. If we allow the Pill Alliance to continue boycotting 100 years later, our martial secure, heavenly sect will probably withdraw from the stage of history." The moment these words came out, even Feng Shuani's expression changed too. But when SHI plus Feiyu heard that, he was overjoyed. The one who spoke was martial secure, heavenly sect's head elder, Shen Chong. Head elder's prestige in the sect was extremely high. It did not even lose to the sect master Feng Shuani. The moment he spoke up, the weight became heavy. "Sect Master, being protective of your own at this time, is playing a joke with the sect's fate. Sect Master, please think thrice before acting. Yi Yuan is lawless and unbridled, angering Qin Shan away. He has to give an account for this matter. Sect Master, please put the interests of the whole above all else. Sure enough, the moment head elder opened his mouth, many elders spoke up to concur one after another. The height of his prestige could be seen, but Feng Shuani's expression became ugly to the extreme. This matter concerned the sect's destiny. Even head elder was not optimistic about Yi Yuan either. This put tremendous pressure on him. Enough! All shut up for me! Feng Shuani shouted coldly, quelling everyone. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said in a solemn voice, Qin Shan was chased away by me, Feng Shuani. This matter, if responsibility needs to be taken, I'll take full responsibility. If the elders have any dissatisfaction, I, Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master. But regarding Yi Yuan and Luo Yinqing, I'm S.H.I. plus elding them. Chapter 2617, Swearing. Chapter 2617, Swearing on True Feather Peak. The sound of a needle dropping could be heard. No one expected that sect master did not stint to abdicate, and actually wanted to protect these two people too. Even Yi Yuan was shocked for a while too. A sect master was a sect's sea-stabilizing needle. Unless a huge change happened to the sect, otherwise there would be extremely few changes. Especially the master of a sect, who was like the noonday sun, such as Feng Shuani. But now he actually took the initiative to abdicate for him and Luo Yinqing. A warmth flowed through Yi Yuan's heart, just for this high regard. Yi Yuan also had to help the marshal secure heavenly sect tide over the difficult hurdle this time. Head Elder Xin Chang's gaze turned slightly intent, showing a visible change in countenance all over his face. He did not expect that Feng Shuani was actually so determined. Sect Master, you're speaking too seriously. Xin Chang let out a sigh and said, But Feng Shuani said calmly, Head Elder, it isn't too serious. This matter concerns the sect's destiny. I'm also not Impa. Sio neighed with excitement. I admit that when Qin Shan was expelled from the sect back then, this sect master severely underestimated the Pill Alliance's strength. But since shedding all pretenses of cordiality is already unavoidable, we have no need to offer ourselves up to be humiliated anymore. If we lower our heads this time, disregarding how the other sects would view us, could it be that the Pill Alliance will let us off? No one will pity the weak. Want to resist the Pill Alliance, we can only continuously strive to become stronger. SHI plus Feiyu smiled coldly and said, Sect Master, you said it just nicely, but without the assistance of heavenly pills, how do we continuously strive to become stronger? Disregarding ordinary disciples, even you and I, these jade sovereign heaven powerhouses, also have to purchase heavenly pills from the Pill Alliance there, right? Feng Shuani's brows furrowed, immediately feeling put on the spot. The martial secure heavenly sect did not have grade for heavenly alchemists. They all, these elders' heavenly pills, had to be purchased from the Pill Alliance. It was also precisely because of this that the Pill Alliance's boycott was a powerful deterrent. Feng Shuani being forced to nod his head previously. Actually, the biggest reason was also precisely because of this. Without grade 4 heavenly pills, it was not that these jade, sovereign heavens cultivation would come to a standstill, but it would definitely become much slower. If things went on like this, the sect's strength would definitely have the distance pulled apart quickly. Heavenly pills were not a must, but without heavenly pills, it was hard to take a single step. Even if it was Yi Yuan, he only successfully broke through after consuming several dozen heavenly imperial pills too. Shan Chang also nodded and said, Sect Master, this crime of forcing you to abdicate, this old man can't bear the charge. But you've got to come up with a solution for the sect's current predicament, right? saying to continuously strive to become stronger with all talk but no promises. That is useless. These words were somewhat penetrating criticism. It was also equivalent to checkmating. Feng Shuani's expression became even uglier. But now he already mounted a tiger's back and found it hard to get off. At this time, Yi Yuan walked out slowly and said coolly, "Is head elder asking for a solution with all talk, but no promises here is useful?" Xin Chang's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Impudent! Brat, is it your turn to speak here?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I wonder if my position as an elder has already been revoked? If it hasn't been revoked yet, my status in the sect should be equal to head elder. It shouldn't be considered impudent, right?" Shen Chang's face turned face, and he was choked on the spot until he could not speak. These few years, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan was dead. So oh body when to care about this elder. A lesser, sublime, heavenly stratum elder. If he was dead, he was dead. Even if he caused a stir for some time, it was also just akin to a comet. But now, it made Xin Chang unable to speak. Looks like I, this elder, still have the right to speak. Then I'll say a few words. Yi Yuan cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the elders, and said with a sneer, "With all due respect, everyone present here is a Traz. H. Plus, one sentence caused everyone's faces to suddenly change. Even Feng Shuani's expression changed slightly too. This guy was really H.E.L. bent on shocking people to death with his words. Yi Yuan, you, a mere greater sublime heavenly stratum, actually dare to engage in wild talks here and insult all the elders, S.H.I. Plus Feiyu said in a great rage. Brat, you caused such a terrible disaster, and yet you actually still have the face to insult the sect's elders now. Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to kill you?" Head elder also flew into a great rage, but Yi Yuan smiled brightly and said disdainfully, "Hey tisk, turns out that head elder still knows that it's a terrible disaster, huh? Since it's a terrible calamity, what have you all done these few years? Amen? Sent the sect's most talented disciple in alchemy onto the enemy's bed, made the elder with the strongest combat power in the sect heartbroken and break his sword. Are you all our martial secure heavenly sect's elders, or that Pill Alliance's elders? An enemy is invading. You guys don't think to unite against outsiders, but you exhausted your abilities and means against your own people. Head elder, let me ask you, do you know how many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses the Pill Alliance has? Do you know how many grade for Heavenly Alchemists the Pill Alliance has? Do you know which are the Pill Alliance's forces? Hoo-hoo, looking at your expression, you don't know. You all can't even figure out your opponent's exact details, but you only know to exhaust your abilities to deal with your own people. Scolding you all trash is thinking highly of you all." Yi Yuan was stern in voice and countenance, stating the painful aspect in grief, his fingers almost pointing at head elder's nose and making the group of elders lower their heads dejectedly. Yes, they did not know how strong the Pill Alliance was at all. The Pill Alliance's boycott came very suddenly. Then the martial secure heavenly sect discovered that they could not purchase heavenly medicines and heavenly pills anymore. Their original channels for purchasing heavenly medicines and heavenly pills had all disappeared. Feng Shuani had also thought of various methods for this, but it was to no avail. As a result, the Pill Alliance's mysteriousness and power became deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But, being pointed out by Yi Yuan at this time, many people's faces turned red with embarrassment. Indeed, they had done nothing in these past 20 years. Yi Yuan looked at the S.H.I. Plus Feiyu, who was glaring at him, and said with a sneer, "What are you looking at?" Not convinced. "I'm scolding you." S.H.I. Plus Feiyu answered back sarcastically, "Hoo-hoo, you're impressive. Having caused such a terrible disaster, you still dare to scold people here. You're impressive. If you have the capability, resolve the sex crisis." Yi Yuan said coolly, Wasn't counting on you in the first place either. Other than ranting a few words and racking your brain to deal with your own people, you have no other capability either. Done talking, he turned to Feng Shuani and said with cupped fists, Sect Master, since this matter was caused by Yi Yuan, then the deadlock will be broken by Yi Yuan. Leave this matter to me. Feng Shuani smiled bitterly and said, This Sect Master knows that you're amazingly talented, but your cultivation realm is too low. What can you do to a behemoth like the Pill Alliance? Forget it. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. Yi Yuan scolding them was to give vent to his anger, but Feng Shuani felt that his blood was currently boiling with zeal. There was no need to come forward forcefully at this sort of time, and it was also impossible. How could a mere Yi Yuan be the Pill Alliance's match? But Yi Yuan said, Sect Master, this isn't showing off momentary bravery. I'll give the sect an explanation for this matter, but this also needs the sect's support. Give me 20 years, and I'll break the situation of the Pill Alliance's monopoly. In 20 years, not only will I break this deadlock, I'll even return the sect a grade for Heavenly Alchemist. At that time, the sect won't need to live at the whims of others too. Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's expression change slightly, but Head Elder smiled coldly and said, Bragging too hard. If you can't do it, what will you do? Yi Yuan said coolly, If I can't do it, this Yi will commit suicide by cutting my throat to thank the sect. Chapter 26:18. I really don't know. Chapter 26:18. I really don't know. Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central planes of the 5 light heavenly region and also the spiritual leader of the 5 great heavenly sections. None other than because the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect produced Zhuo Bufan, who was eminent above all others. It was not long ago that the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was infinitely glorious, suppressing the rain-clear continent. Although they had already declined now, they were still much stronger than the other 4 sections. The Fire Peace Great Nation was one of the 9 major great nations under the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect's jurisdiction. Its status was extremely high. Brother Yi, the Pill Alliance, has talented people lying in concealment. Is it really okay for you to do this? I heard that in the Pill Alliance there's no lack of some powerhouses who are capable of refining heavenly imperial pills, even if none of them is your match in the same realm. But if they send grade 3 or even grade 4 heavenly alchemists over, what will you do? I'm afraid that they won't come. Brother Luo, don't worry. You just have to care about being a hired thug will do. Do it then. All right. Whose? H. Plus a ray of sword light flashed past. The Pill Verdant Establishment's signboard was directly divided into 2, falling to the ground with a clang. This action immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. These 2 people were precisely the Yi Yuan and Luo Yunqing, who came from afar. This Pill Verdant Establishment in front of them was a branch that the Pill Alliance set up in the Fire Peace Great Nation, which specialized in selling heavenly pills. With the support of the Pill Alliance, this Pill Verdant Establishment's business was naturally doing incomparably well. The Pill Alliance's power and influence were like a golden signboard, especially within the 5 great heavenly sects' sphere of influence, making all cultivators flock to it like ducks. The Pill Alliance's products were definitely top-quality goods, but the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills were also extremely expensive. The Pill Alliance's heavenly pill business within the boundaries of the Martial Secure heavenly sect had practically all fallen into a stagnant state, but they were still operating in the other 4 sections. Feng Shuani had once attempted to come to the 4 great heavenly sects to purchase heavenly pills and heavenly medicines, but distant water could not quench present thirst. It was also impossible for the Martial Secure heavenly sect to run to the 4 great heavenly sects to rob heavenly pills. 8 years had already passed since Yi Yuan's oath. In these 8 years, Yi Yuan had been in close seclusion all along, only leaving seclusion today. Bringing Luo Yunqing, he came to fire peace, great nation. During these 8 years, Martial Secure Heavenly Sect virtually used the entire sect's strength to support Yi Yuan to practice heavenly pills. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was one of the 5 great heavenly sects at any rate. Even if the Pill Alliance boycotted them, it was also impossible that there was no inventory at all. Moreover, what Yi Yuan needed to cultivate were just grade 2 heavenly medicines. This Pill Verdant establishment was an important stronghold of the Pill Alliance in the myriad manifestation heavenly sect. Furthermore, when Feng Shuani sent people to request for pills back then, the ATTI, toot of this Pill Verdant establishment's establishment lord, Feng Jing, was also the worst. Therefore, Yi Yuan's first stop was to come here. Who is this kid to actually dare smash the Pill Verdant establishment signboard? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Head, didn't you make it out? This boy definitely came to smash the place. This boy is crazy, right? Master Feng is from the Pill Alliance. His alchemy path strength is exceedingly formidable. Yet this boy actually dares to come and smash the place? Ha ha! He'll probably be unable to bear the consequences of failure. Look at the attire he's wearing. He should be the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciple, right? The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. Did he come to win back face? Yi Yuan two people's actions immediately caused a commotion. They did not hide their tracks and wore the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's attire. Yi Yuan wanted everyone to know that the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect had declared war on the Pill Alliance. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus 7 to 8 limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses dashed out of the Pill Verdant establishment and surrounded Yi Yuan two people. One of them said sternly, to dare tear down the Pill Verdant establishment signboard courting death. Luo Yunqing was unmoved, the jade sovereign heaven aura on his body suddenly blooming. Get lost! The expressions of these limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses changed drastically, but they still refused to give in. That limitless sublime heavenly stratum in front said in a solemn voice, Your Martial Secure Heavenly Sect dare to cause trouble on the Pill Alliance's territory? Could it be you think that by destroying the Pill Verdant establishment, it can relieve the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's crisis? A fool's talk. Although he was surprised at Luo Yunqing's strength, he did not care. Experts were plentiful like clouds in the Pill Alliance. Jade sovereign heavens were nothing. Luo Yunqing said indifferently, Today our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect is declaring war on the Pill Alliance. Have Feng Jing come out. That person's expression changed slightly, and he said with a frown, You're the jade face swordsman Luo Yunqing, right? Didn't hear that you become a grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Luo Yunqing's fame spread far and wide, and he carried a sword on his back. It was clear at a glance. It was just that the words of the person at the foremost implied, sarcastically. Luo Yunqing was indifferent. Pointing at Yi Yuan, he said coolly, Not me, it's him. The person in the foremost was stunned, then immediately snickered and said, Him? A greater sublime, heavenly stratum came to challenge Master Feng? Your Martial Secure Heavenly Sect probably has no one who can be used, right? Not just him. A wave of ridiculing voices immediately came over from the surrounding onlookers. Martial Secure Heavenly Sect actually sent a grade 2 heavenly alchemist to challenge the place? Is this trying to make people laugh their heads off? This guy probably doesn't know Master Feng's terror, right? Being able to hold down the fort in the 9 great nations, Master Feng's strength is among the top in the Pill Alliance too. TSK, looks like the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect is taking desperate measures after being cornered this time. And right at this time, A middle-aged man in white robes walked out slowly. Seeing him, those onlookers greeted one after another, paying respects to Master Feng. This person was Feng Jing. Clearly, his prestige in Fire Peace Great Nation was extremely high. Feng Jing just waved his hand nonchalantly, and it was considered to have returned the greeting. Very clearly, he was already used to this sort of acclamation. Feng Jing's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said coolly, "Does your martial secure heavenly sect have no body you can use? To send someone like you to intentionally come and humiliate me?" Yi Yuan said indifferently, "That's right. It's to come to humiliate you. Of course, you're just the appetizer. Later, the 9 great nations' establishment lords will all be humiliated." Feng Jing chuckled and said, "What high-sounding sentiments!" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "Whether or not it's high-sounding sentiments, you'll know in a while." Feng Jing smiled coldly and said, "Just the likes of you, this grade 2 heavenly alchemist, you're also worthy of competing in alchemy against me?" At this time, the sword intent on Luo Yunqing's body rose with a loud bang, and he said coolly, "If you don't fight, die." Feng Jing's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "You dare to kill me?" Luo Yunqing gave him an indifferent glance and said with a smile, "You can try." A threat. This was a blatant threat. The surrounding onlookers all sucked in a cold breath. They had never seen before such an alchemy battle. Luo Yunqing's sword intent was akin to the piercing cold gale wandering around Feng Jing. Feng Jing was helpless and could only grit his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll fight. Since you guys are wholeheartedly seeking humiliation, I'll sweep away your martial secure, heavenly sex face today." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop posturing. Choose the heavenly pill. You pick the heavenly pill. But I advise that you'd best pick a harder one. If it's basic grade 2 heavenly pills, you'll die very horribly." Feng Jing could not help choking, feeling an intense humiliation. This punk really slapped the face when hitting people. Except, your strength had best be worthy of this arrogance. Feng Jing sneered and said, "Fine, then I'll choose the green feather point star heavenly pill. Don't tell me that you don't know how to refine." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Your pill alliance really has quite a number of pill formulas. I really don't know this heavenly pill. So hand over the pill formula for me to take a look." Chapter 2619. Resign to your fate. Chapter 2619. Resign to your fate. What? Never refined before, and he also dares to come out and posture? Isn't he scared of being struck by lightning? Is the martial secure heavenly sect going to become the laughingstock of the whole world? This boy is also too ridiculous. Haha, looks like this kid came to amuse everyone. It's not bad either. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of ridicule. In reality, Yi Yuan had indeed never refined the green feather point star heavenly pill before. In these 8 years, he had been cultivating grade 2 basic heavenly pills as usual. However, Yi Yuan already laid down a solid foundation in terms of grade 1 heavenly pills. When he cultivated grade 2 basic heavenly pills, it clearly went much faster than during grade 1 heavenly pills. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan refined a grand completion level grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, it indeed similarly had a miraculous effect, making his affinity increase to 10 points all of a sudden. From 4 points to 10 points, this was a huge leap. To Yi Yuan, the strength increment brought by this increase in 6 points was unimaginable. The higher the heavenly pill's grade, the higher the requirement of affinity naturally. If he remained 4 points always, then the road in the future would naturally be difficult for Yi Yuan. Perhaps he could become strong, but it would definitely be impossible to rampage in all directions. Fortunately, the results were pretty good. Feng Jing was also slightly stunned, then he immediately sneered and said, Is that so? Then, wonder what pill formula will you use to bet with me? Don't use those pill formulas of your martial secure, heavenly sect. Those were all brought over by our pill alliance. If you can't take one out, please go back. Feng Jing's attitude was as domineering as before. Members of the pill alliance all had this sort of superior mentality. Even if the widely renowned Luo Yinqing was present, he did not care either. Yi Yuan said coolly, Dustfall Heavenly Pill, I believe that your pill alliance should be interested, right? Sure enough, Feng Jing's pupils constricted when he heard that and cried out in surprise. Dustfall Heavenly Pill! You actually have the Dustfall Heavenly Pill. It was not up to Feng Jing to not be surprised. This Dustfall Heavenly Pill was an ancient pill formula, being stored in Zhong Jinzhou's jade slip. This pill formula was a type of grade 2 heavenly imperial pill. Hence, that was why Feng Jing would be so surprised. After Yi Yuan broke through, he did not have time to unlock the contents behind the jade slips yet. But this Dustfall Heavenly Pill was in the previously unlocked content. It was a very valuable kind of pill formula. Yi Yuan took a piece of jade slip out and directly threw it to Feng Jing. After Feng Jing looked, his expression could not help changing greatly. Very clearly, he had verified the authenticity of this pill formula. Of course, there were only the heavenly medicines that the Dustfall Heavenly Pill required in the jade slip. As for the specifics of how to refine it, it was all hidden by Yi Yuan. On Rainclear Continent, alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists would be held under a fair premise. If the one party did not have the pill formula taken out by the other party, then they also needed to provide a pill formula as an exchange. Of course, the prerequisite was that they won. If Feng Jing lost, this green feather point star heavenly pill would be equivalent to being given to Yi Yuan on a silver platter. And Yi Yuan did not need to take the Dustfall Heavenly Pill out either. The alchemy battle with Qin Shun previously, that was originally the sect's internal alchemy battle. There were naturally not so many rules. But now, Yi Yuan publicly challenged Feng Jing. Then he would have to follow the rules. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How would I dare to come and challenge without some goods? But a hint of greed flashed across in Feng Jing's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, If heaven bestows it and you don't take it, you'll definitely be condemned by the heavens. Since you're in a hurry to give such a precious pill formula, then does this Feng have a reason to not want it? This green feather point star, heavenly pills pill formula, take it. As he said, Feng Jing likewise threw out a piece of jade slip. After Yi Yuan got it, he began to digest it on the spot. While on the pill verdant establishment side, they also started preparing matters related to the alchemy battle during this period. Seeing this scene, Luo Yinqing was speechless for a while too. This guy had always been learning on the spot when competing in alchemy. The key was that his ability to learn on the spot was extremely strong, clearly never refined before, but the quality of the heavenly pill produced was surprisingly high. It was just that did not know whether he could still rampage in all directions like before when refining grade 2 heavenly pills after he broke through. After all, grade 2 heavenly pills were undoubtedly far more complicated and difficult to understand when compared to grade 1 heavenly pills. 6 hours later, Yi Yuan finished deducing. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, Boy, making a frantic last-minute effort. And you want to win my pill alliance? You're too naive. This green feather point star heavenly pill. Even if this Feng performs below usual standards, I can reach 6th grade too. If I perform exceptionally well, upper 8th grade is nothing difficult. Boy, resign to your fate. Feng Jing's words immediately attracted a burst of exclamation. Even if it was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, being able to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill to the realm of upper 8th grade, it was absolutely extremely rare, especially that the difficulty of this green feather point star heavenly pill was not an ordinary kind of hard. Even Yi Yuan was a little surprised too. The other party dared to say this, he was probably not bragging. Furthermore, he let the other party choose the heavenly pill. The other party definitely picked what he was best at. Very clearly, this Feng Jing was Ji. Oh, D knows how many times stronger than that dabbler Qin Shan. Being able to hold down the fort in a region. Feng Jing's strength was indeed not what Qin Shan, that sort of guy who did things carelessly, could compare to. Even Luo Yinqing. A hint of surprise flashed across in his eyes too. Clearly he was shocked. Upper 8th grade, it was not easy to reach. He felt that if Feng Jing could refine 6th grade or 7th grade, Yi Yuan still had the strength to fight. But if it reached 8th grade, probably even Yi Yuan would feel anxious too. However, Yi Yuan did not care and said coolly, "Begin then." "Talk so much see. Our AP." Feng Jing's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, you'll be crying in a while." The two people each arrived in front of a medicine cauldron. Feng Jing, A.S., summed his responsibility and directly started extracting the heavenly medicines. That natural and smooth process made people dazzled for a while. Even Yi Yuan also could not help having higher regard for the other party. This Feng Jing really had the skills. This pill alliance was not simple. Just based on Feng Jing's strength, Yi Yuan estimated that this pill alliance's pill refining standard might be more than 100 times stronger than the outside world. However, he did not care either. This alchemy battle was just the start of his colossal plan. If he lost here, then he might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Yi Yuan restrained his mind and started refining the heavenly pill. However, the moment he took action, it immediately attracted a series of snickering. This boy is indeed a joker. This affinity probably doesn't exceed 10 points, right? Haha, look at Master Feng there again. His affinity is at least 50 plus. Just this affinity. There's no comparison between the two, right? I understand this boy probably thinks that heavenly alchemists fighting in alchemy are still the same as in the lower realms. Ha ha ha. This was something within reason. Yi Yuan's greatest shortcoming was affinity. Sure enough, he became the object of ridicule now too. Affinity determined the limit that a heavenly alchemist could reach. Therefore, using affinity to judge a heavenly alchemist's strength was acceptable. But clearly, this did not apply to Yi Yuan. But very soon, those people could not laugh anymore. The heavenly medicines that Yi Yuan extracted were crystal clear, without any flaws. It was actually not the least bit inferior to Feng Jing's. Chapter 2620. Pill Pavilion. Chapter 2620. Pill Pavilion. The pill refinement was in progress. After experiencing the initial choppiness, Yi Yuan's condition got better and better. In terms of essence, there was not much difference between grade 2 heavenly pills and grade 1 heavenly pills. It was merely going from simple to complex. Of course, there were not many who could understand this point. Not that they did not want to, but that they could not. But without a doubt, Feng Jing's foundation skills were extremely solid. Even if he did not comprehend the essence of pill refinement, based on the strength of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist, it was still very easy to refine a grade 2 heavenly pill. But Yi Yuan's strength was not the least bit inferior to him. It was very hard for people to imagine. A guy whose affinity was only 10 points. How could he bring to people such a dazzling refinement? The refinement ended. Feng Jing thought that he could draw a round of applause. However, he did not. Feeling everyone's somewhat strange gazes, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly. He discovered that Yi Yuan was currently calm and relaxed. Could it be that this boy's refinement was very impressive? Shouldn't be. Feng Jing thought in his heart. Open the furnace. Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, really in a hurry to go and reincarnate. Forget it. I'll make you give up. The refinement this time, his condition was unprecedentedly good. He even wondered whether he could break through the shackles or not, and reach that legendary realm of 9th grade golden pill. Therefore, he did not feel that the Yi Yuan who was refining for the first time could match up to him. The moment the medicine cauldron opened, a dark red medicinal pill flew into the container. People craned their necks one after another, wanting to see the quality of the heavenly pill. You all look. There's actually a hint of golden color on this green feather point star. Heavenly pill. Almost, and it would have advanced to the legendary realm of 9th grade. Master Feng is Master Feng. Under the heavy pressure, he broke through the shackles instead. The surrounding crowd immediately started boiling over. A hint of a smile appeared on Feng Jing's face. This was the effect that he wanted. Not that he hungered for fame and reputation, but that he felt that people should flatter him in the first place. But what he wanted was this kind of heartfelt admiration. This was his glory, and also the Pill Alliance's glory. Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Did you see it, this hint of golden color? There's already no need to test the grade of the heavenly pill, right?" A touch of gold in the dark red. It indicated that the heavenly pill already reached the peak of 8th grade and was also not far away from 9th grade anymore. Of course, this narrow step was not easy to take. 9th grade, that was a legendary realm. It was not something that could be entered as you wished. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need, quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing could not help laughing as he said, "Looks like you're not worried at all." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What do I have to worry about? It's merely quasi-9th grade." Feng Jing seemed to have heard the funniest joke and said, "Merely quasi-9th grade. Ha! What high-sounding sentiments. You probably completely don't know what 9th grade means, right?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "To me, those lower than 9th grade are all Tras. H. Plus, if it doesn't enter 9th grade when refining pills, still refine pills for what? Did your Pill Alliance groom only trash like you? Clearly didn't reach 9th grade, but you're proud of it, hoo-hoo." Hiss. These words were domineering. One sentence degraded the Pill Alliance to nothing. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Although your refinement was very impressive too, these words were too much, right? Posturing had to have a limit too. Sure enough, Feng Jing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! Boy, I'm somewhat doubtful now whether you know how to refine pills or not. 9th grade, that's a legendary grade. When it comes out of your mouth, it becomes the lowest threshold. All right, stop talking big. I really want to see your 9th grade golden pill." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "As you wish." It was only to see him flip his palm over. A green feather point star, heavenly pill, flew out. A dazzling golden light shone until everyone could not open their eyes. 9th grade golden pill. The crowd instantly exploded. This guy really refined a 9th grade golden pill. Feng Jing was still harboring the mentality of watching a good show a second ago, but in the next instant his entire person was stupefied there. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Jing and said coolly, "My green feather point star heavenly pill doesn't need to be tested anymore either, right? You're indeed much stronger than Qin Shun, that fellow. I was still counting on you to give me a bit of surprise, but I didn't expect that you haven't even entered 9th grade yet, and you are already patting yourself on the back. That's also all there is to you then." Feng Jing looked at Yi Yuan with a shocked face and muttered, How is this possible? Isn't it your first time refining? Why, you're actually able to refine a 9th grade green feather point star heavenly pill. You tricked me." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Tricked you? Do you feel that I have a need to trick you? This is my first time refining. Of course. It's also the most rubbish refinement. If you're not convinced, let's compete again. I dare guarantee that you'll be beaten down very hard." Feng Jing gritted his teeth and said, "Compete then. I don't believe that you can really hit the jackpot and be so lucky every time." He was unresigned. As a Pill Alliance's powerhouse, how could he possibly lose to the Marshall Secure, heavenly sex trash? He could not lose and could not afford to lose as well. He came to challenge the dojo If he were to lose, where would the Pill Alliance's face go? Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "Then don't waste time anymore, begin then." He was deliberately triggering Feng Jing, making him do it again. Slapping face had to be slapped thoroughly. One time could still say that it was by chance. But the second time, you would have nothing to say, right? The second refinement, Yi Yuan was even more accomplished with high proficiency. The choppiness from before had long already disappeared. On the other hand, Feng Jing's mentality had already been affected after his first miserable defeat. The second refinement ended. The quality of Feng Jing's heavenly pill was only lower 8th grade. However, the moment Yi Yuan's heavenly pill came out of the furnace, the light radiated even stronger. After testing it, Yi Yuan's heavenly pill reached upper 9th grade. One was improving, the other was regressing. Whoever was stronger and weaker was clear at a glance. With this, the powerhouses of Fire Peace Great Nation were completely shocked. An unknown greater sublime, heavenly stratum actually completely defeated the Pill Alliance powerhouse Feng Jing, who had already become famous for a long time. This conclusion was what everyone could not have imagined previously. Yi Yuan looked at the downcast Feng Jing and said coolly, "You don't need to feel pessimistic either, because very soon the 9 great nations' Pill Alliance strongholds will be trampled underfoot by me. Doesn't your Pill Alliance like to trample on people? Then I'll also make you all savor the taste of being trampled." Luo Yunqing felt refreshed. During these 20 years, they had had enough of the cowardly spirit. Today, they finally regained face. Yi Yuan raised his head and swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Our martial secure heavenly sect has already established the Pill Pavilion. Friends who have aspirations in alchemy, Tao, can all join the Pill Pavilion. We recruit disciples regardless of faction or talent. Furthermore, we won't force you to join the martial secure heavenly sect. If you feel that you have gotten somewhere with what you learned, you can return to your original faction any time. From now on, our Pill Pavilion's aim will be to break the Pill Alliance's monopoly and let everyone be able to learn alchemy." Yi Yuan's words echoed loudly, evoking a huge response in the crowd. The Pill Alliance's monopoly on alchemy, Tao, not only held back the 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects, but it also greatly impeded the other 4 great heavenly regions' various major sections. But Yi Yuan's action was tantamount to reducing the Pill Alliance's advantage until nothing was left. It was just that, would the Pill Alliance take things lying down? Chapter 26-21 Holy Sun Arrives. Chapter 26-21 Holy Sun arrives on a long path of the street. An old man and a youth were walking slowly. One could tell that the blue-robed youth walking in front was very haughty. Suddenly, a talisman appeared out of thin air. The old man reached his hand out to seize, grabbing the talisman in his hand. Browsing entirely the contents of the talisman, the old man's brows knitted together tightly. The young man said indifferently, "Why? Lost again?" The old man nodded slightly and said, "This is already the 17th match. Even Shangyu Heavenly Sect's Qian Yao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. He's in existence who fought with you for the position of Holy Sun back then." The young man said disdainfully, "Humph! What does Mu Lianqing count as? What you're talking about is just something back then. Now he isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." The old man said, "True. Lord Holy Sun is a candidate for the next Alliance Chief. How can you be what Mu Lianqing can compare to? It's just that this Yi Yuan can't be underestimated." Mentioning Yi Yuan, the young man was similarly disdainful as he said, "If he didn't have some skill, the Alliance Chief wouldn't have sent this Holy Sun over too. However, no matter how monstrous he is, he's still not worth mentioning in front of my Pill Alliance. Let him be smug for a few days first. After this Holy Sun grinds down his spirit, those despicable ascenders will know who is the Rain-Clear continent's true ruler." 3 months had already passed since Yi Yuan caused a disturbance at Pill Verdant establishment. In these 3 months, Yi Yuan challenged 17 of the Pill Alliance's strongholds in a row and consecutively defeated 17 of the Pill Alliance's alchemy path experts. The 5 great heavenly sects were in a huge stir, especially Qian Yao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing. He refined a middle 9th grade golden pill, but he was still suppressed by Yi Yuan. Originally, when Yi Yuan threw out the name of Pill Pavilion in Fire Peace Great Nation, people were all still indifferent to it. But now, the name of Pill Pavilion already reverberated throughout the 5 light heavenly region. The various major factions sent disciples with Apartment I-2 to marshal secure heavenly sects Pill Pavilion one after another to cultivate alchemy Dao. 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects were virtually all ascenders. Those capable of becoming heavenly alchemists could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, the 5 great heavenly sects' reliance on the Pill Alliance was especially so. With the Pill Alliance carrying out a boycott against the martial secure heavenly sect, the other 4 sects naturally had a feeling of the fox mourning the death of a rabbit. But the more it was so, the more they did not dare to offend the Pill Alliance. However, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion completely changed this situation. Yi Yuan already used his strength to prove to the world that the Pill Pavilion's strength was not the least bit inferior to the Pill Alliance. It was even stronger. At least up until now, no one in the Pill Alliance could win him. With regards to this kind of sensational effect, it was naturally impossible for the Pill Alliance to resign themselves to death. Hence, they sent out Song Yongning, who was this blue-robed youth. He was the Pill Alliance's holy son and also the strongest alchemy path powerhouse of the junior generation. The Pill Alliance had always been mysterious. Nobody knew just how strong the Pill Alliance was. And the Pill Alliance sent out Song Yongning this time. Firstly, it was in order to strike Yi Yuan down, while secondly, it was in order to demonstrate their strength. The old man nodded and said, "That's of course. No matter how monstrous this boy is, he's naturally too weak to stand up to the compet. 1. Tie-in in front of Holy Sun. Our Pill Alliance has always been low-key. It's also time to let Rain-Clear Continent know our Pill Alliance's strength." Song Yongning smiled slightly and said, "Where's that punk now?" The old man said, "Cloud Arch Great Nation." Song Yongning nodded his head and said, "Amen, it's already not far from here. Let's go." In Cloud Leisure Establishment, Qin Fei Hong was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth, cold sweat already pouring profusely on his forehead. By the side, Establishment Lord Sun Su also had a solemn look. "Is there no news from Lord Holy Sun yet?" "That Yi Yuan has already entered the city." "What should we do?" Qin Fei Hong said anxiously. The defeat of Qian Yao Great Nation's Mu Lianqing completely shattered Qin Fei Hong's fantasy. He knew that Mu Lianqing was an existence on par with the Holy Sun. Although he was defeated in the end, his strength could not be ignored by anyone. However, even such an existence was defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. How could he be a match? Sun Su shook his head and said, "How can Lord Holy Sun's whereabouts be what we can grasp? However, I reckon that he shouldn't be too far away anymore, right? Maybe he's already on the way to Cloud Leisure Establishment." After all, even Mu Lianqing was defeated. If Lord Holy Sun still doesn't appear, our Pill Alliance's face will have nowhere to put. Qin Fei Hong said angrily, "By the time Lord Holy Sun comes over, the flowers would have turned yellow." Boom! Right at this time, a loud noise came from outside. No need to guess. It must be that Yi Yuan had arrived. Whenever they reached a place, Luo Yinqing would directly tear down the signboard, without exception. At least up to this point, there was no one in the Pill Alliance who could win back this face. Mu Lianqing was also very domineering back then, but he suffered a cruise. Plussing defeat and was ashamed and resentful. Qin Fei Hong's expression changed, and he said, Damn, and that brat is here. What to do? Fight, we will definitely lose. Not fighting, it's shameful. Alas! Seeing Can Fei Hong sigh heavily, Sun Tzu also had a helpless look. He understood Can Fei Hong very well. Can Fei Hong was not like this originally. Before Yi Yuan challenged Mu Lianqing, he even pledged in all solemnity that he would definitely stop Yi Yuan's footsteps of continuous victories. But now he did not dare to say it anymore. Sun Tzu heaved a sigh and said, "No matter what, go out first. Even if our Pill Alliance loses, we can't be cowardly turtles too." Can Fei Hong had a bitter face and nodded his head. Outside Cloud Leisure Establishment, it was already seething with excitement. Martial Secure, Heavenly Sect, produced an alchemy path expert who beat the Pill Alliance to the ground. This matter had long already spread throughout Cloud Arch Great Nation. The people had long already heard of Yi Yuan's great name. Upon seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. I even thought that it was boasting previously. Looking at it now, the rumors are true. Cloud Leisure Establishment's master Can Fei Hong is actually scared until he doesn't dare to come out. This Yi Yuan is really too formidable, fortifying the spirits of us Ascenders. Every day they talked about how the Pill Alliance's people are so formidable. Looking at it now, it's also nothing more than this. Seeing that Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was tightly shut and no one dared to come out, the people were all snickering without ceasing. It was also no wonder that these people exclaimed in surprise. It was undeniable that the Pill Alliance powerhouses the Yi Yuan challenged, they were all alchemy path powerhouses who garrisoned a region far and near. These people's alchemy path strength was even stronger than the various major heavenly sects retainers. However, Yi Yuan could win 17 matches in a row. It was sufficient to prove how terrifying his strength was. Creak! Cloud Leisure Establishment's front door was finally opened, revealing Can Fei Hong and Sun Tzu's figures. Can Fei Hong's expression was slightly dark, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't be arrogant. My Pill Alliance has already sent out Lord Holy Sun. Once he arrives, you'll get it." Yi Yuan looked at Can Fei Hong and said with a faint smile, "Why? Your Pill Alliance all became cowards and don't even dare to accept the challenge anymore?" Seeing Can Fei Hong's being threatening in manner but inwardly shaky appearance, everyone was shocked. This guy who came from the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect was really too strong to actually scare Can Fei Hong until he did not dare to make a move. One had to know Can Fei Hong's alchemy path strength was extremely strong. It could be seen how great a deterrent Yi Yuan's consecutive wins previously was. Can Fei Hong's expression was ugly to the extreme, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I admit defeat, but don't leave if you have the capability. When Holy Sun comes, you'll be Imbara." As said. Chapter 26-22 True Grade. Chapter 26-22 True Grade. Uncle Wen. Yes. In the crowd, a fist shadow rumbled out. Can Fei Hong was directly blasted into meat paste. By the side, Sun Tzu's expression suddenly changed, not understanding why. Everyone looked sideways. They saw an old man and a youth in the crowd. The young man walked out slowly and said with a cold snort, surrendering without fighting, humiliating the Pill Alliance's face, "You deserve to die." Lord Holy Sun? Cloud Leisure Establishment's Sun Tzu pays respect to Lord Holy Sun. Sun Tzu's expression changed slightly, already guessing Song Yongning's ident. One Tai, beside Yi Yuan, Luo Yunqing, also had a solemn look as he said, "That old man's strength is quite strong. He's a jade, sovereign heaven expert." Yi Yuan nodded, slightly, paying no attention to it. Since it was an alchemy compet, Wan Taiyan, he was not afraid that the Pill Alliance would cause problems. While killing people was easy, wanting to restore reputation was difficult. Wanting to win back face, the Pill Alliance would have to compete in alchemy honestly with him. Song Yongning did not even look at Sun Tzu, but he turned to Yi Yuan and said with contempt, The light of a firefly also dares to contend for glory with the bright moon. Brat, you dare to provoke my pill alliance. Do you know the consequences? The moment Song Yongning took the stage, he gave people a powerful deterrence. That aura of looking down on everything made people give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan seemed to be an ant in his eyes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Provoke the Pill Alliance? Hoo-hoo, do you want face or not? Your Pill Alliance boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect and forced Brother Luo to break his sword and lower his head, and coerced my disciple to become a furnace. But now you want to make a false countercharge. Is your Pill Alliance all born under the year of the dog?" Song Yongning's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "How razor-tongued and eloquent. Boy, arrogance needs to be backed using strength. Otherwise, you'll only become a laughingstock. Do you really think that by winning some trash you have the qualifications to challenge the Pill Alliance?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, "Your AS, associated with this trash. Doesn't that make you a trash too? So your Pill Alliance is a pile of garbage?" Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's words immediately attracted a burst of laughter. Song Yongning's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "Punk, you're very arrogant. Since you're so arrogant, do you dare to bet your life or not?" "What's not?" "No way." Yi Yuan spoke halfway and was interrupted by Luo Yinqing. Yi Yuan's existence was the martial secure, heavenly sect's future hope. There must not be any accidents. This holy sun gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He could not watch Yi Yuan take the risk unfeelingly. It was not that he was not confident in Yi Yuan, but that he did not want Yi Yuan to take risks. Song Yongning laughed mockingly and said, "If you don't dare, kneel down and admit fault." "Brother Luo, calm down. You don't think that I wouldn't even be able to win a trash, right?" Yi Yuan gave Luo Yunqing a glance and said with a faint smile. Luo Yunqing's brows furrowed slightly, but he was still not at ease. This young man was guarded by a jade, sovereign heaven powerhouse. He was definitely not an ordinary person in the Pill Alliance. With the Pill Alliance sending him here, they probably had the confidence that he would definitely win. Therefore, he had no choice but to be careful. Yi Yuan looked at Song Yongning and said, "I'll bet with you." Song Yongning smiled and said, "Okay, you and I draw up an Origin Divinity curse. The loser will die by Origin Divinity backloss. H. Plus, Yi Yuan said coolly as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Luo Yinqing still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan said, "Brother Lu, shrinking back here, it will waste all the previous efforts. You wouldn't think that the Pill Alliance really only had this sort of trash, right? Their strength is stronger than we imagine. Furthermore, only by defeating the Holy Sun can it demonstrate the Pill Pavilion's might even more." In reality, Yi Yuan had long felt it. The Pill Alliance was an extremely powerful organization. Their heavenly alchemists had gained knowledge on the essence of alchemy Tao. In fact, it achieved the same wondrous effect with different means as his alchemy path. The opponents that Yi Yuan defeated along the way, their basic skills were all extremely solid and their strength was extremely formidable. And these were still merely just the heavenly alchemists garrisoning outside. Then how strong were the Pill Alliance's internal heavenly alchemists? With Yi Yuan fighting all this way, it was in order to force out the Pill Alliance's true strength. If they could not even see the opponent's true strength, then this war need not be fought anymore too. Since this young man in front of him was able to become the Holy Sun, his strength was naturally extraordinary. At least, it would definitely be much stronger than those before. Luo Yunqing's expression flickered indeterminately, and he could only say, "Then you be careful." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, turned around, and set up an Origin Divinity curse with Song Yongning. But after signing it, Song Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, wait to suffer the Origin Divinity curse and die. You probably haven't even figured out the grades of heavenly pills, right? The world only knows that heavenly pills are divided into 9 grades, and grand completion 9th grade is the limit. But they don't know that my pill alliance can refine even higher grade heavenly pills. Above 9th grade is true grade. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Song Yongning's words immediately caused a huge response. They had never heard before that there was an even higher quality above 9th grade, because no one had ever been able to refine it. 9th grade was already a legendary grade in their mind, much less true grade that had never been heard of. True grade, what kind of grade is that? Since the Pill Alliance's Holy Son said so, doesn't that mean that he can refine it? It turns out that he dug a hole for Yi Yuan. After the shock, people also understood one after another the reason why Song Yongning was betting his life with Yi Yuan. He was certain that Yi Yuan had never heard of true grade before. It was naturally even more impossible to refine true grade. As long as Yi Yuan signed an origin divinity curse with him, then Yi Yuan would die without a doubt. What a malicious guy! Luo Yunqing's gaze turned sharp and he said in a cold voice, "Boy, you cheated!" Without another word, Luo Yunqing's long sword was unsheathed and he rushed over. Uncle Wen gave a cold snort and slammed a fist out. Boom! With a collision, Luo Yunqing was actually shocked until he fell back. But Uncle Wen did not budge an inch. Jade face swordsman, indeed extraordinary. Blocked my punch, and you can actually come out safe and sound. Uncle Wen praised, but Luo Yunqing's expression was very ugly. This old man's strength was extremely strong. He was not a match. Brother Luo, betting lives was something that both parties were willing to do in the first place. Since the origin divinity contract is already signed, let's talk about it after fighting. Moreover, I believe that it isn't such an easy thing for him to want to refine true grade either, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Yongning smiled and said, "That's right. Refining true grade can come by with luck, but not by seeking it. In the Pill Alliance, many elders have refined true grade and they could only reach it 1 in 10 as well. But my strength has already Serpa. Said many elders. When I refine 5 times, there will be 1 time where it can reach the realm of true grade. Otherwise, how do you think I became the Holy Son?" True grade. This was an unfamiliar term to everyone. They had never heard of it before, let alone seen it. But without a doubt, this was definitely a realm that was out of reach. The Pill Alliance's elders were at least grade for heavenly alchemists too. This kind of realm can only reach 1 in 10 too. It could be seen how strong Song Yongning's strength was. Before this, Yi Yuan had never heard of this realm before as well. Even Zhong Jiancho's jade slips did not have it. Clearly, Zhong Jiancho had never reached this realm before too. Yi Yuan's heart sank slightly. This Pill Alliance's background was deep beyond imagination. One could tell from Song Yongning's words that most likely the vast majority of the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly alchemists could reach the realm of true grade. Chapter 26-23 Peak Showdown. Chapter 26-23 Peak Showdown. After the two decided on the pill formula, Song Yongning said with a contemptuous look, "This Holy Sun will let you broaden your horizons today. I'll make you understand what's called a frog at the bottom of a well." His words also made people realize the truly powerful aspect of the Pill Alliance, this faction. 9th grade golden pills were already legends in the outside world. But the Pill Alliance could refine even rarer, true grade, heavenly pills. This disparity was too great. What Song Yongning represented was just the tip of the iceberg of the Pill Alliance. He was just the Holy Sun. Then what about the Pill Alliance's elders? Also, what about the even stronger Alliance chief? Unimaginable. Furthermore, the Pill Alliance practically monopolized Rain-Clear Continent's heavenly medicines and heavenly pills. Then how many powerful martial artists had they groomed? Thinking about it like this, everyone could not help being fear-stricken. At the same time, they also silently mourned Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indeed a genius who rose up like a comet, and, oh, body could deny this. But what he did wrong was that he should not have provoked the Pill Alliance. Now he ended up with the outcome of Paris. I plusing and Tao dissipating. No one felt that Yi Yuan would win. This was because the outside world had never heard of true grade before. Never even heard of it before, so how to refine it? The moment Song Yongning made a move, everyone's expressions changed. His every action and conduct, every move and stance, carried the ACCU, mutations of great Tao. The place where he stood, every inch of it formed a world of its own, and the aura radiating from his body quickly affected Yi Yuan. So strong! Is this the Pill Alliance's true strength? When Holy Sun is refining pills, it's completely different from ordinary heavenly alchemists. The relative superiority or inferiority can be distinguished in virtually one glance. Such a refinement combines Tao into one pill, one world. It's exhibited to the extreme in Holy Sun's hands. Looks like Yi Yuan really has no hope. Alchemy battles between heavenly alchemists, sometimes the relative superiority or inferiority, could not be differentiated until the moment the quality was tested. But as soon as Song Yongning made his move, everyone noticed the difference. Some people refined pills by intuition. Some people refined pills based on experience. But some people relied on powerful strength to refine pills. The vast majority of the heavenly alchemists in this world were the former two kinds. And the first two kinds of heavenly alchemists, no matter how sensitive your intuition was, no matter how experienced you were, there's also a feeling of groping for fish in muddied waters. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something, but not understanding why. But the third kind of heavenly alchemist operated from a strategically advantageous position, with a definite target in mind. They rarely made mistakes when refining pills, and the quality was extremely high. This kind of heavenly alchemist was like an extremely sophisticated instrument. Each step of the pill refinement was carried out according to a set route. Such a refinement would not make any mistakes at all. Holy Sun clearly belonged to this type of people. Yi Yuan also felt Song Yongning's power. It was just that he did not care. The stronger the opponent, the more it could stimulate his fighting spirit. He restrained his mind and cupped his fists. A Tai Chi diagram suddenly formed. A surge of great Tao ACCU. Mutations erupted vigorously. It actually pushed Holy Sun's great Tao ACCU. Mutations out. Song Yongning already had no distractions in his heart. But being scoured by this power of great Tao, he could not help being surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength was actually so strong. But when competing in alchemy, he had no time to spare for other things too. They were betting lives and could not crack any jokes. Hence, the two started an alchemy battle that left people dizzy. The moment Yi Yuan made his move, it could not avoid arousing a wave of shock. They did not expect that what Holy Sun could do, Yi Yuan could do it too. The two people's alchemy battle was very anxious. No one could predict how the final result would be. This kind of alchemy battle did not have glints and flashes of cold steel, but people similarly felt the intensity, as if these two masters were currently going back and forth, fighting fiercely without ceasing. After several hours, the two people virtually finished refining at the same time. Holy Sun's gaze turned toward Yi Yuan, frowning slightly. This boy's stubbornness somewhat exceeded his imagination. He was sure that his alchemy Tao was definitely above Yi Yuan's. But that was just because his cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan's. Song Yongning was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this result. Open the furnace. Looking at your expression, true grade should be hopeless, right? Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Yongning's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, "Boy, winning you don't have to be true grade either. If you don't reach grand completion 9th grade, you'll likewise lose." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? Then I'm afraid that I'll have to disappoint you, Song Yongning said in a solemn voice. Open the furnace. The two people's divine essence shook, each opening their furnace. 2 dazzling golden medicinal pills flew out. It naturally attracted a wave of exclamations. The moment they made their move, it was a 9th grade golden pill. These two people's strength was really ridiculous, disregarding the Pill Alliance's holy sun. Being powerful was to be expected too. But they did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually not the slightest bit inferior when facing such a powerful opponent. Song Yongning sneered and said, Boy, don't be pleased with yourself too early. Even if it's the same grand completion 9th grade, there are minute differences too. The result still needs to use the Cloud Mount Mother Stone to test before it can be confirmed. No need to doubt it. This holy sun is definitely peak 9th grade, without the slightest flaw. As for you, Song Yongning's words had unfinished meaning, but the meaning was already very obvious. He completely did not believe that Yi Yuan's medicinal pill could compare to his. The quality of heavenly pills, even if there was the slightest error, would have subtle differences. Pills were divided into 9 grades. This was just a rough differentiation. In reality, even if similarly upper 9th grade, the quality of the medicinal pill still had minute differences. Normally, there naturally would not be anyone who would care about these minute differences. But when two people's strengths were extremely close, this trace of difference was of utmost importance. This kind of minute difference could not be felt. Only through a sophisticated treasure like the Cloud Mount Mother Stone could it be discerned. When Yi Yuan heard that, he just shrugged and said coolly, Since when did a trash can be so confident? Stop talking rubbish and appraise it. Song Yongning gave a cold snort and reached his hand out to beckon, and his heavenly pills arrived on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. The scales soared madly all the way until it rushed to the peak in the end and had no way of rising any more. Buzz! There was an uproar from the crowd. They were all stunned by this scene. What did this show? This showed that Song Yongning's heavenly pill already reached the perfection of 9th grade, just as he said, without the slightest flaws. It's over. Holy Sun won for sure with this. At least Holy Sun is already established in an undefeatable position. Yi Yuan can at most just tie with Holy Sun. But I reckon that it's very hard. Holy Sun's strength is absolutely at peak 9th grade, and it's even possible to refine true grade. But Yi Yuan's heavenly pill likely still has a tiny trace of flaw. Everyone shook their heads, knowing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion. This was competing against 9th grade perfection, unless Yi Yuan could refine true grade. Otherwise, he could at most fight to a draw. But how difficult was it to reach a draw? Song Yongning gave a cold laugh and sent the Cloud Mount Mother Stone in front of Yi Yuan and said, Punk, it's your turn! At the thought of you suffering the agony of the origin divinity curse, this holy sun finds it very enjoyable right now. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan just smiled and did not talk nonsense either, sending his heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Chapter 26-24 Evenly Matched. Chapter 26-24 Evenly Matched. The scale soared all the way, straight up to 9th grade. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the Cloud Mount Mother Stone. Only 2 people were aloof and indifferent. One was Song Yongning. A hint of an arch appeared at the corner of his mouth, already feeling certain that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach 9th grade perfection. While the other was Yi Yuan himself. It was as if nothing could move him. Or should one say that was confidence? It was just that this confidence was so laughable when it landed into Song Yongning's eyes. Did this guy really think that 9th grade superlative was so easy to achieve? What kind of pain Song Yongning himself experienced in the process of 9th grade to 9th grade only he himself knew. Without endless tempering, without willpower and perseverance, it was simply impossible to achieve. How many complicated procedures were there in a pill refinement? If it really needed to be sorted it out in detail, that was absolutely an astronomical order of magnitude. Even if there was just a tiny trace of oversight, it would also make the quality unable to truly be consummated and reach perfection. Even in the Pill Alliance, there was also a sentence that was circulated. Ninth grade was easy, perfection was hard to seek. Even some senior elders found it very difficult to truly reach perfection too. It could be seen how difficult this step was. If not for this, he, Sang Yongning, would also have not been able to overpower all heroes and become the Holy Sun. Therefore, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to reach perfection. The scale rose little by little. It reached grand completion ninth grade very quickly. This was also within reason. Yi Yuan's heavenly pill could be discerned to be grand completion ninth grade using the naked eye. But whether or not it could reach ninth grade perfection, this was the crux. As the scale continued rising continuously, approaching the peak bit by bit, the audience was silent. Sang Yongning smiled and said, "Being able to reach this step, your strength is already very good. Of course, if not because of this, it would have been impossible for you to force this Holy Sun out too." Watching the scale approach perfection little by little, Sang Yongning was still talking in a jovial manner. But the scale did not have the intention of stopping. It still closed in on perfection bit by bit. Everyone's hearts were pounding. There was only less than the distance of a fingernail to perfection. Could it reach perfection? At this time, even Sang Yongning's breathing became somewhat uneven too. A thread away, the scale continued climbing and reached half a fingernail very soon. Then it closed in on perfection little by little. Sang Yongning's breathing became more and more labored along with the increase of the scale. Maxed. Right at the moment when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqing was the first to yell out. He should be the most worried among the audience. During this testing, he felt even more nervous than experiencing a great battle. The slightest difference determined Yi Yuan's life and death. That instant when the scale reached the limit, Luo Yunqing felt his nerves that were tightly bound finally loosen. Ninth grade perfection. Yi Yuan also reached ninth grade perfection. He actually fought to a draw with the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun. It turns out that Yi Yuan's strength is actually so strong. No wonder he dares to set up the Pill Pavilion and contend with the Pill Alliance. There was a series of exclamations all around. Everyone was also extremely amazed. They did not understand alchemy, but this did not prevent them from knowing about the difficulty of ninth grade perfection. It could be said that for the scale on the Cloud Mountain Motherstone to reach the limit, this was originally something that was theoretical. During the complicated and elaborate refinement, who dared to guarantee that there would be no mistakes? The Pill Alliance's Holy Sun could do it, but that was because he was standing at the very summit of the Rain-Clear Continent's alchemy path. He had the Pill Alliance's deep legacy. He had endless heavenly medicines to practice. He had conditions that other heavenly alchemists were not equipped with. But Yi Yuan had nothing. He reached this step too. How could this not make people marvel? Sang Yongning's expression was ugly to the extreme. What right did this guy have? How much hards? H+P had he suffered? How many trials had he gone through to reach this step himself? What right did this guy have to reach the sky in one step? The Pill Alliance had naturally investigated Yi Yuan before. Sang Yongning knew that the time Yi Yuan ascended had not been long. In fact, when this guy just ascended, his affinity was only 1 point. If not for this, he also would not have underestimated Yi Yuan so much. But what right did this guy have to reach ninth grade perfection in such a short time? No, it must be a fluke. Definitely a fluke. Lord Holy Sun, this ninth grade perfection doesn't seem to be so hard. You said it like flowers were cascading from the sky, saying to let me broaden my horizons. I was wondering how difficult it was. Yi Yuan looked at Sang Yongning and said with a smile that was not a smile. Sang Yongning's face turned black instantly having a feeling like he had his face slapped. He postured too hard previously. Who knew that this guy was lucky and refined ninth grade perfection in one go? He gave a cold snort and said in a solemn voice, "Humph, just got lucky, that's all. Do you think that you can reach ninth grade perfection each time? Furthermore, don't you forget, this round is the heavenly pill of your choice. In the next round, I'll choose. Let me tell you, refining grade, 2 heavenly pills. Ninth grade perfection is my bottom line. Also, you have to prevent me from refining a true grade, heavenly pill at any time." Yi Yuan shrugged and said with a smile, "We'll wait and see then. I want to see whether this ninth grade perfection is really that difficult or not." Both were ninth grade perfection. They naturally could not differentiate the relative superiority or inferiority. The second round alchemy battle was naturally prepared, ready very quickly. The first round was the pill formula that Yi Yuan picked. This round, it was Song Yongning's turn. Song Yongning directly chose a heavenly imperial pill. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill. It's my Pill Alliance's unique pill formula. It has never circulated in the outside world before. It should be your first time refining, right? This holy sun wants to see whether you can still reach ninth grade perfection or not." Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a faint smile, "Another kind of heavenly imperial pill formula, is it? Your Pill Alliance's foundation is really deep enough. Thank you for your pill formula." Song Yongning sneered and said, "You'll be crying in a while." A few hours later, the second round alchemy battle started again. Sure enough, it was still evenly matched in strength. This Heaven Decree Ice Marrow Pill. Yi Yuan refined it without the slightest sluggish feeling, as if he had gone through severe training. During these 3 months of alchemy battle, Yi Yuan was already very familiar with grade 2 heavenly pills. Whether or not it was the first time refining, it did not make a big difference to him. Actually, when Song Yongning took out this heavenly imperial pill, he was not hoping that it could stump Yi Yuan all at once. He understood that for Yi Yuan to be able to refine ninth grade perfection, his understanding of alchemy Dao was already tracing back to the source. A heavenly imperial pill was not enough to stump him. However, when tracing back to the source again, there were still many uncertain factors in an unfamiliar pill formula. As long as Yi Yuan's foundation was the slightest bit not solid, flaws would occur. If flaws occurred, it would not be able to reach ninth grade perfection. This way, his victory would be within grasp. At this time, what they competed in was true strength, refining a heavenly imperial pill. The two people's commotion was greater than before, as intense as always. After a few hours, the two people finished refining. After opening the furnace, sure enough, it was both grand completion ninth grade again. This spectacular sight naturally attracted another wave of exclamations. This kind of pinnacle showdown was simply enjoyable to them. Song Yongning was BRIMMING with confidence, directly placing the heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The scale reached its peak very quickly. Ninth grade perfection again. Chapter 26-25. Fierce Battles. Chapter 26-25. Fierce Battles. Ninth grade perfection again. Tied again. Too strong. The two are both too strong. When heavenly imperial pills reach their hands, it can actually reach ninth grade perfection too. Really too monstrous. Yi Yuan's heavenly imperial pill reached ninth grade perfection again. This made the whole audience seethe with excitement once more. They had never seen before such a fierce alchemy compet. One time, the two people's alchemy Dao had both reached the extreme. There was no way of determining the victor at all. Bringing out a heavenly imperial pill now, the two people similarly reached ninth grade perfection, especially that the Cloudarch great nation at this time, many ascender heavenly alchemists had already gathered. They were astonished by Yi Yuan's performance. Song Yongning was a native heavenly alchemist. His affinity even reached a horrifying 70 plus. His strength being powerful was within reason. But, as an ascender heavenly alchemist, Yi Yuan could actually contend with Song Yongning, this holy son with 10 points affinity. How amazingly talented was that? Song Yongning's smugness had not lasted very long, and his expression had already become very dark. Got slapped in the face again this time. The pill formula came from him. Furthermore, it was even a heavenly imperial pill. Yi Yuan definitely had not refined it before, but he still reached 9th grade perfection. He discovered that he severely underestimated Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was likely not far away from true grade as well. Of course, Song Yongning was clearly that 9th grade perfection to true grade. That was a great chasm. Even in the Pill Alliance, the elders capable of refining true grade were very few too. Yi Yuan being able to reach 9th grade perfection did not mean that he could refine true grade too. However, Song Yongning also realized that 9th grade perfection was likely unable to defeat Yi Yuan anymore. Wanting to defeat Yi Yuan, there was only true grade. Lord Holy Sun, the question that you asked is just SOSO as well. Seems like reaching 9th grade perfection isn't too difficult. Yi Yuan mocked. Song Yongning calmed down instead at this time and said in a solemn voice, "It's your turn to pose the question." Seeing Song Yongning's appearance, everyone was slightly somber in their hearts. They all realized that Song Yongning was serious. Once Song Yongning got serious, it meant that the chances of true grade appearing would probably greatly increase. Song Yongning said it before that when he refined grade 2 heavenly pills, the probability of true grade was about 1 in 5 times. Now, 2 times had already said there were not many chances left for Yi Yuan anymore. Yi Yuan did not care and said with a faint smile, grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill then. Grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. He's mad, right? Choosing this kind of basic heavenly pill, wouldn't the probability of Holy Sun reaching true grade be higher? What's Yi Yuan thinking? Isn't this digging his own grave? Those ascender heavenly alchemists directly burst into an uproar. If one had to say they were the same as Yi Yuan, all ascenders, there was naturally a natural sense of closeness. If Yi Yuan could really win, the Pill Pavilion would be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal. Then, the springtime of them all, these ascender heavenly alchemists, would be here. But Yi Yuan actually dug his own grave now and ruined the Great Wall himself. Song Yongning narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Very good. Looks like you're very confident in the Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. Do you want to use the Grade 2 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill to break through to true grade?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why? Can't I?" Song Yongning nodded slightly and said, "Of course you can. However, you'll have to hurry it up." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Amen, I'll hurry up." The third round began very soon. This time it was even more thrilling. Song Yongning said that he would reach true grade 1 out of 5 times. This did not mean that he would only refine a true grade on the 5th try. This was an issue of probability, a probability of 1 in 5. This was also to say that Song Yongning might be able to directly refine a true grade heavenly pill this time. After all, a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, this sort of basic heavenly pill, it was seriously too easy to Song Yongning. The simpler, the higher the probability of refining true grade naturally. Refining a grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill, the situation was far more intense than everyone imagined. The two people's alchemy, Tao, were virtually brought out to the extreme. That profound and inscrutable ACCU. Mulations of great Tao seemed to be like a splendid burst of martial techniques, class HI, plussing chaotically all around. While Song Yongning's great Tao ACCU mulations were incomparably powerful, Yi Yuan's great Tao ACCU Mulations were extremely solid, refining a grade 2 basic heavenly pill. The two people clearly accomplished it with even greater ease and could put more energy on the other party. This battle dazzled everyone's eyes. The refinement ended, the furnaces opened. Song Yongning's expression was very ugly. He failed. This guy was seriously too hard to deal with. Sure enough, the end result was still both 9th grade perfection. Unexpectedly, Song Yongning also chose a grade 2 basic pill in the 4th round. But the two still drew a tie in the 4th round, following which the 5th round, 6th round, all the way until the 19th round, the two still only refined 9th grade perfection. Song Yongning did not use a true grade heavenly pill to seal the victory, like he said. A total of 19 rounds were carried out for half a month. The crowd in front of Cloud Leisure establishment gathered more and more and was already densely packed. Many people even inquired and rushed over from various places. This kind of pinnacle alchemy battle already attracted more and more people's attention. And at the scene, the people were almost asphyxiated by such fierce alchemy battles. Too nervous, too exciting. These two practically represented rain-clear continents, pinnacle-most alchemy path standard. When Song Yongning brought out true grade this obstruction, everyone all thought that Yi Yuan would lose. But he persevered for a full 19 rounds. Yi Yuan's stubbornness set everyone's imagination. This was a fierce battle. It was not just a test of strength. It was a test of character, spirit, and endurance. After half a month, this level of peak showdown, the two people's minds were already tightly wounded to the extreme. Even if Song Yongning was a grade 3 heavenly alchemist and was much stronger to begin with, it was already more than he could bear. This alchemy battle had an even greater expenditure than experiencing a war unequaled by contemporaries. Since it was called an alchemy battle, the two people's refinement, great doubt ACCU, mulations, or a perception, all were crossing swords every hour and moment. He was somewhat unable to imagine how Yi Yuan persevered. Apart from the 1st round and 2nd round, the remaining 17 rounds, the two people both chose grade 2 foundation establishment heavenly pill. But no one broke through. The 19 rounds were tied without exception. After about of adjusting his breathing, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Hoo-hoo, you said 1 in 5. Now, there have already been 19 matches. You haven't even refined true grade once. The Pill Alliance's holy sun is merely thus." Song Yongning got serious, but he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. He discovered that this guy was simply too difficult to deal with. Yi Yuan was like a perpetual motion machine. After fighting 19 consecutive matches, he could still keep up with his pace. Song Yongning was very certain that Yi Yuan's mind had already reached its limit, because this grade 3 heavenly alchemist, the Pill Alliance Holy Sun, had already reached his limit too, but he was just able to hold on. Song Yongning had to admit that if it were him, he would not have been able to hold on. At this point, what they competed in was already not just strength, but even more of will. Whoever failed to persist first would be eliminated. Chapter 26-26 Whirlpool. Chapter 26-26 Whirlpool. Yi Yuan had to admit that Song Yongning was the strongest opponent that he had encountered so far, not one of. Even the medicine ancestor back then was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan too. Medicine ancestor's might was merely just because his cultivation realm was high, that was all. When Yi Yuan's cultivation realm came up, he became too weak to stand up to the compet. One Tian. But regarding Song Yongning's might, that was a strength like a piece of steel that had been tempered 100 times. The power of the Pill Alliance's foundation exceeded Yi Yuan's imagination. If one holy sun was already like this, then how strong was the alchemy path strength of the Pill Alliance's leader? Unimaginable. In terms of talent, in terms of strength, in terms of cultivation realm, Yi Yuan even lost by a hair. Even if it was the foundation that Yi Yuan had always been proudest of, Song Yongning was extremely solid too. It might not be as good as Yi Yuan, but it would absolutely not go so far as to become a shortcoming. Such an opponent, it was far too difficult to want to beat him. But it was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan was even more eager to defeat the other party. If that Han Yi was his whetstone in martial Dao, then this Cang Yongning was the best whetstone on his path of alchemy Dao. In the current circumstances, it was simply impossible to determine the victor within 9th grade. Only whoever could break the shackles and reach true grade could win. 8 years of close seclusion. Yi Yuan had long detected that there was likely an even higher grade above 9th grade perfection. But this step was fleeting and ephemeral. He was separated by a layer of windowpane paper from this, but could not piece it all along. Yi Yuan had no succession of teachings from a teacher. With no foundation, he could only rely on his own fumbling. But Cang Yongning was the best whetstone that the Pill Alliance gave him. Therefore, he did his utmost to prevent Cang Yongning from refining true grade for now, while he himself also had to break the shackles amidst this tipping point. This alchemy battle could be said to be the most difficult battle on his path of alchemy. 30 matches tied, 40 matches tied, 50 matches still tied. In a blink, the two people had already been fighting fiercely for more than 3 months. Even those people who had been watching the battle from the start could not quite hold on anymore. But the two people in the field were still fighting nonstop. Yes, this alchemy battle already evolved into a war. The outcome was this battle was too important. Regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or Cang Yongning, neither could afford to lose. This alchemy battle already caused a great sensation in the 5 light heavenly region. Even in the entire rain-clear continent, countless heavenly alchemists gathered at Cloudarch Great Nation. The 5 great heavenly sect masters were also all present at this time. Countless powerhouses, gazes, focused on a measly little Cloudarch Great Nation. Before this, even if Yi Yuan challenged 17 grandmasters in a row, these sect master overlords also did not feel that there was anything. In their view, that was merely martial secure, heavenly sect's deathbed struggle. But after 3 months, everyone's views had changed, because they all realized that this alchemy battle would probably affect the entire rain-clear continent's structure. If Yi Yuan won this battle, the Pill Pavilion would immediately become a superpower capable of contending with the Pill Alliance. Henceforth, Ascenders did not need to be restricted by the Pill Alliance anymore. This battle held extraordinary significance, but the prerequisite was that Yi Yuan won. In the royal palace of Cloudarch Great Nation, the emperor could only wait outside Jinluan Hall. The sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects were gathered here at this time. The 5 people's gazes were staring at the light screen in front. What was displayed on the light screen was precisely the projection of Yi Yuan and Cang Yongning's alchemy battle. Shangyu Heavenly Sect Master Ling Wanqing could not resist exclaiming, "Feng Shuani, I didn't expect that your martial secure heavenly sect actually produced such a rare prodigy. If he wins this battle, Yi Yuan's name can likely be on par with Lord Zhuo Bufan." Xingyun Heavenly Sect Master Hua Zio nodded in agreement and said, "After Lord Zhuo Bufan, our 5 great heavenly sects met with hindrance everywhere and were powerless to support the frontiers. The biggest reason is this heavenly pill. If the momentum of the Pill Pavilion is formed, we Ascenders won't have to be restricted anymore. In as little as 1,000 years or as many as 3,000 years, our 5 light heavenly region will definitely be able to replicate our glory." Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect Master Yang Jie's brows furrowed slightly, having much unhappiness with these remarks. After all, the Myriad Manifestation Heavenly Sect was the central sect, the leader of the 5 sects. But he also had no choice but to admit that Ling Wanqing and Hua Zio's statements made sense. Zhuo Bufan was amazingly talented, standing proudly in the firmament. But such a person was too rare after all. However, if the Pill Pavilion's momentum could form, it would be able to create a large number of experts. The combat power of Ascenders greatly said native powerhouses in the first place. If there was the help of heavenly pills, it would naturally be even more like adding wings to a tiger. It was no exaggeration to say that it was changing the structure of Rain-Clear continent in the slightest. When he heard the news of Yi Yuan battling Song Yongning, Feng Shuani was dumbfounded too. The Pill Alliance came into being domineeringly. Who would have expected that they were actually forced by Yi Yuan into such a situation? Yi Yuan's agreement of 20 years was really not empty talk. If the Pill Pavilion's momentum formed, why would his martial secure, heavenly sect still need to be scared of whatever Pill Alliance? What was laughable was that those short-sighted people in the sect were probably Imbara's said until they had no face to come out anymore now, right? Feng Shuani, if Yi Yuan can really win, you can't go back on the promise that your Pill Pavilion made back then. Otherwise, my myriad manifestation, heavenly sect, will be the first to disapprove. Yang Jie suddenly said. The so-called promise was Yi Yuan saying back then that the Pill Pavilion was an open faction and would not forcefully recruit heavenly alchemists like the Pill Alliance. This was of utmost importance to the other 4 sects. The heavenly alchemists were S.N.A.T.C., head away by you alone. What had it got to do with us still? At that point, after the Pill Pavilion rose, wouldn't it become another Pill Alliance? Feng Shuani nodded and said, Central Sect, please rest assured. Yi Yuan said before that as long as it's the 5 great heavenly sects disciples, the Pill Pavilion will be completely open to them. As long as they are heavenly alchemists who join the Pill Pavilion, they will be able to browse all of the pill formulas and receive the best training. After success, the 5 great heavenly sects disciples will return to their sects, respectively, and be their own masters. If Yi Yuan can win, the 5 of us can sign a treaty on the spot and keep to this constraint for generations to come. It's just that our 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breadth and branch to begin with. The rise of the Pill Pavilion also needs the support of the Central Sect and the 3 sects. Yang Jie's expression eased up slightly, and he said with a nod, That's of course. If the Pill Pavilion is formed, our 5 sects should join forces and drive the Pill Alliance out of 5 light heavenly region. Feng Shuani nodded slightly, his gaze landing on the light screen again. He secretly cheered Yi Yuan on in his heart. There were no 2 ways about it. It all fell under the prerequisite that Yi Yuan could win. If Yi Yuan failed, the martial secure heavenly sect would likely suffer a devastating blow. The implications of this alchemy battle were seriously too great. No one expected that things would actually play out until like this. Each of the 2 people's alchemy battle was like a layer of a whirlpool. As the number of matches increased, this whirlpool got bigger and bigger, increasingly larger. Finally, it affected the entire Rain-Clear continent. Now, the general trend had already formed. No one could reverse it anymore. Most likely, the Pill Alliance's alliance chief also did not expect that there would be such consequences when he sent Song Yongning out, right? The situation could no longer be controlled. These 2 people's alchemy battle would eventually collapse. Either the Pill Alliance collapses, or the 5 light heavenly region crumbles. If the Pill Alliance collapsed, they would merely withdraw from 5 light heavenly region. But if the 5 light heavenly region collapsed, their days in the future would be difficult. Suddenly, Feng Shuani's gaze turned sharp. This alchemy battle that had dragged on finally made waves again. Chapter 26-27. An opponent worthy of respect. Chapter 26-27. An opponent worthy of respect. Dao Rule. Yang Jie's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise, This is alchemy Dao Rule. But who brought this down? Hua Zio said with a frown. At this time, the entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was in a stir. The sky was normal, But the air pressure over Cloud Arch Great Nation was low until it was depressing. Everyone felt as if the sky was pressing down. People started to realize that the victor of this drawn-out pinnacle showdown was finally going to be determined. It was just that who on earth brought down this alchemy Tao rule? Or maybe they both attracted it. On a watchtower in the city, two men were currently watching this alchemy battle from afar, noticing the descent of the Tao rule. One of them, a white-robed, middle-aged man, had a hint of a smile revealed at the corners of his mouth. Looks like the die is cast. Our arrangements are no longer necessary. Fei Bai. Looks like your day of becoming famous worldwide will be postponed again. The white-robed, middle-aged man looked at the man with a cold expression beside him as he said, smilingly, the Aiden. 1. Ties of these two men were extraordinary. The white-robed, middle-aged man was the Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief, Huang Fu Cloudthink. And the man with a cold expression was the Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall's Hallmaster, the #1 swordsman, Xiao Feibai. It was naturally impossible for this alchemy battle that swept throughout the entire Rainclear continent to not arouse the Pill Alliance's attention. In reality, the Pill Alliance's attention to this alchemy battle exceeded the 5 great heavenly sects' imagination. The Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief and #1 swordsman turned up in person. It was just that their whereabouts were very secretive. Plus, no one saw them at all. It was naturally not easy to be exposed. Furthermore, listening to the meaning in Huang Fu Cloudthink's words, the Pill Alliance even made considerable arrangements targeting this alchemy battle. Xiao Feibai stood with his hands behind his back and said with a frosty expression, "To this Xiao, becoming famous or not isn't important. What's important is pursuing the limit of Sword Dao. I heard that the 5 great heavenly sect masters have formidable strength. This Xiao had the intention to fight, but unfortunately, the opportunity has yet to arrive." If these words were heard by others, it would definitely set the world on fire. The meaning in his words was actually to challenge the 5 great sect masters at the same time. Such words were seriously too arrogant. What kind of powerhouses were the 5 great sect masters? One could say that similarly heavenly sects, the sect masters of the 5 great heavenly sects, were much stronger than the likes of J-True Heavenly Sect. These were senders. Huang Fu Cloudthink smiled and said, "Relax, there will be a chance. It's just that, a shame about Yi Yuan, this boy. If he can join my Pill Alliance, it will definitely be like adding wings to a tiger." Even someone as cold as Xiao Feibai also nodded in agreement and said, "A grade 2 heavenly alchemist and even an ascender being able to force Tsang Yongning to such a situation. Remarkable." His face did not have any expression, but the word remarkable was already sufficient to prove his approval of Yi Yuan. Tsang Yongning's strength, regardless of whether it was Xiao Feibai or Huang Fu Cloudthink, they were well aware of it. Furthermore, Tsang Yongning's character was level-headed, and he was absolutely not a flippant person. Otherwise, even if he was the Holy Sun, he could not have persevered through 3 months of alchemy battles too. Facing Yi Yuan's entanglement and being able to proceed steadily, without making the slightest mistake for 3 months, this in itself explained everything. But it was also precisely because of this that it exhibited Yi Yuan's amazingness even more. Just as Tsang Yongning said, Yi Yuan was just an ascender, just a grade 2 heavenly alchemist. Huang Fu Cloudthink smiled and said, "It's just a pity he's destined to be a dead man." It was not just the 2 of them from the Pill Alliance that came in. They already had more than 10 S. Sins lie in ambush in front of Cloud Leisure establishment. If Yi Yuan won, Huang Fu Cloudthink would give the order immediately to kill Yi Yuan. The implications of this battle were too great. Even the Pill Alliance could not afford to lose 2. If they let the Pill Pavilion rise, it would cause tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance's interests. It was impossible for the Pill Alliance to sit by and watch the Pill Pavilion rise up. Dao rule was invisible. No one knew who caused it the moment it dropped down. But in the view of the vast majority of the people, this was likely brought down by Holy Sun. Although this alchemy battle was deeply worrying, wanting to reach true grade just based on an alchemy battle, it was a little too ridiculous. True grade, since it was called a legendary grade, it was naturally difficult to the extreme. Didn't you see that even Holy Sun was unable to refine it after being disturbed by Yi Yuan for so long? The appearance of this scene caused many people to sigh. A rising alchemy overlord actually fell, just like that. Zhang Yongning and Yi Yuan had clearly felt the appearance of this Tao rule too. After 3 months of fierce fighting, it was finally time to show true ability. A hint of excitement and smugness flitted across Zhang Yongning's face. This battle was the most difficult to win since he made his debut. When the Pill Alliance sent him out, he absolutely never thought that this opponent would actually be so difficult. In these 3 months, he did not dare to relax the slightest bit, his entire person forced until he almost went mad. But he still did not dare to slack off. This was a test of will. He understood that even if there was any slacking off, the one who dies would be him. Fortunately, the clouds were dispelled and the bright moon could be seen. The Tao rule finally came. Zhang Yongning knew that this battle was very hard won, but the benefits obtained were unimaginable too. This kind of tenacious and formidable opponent could only be encountered with luck, but not by searching for it. He could feel through the aura that even at this moment, when the Tao rule had already descended, Yi Yuan was still completing the refinement fastidiously. This opponent was worthy of respect. The Tao rule descended little by little. People could feel its existence, but could not see it. But they could feel that the falling speed of the Tao rule was currently getting faster and faster. The two people's refinement reached the most critical moment. Condense. At virtually the same time, the two people yelled out this word. Then, the Tao rule suddenly accelerated and dove down. Zhang Yongning laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're an opponent worthy of respect. To be able to force this Holy Sun to this point, you can be sufficiently proud of yourself. But you're destined to become a stepping stone on this Holy Sun's alchemy path. You can go with peace of mind." Sigh, 3 months. To actually lost just like that, really not resigned to it. This Tao rule is indeed brought down by the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun. Us Ascenders finally had a chance to rise, but I didn't expect he is going to be defeated just like that. A series of lamenting came from all around. As Ascenders, they naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to win. It was just that sadly no. There was only one Tao rule that fell. If it was 2, Yi Yuan still had hopes of drawing. The result was already destined. At this time, the invisible Tao rule rushed faster and faster, falling straight to the mortal world. Boom! There was an intense tremor on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Among the dumbfounded people, it naturally included Zhang Yongning too. Because this Tao rule did not fall into his medicine cauldron, but it landed in Yi Yuan's medicine cauldron. The whole place was deathly silent. In the royal palace, the 5 great sect masters had stupefied faces. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink and Xiao Feibai had shocked faces. Also, the various factions' big shots all had disbelief written all over their faces too. Yi Yuan won, fighting fiercely for 3 months. Yi Yuan actually broke the shackles and suppressed the Pill Alliance's Holy Sun, refining true grade. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Yongning and said with a slight smile, "I'll return those earlier words to you. You're indeed an opponent worthy of respect." Chapter 26-28. True grade emerges. Holy Sun defeated. A storm arises. Chapter 26-28. True grade emerges. Holy Sun defeated. A storm arises. Zhang Yongning was indeed an opponent worthy of respect. This was Zhang Yongning's most difficult battle. So, how was it also not Yi Yuan's most difficult battle? Although this guy was haughty, one had to admit he was absolutely an alchemy path genius. In alchemy, Yi Yuan had never been unduly humble. He knew that he himself was a peerless genius. But Song Yongning was no less inferior to him from any angle. This guy was remarkable, but that was also more worthy of victory. This battle, the harvest that Yi Yuan obtained, was inestimable. 3 months of fierce fighting had stimulated all the potential in his body. If he still could not break through like this, then Yi Yuan would also be too much of a failure. In reality, what was hard was not refining true grade. The truly difficult thing was refining true grade under the suppression of your opponent. That needed your strength to truly overwhelm your opponent. After 3 months of fierce fighting, Yi Yuan's and Song Yongning's improvements were tremendous. It was just that the two of their suppression on their opponents kept maintaining the results at 9th grade perfection. That was all. If Song Yongning refined a pill by himself now, the chances of refining true grade would likely greatly increase. Actually, during the 26th match, Yi Yuan already felt that he had broken through. And all the way until now, the two had already fought 47 matches. Only then did Yi Yuan completely suppress Song Yongning in terms of strength and bring down the Tao rule. Of course, these were all internal. Only Yi Yuan himself knew about it. Even Song Yongning himself did not detect it either. Therefore, he thought that this Tao rule was attracted by him. The entire process was like boiling the frog slowly in warm water. By the time the frog realized the truth, he could not jump out anymore. Shock and disbelief were written all over Song Yongning's face. You, this is impossible. This is impossible. He had never had such a setback in alchemy before. After 3 months of fierce fighting, he was actually Serpa S, said by Yi Yuan in all aspects. This sort of thing should not have happened in his understanding. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and fired a stream of divine essence into the medicine cauldron. Buzz! The moment the medicine cauldron opened, an aura of great Tao instantly spread out. A crystal-like medicinal pill flew onto Yi Yuan's palm, quietly. There was no dazzling brilliance of a 9th grade golden pill, and also no medicinal fragrance that greeted the nose. There was nothing other than the simple and unadorned of returning to one's original simplicity. That was a crystal. It looked just like an ordinary GLA SS ball, but it gave people an extraordinary feeling at a glance. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Great Tao unembellished, returning to one's original simplicity. It's indeed true grade. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll surely be my Pale Alliance's mortal calamity." Xiao Feibai nodded slightly, his figure flash. Plussing and disappearing on the spot. True grade, 2 foundation establishment, heavenly pill. It suspended on Yi Yuan's palm, quietly just like that. After Song Yongning saw it, his expression could not help changing greatly, his eyes full of horror. True grade. It was really true grade. He was defeated. It's also my first time refining this. Since you're the Pale Alliance's holy son, you should be able to tell whether it's true grade or not, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile. He was not afraid of Song Yongning lying. Even if Song Yongning lied, Heavenly Tao would not lie. The two of them swore an origin divinity curse to Heavenly Tao. Regardless of whether or not Song Yongning admitted it, Heavenly Tao would judge it by itself. Song Yongning's expression was ashen, and his lips turned purple. Suddenly, he raised his head to the sky and gave a long howl and fell down in pain. The origin divinity curse erupted. Heavenly Tao backlash was immensely painful. And this scene also confirmed that the heavenly pill in Yi Yuan's hand was indeed true grade. True grade heavenly pill. It showed its true face in front of the world for the first time. This is a true grade heavenly pill. It's pure like white snow. Too incredible. Really too impressive. The spring of us Ascenders is finally coming. Master Yi is mighty. Master Yi is mighty. No one paid attention to the loser. The Ascenders present were all cheering joyfully. In the royal palace, Feng Shuani almost jumped up. He had an excited face as he said, "True grade! It's really true grade. This guy really did it. Ha ha ha." After the other 4 great sect masters' shock, they were also extremely envious when they saw Feng Shuani's appearance. But sadly, Yi Yuan was born in the martial secure, heavenly sect. If he was born in their sect, how great would that be? Although the Pill Pavilion would not restrict the background of the disciples, as martial secure heavenly sect's subsidiary force, the benefits obtained by the sect were self-evident. Quickly go to the scene. The more commotion it is at this time, the more careful we have to be, Yang Jie suddenly said. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly put away their excitement and rushed to Cloud Leisure establishment. The entire Cloud Arch Great Nation was seething with excitement. All of the Ascenders were cheering joyfully. Yi Yuan's victory was not just his own victory. It was also the victory of Ascenders. His victory would usher in a new era and bring glad tidings to Ascenders. In a sense, the significance of Yi Yuan's victory even Serpa said Zhuo Bufan. The cheers even drowned out Song Yongning's painful groans. Amidst these cheers, Song Yongning's voice gradually weakened and finally quietened. An alchemy genius of his generation fell here. Ha ha ha, Yuan, I indeed didn't misjudge you. You vented my martial secure, heavenly sect's frustration for the past 20 years. Amidst the loud laugh, Luo Yunqing headed straight for Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the crowd, several dozen piercing, cold-killing intent suddenly lit up. All of a sudden, corpses flew about randomly around Yi Yuan. At the same time, there were actually several dozen figures that charged towards him. Each one of them, their strengths were so powerful that it was suffocating the people around them. Jade Sovereign Heaven. Dozens of Jade Sovereign Heavens. Yes, dozens of people more than the ASC. Sins arranged by the Pill Alliance. The ones who wanted Yi Yuan dead were not just like Pill Alliance. The other 4 great heavenly regions, heavenly sects, did not want Yi Yuan to live either. The sensation caused by this matter was seriously far too great. It was naturally impossible for the 4 great heavenly regions to stay aloof from the affair. The rise of the Pill Pavilion did not just threaten the interests of the Pill Alliance. There was even the safety of the 4 great heavenly regions. Therefore, Yi Yuan must die. Luo Yunqing's expression changed wildly, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. In just an instant, he felt it. 31 people. 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens. In order to kill a greater sublime heavenly stratum, 31 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums were dispatched at once. The Pill Alliance really put down the blood capital. However, he did not have time to think too much either. His entire person immediately turned into a sharp sword and rushed toward Yi Yuan. At this moment, he only had one thought: to protect Yi Yuan from dying. Even if he died, Yi Yuan could not die. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was too great. But he just moved, and Uncle Wen moved already. Uncle Wen, Song Yongning's follower, was a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse too. Furthermore, his strength was only stronger and not weaker than Luo Yunqing. Get lost! Luo Yunqing's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, and he roared furiously. Uncle Wen was expressionless and said with indifference, "Give up? Even if immortals come today, they can't save Yi Yuan either. He must die." Bang, bang, bang. In virtually an instant, Uncle Wen and Luo Yunqing exchanged more than 10 moves. But Luo Yunqing could not shake Uncle Wen off, and those 31 Jade Sovereign Heavens already rushed over. Yi Yuan was in grave danger. Chapter 26-29. 100 Poison Formation. Chapter 26-29. 100 Poison Formation. Audacious fellow, to dare cause trouble on my Shanyu Heavenly Sect's territory deserves to be killed. A stern yell came from above the void. It was Ling Wancheng. The 5 great sect masters rushed over at the same time. The Pill Alliance made thorough preparations. So, how could the 5 great heavenly sects be amateurs? The 5 great sect masters moving out at the same time. How shocking was the commotion. And right at this time in Estones, H.I. plus ing sword rose to the sky, flying straight for the 5 great sect masters. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Who was this? To actually dare make a move against the 5 great sect masters with his strength alone? Who could this person be if not Xiao Feibai? In a single breath, Xiao Feibai clashed with the 5 great sect masters. In a blink, Xiao Feibai and the 5 great sect masters exchanged more than 100 moves. The 5 great sect masters were actually unable to free themselves for some time. It had long already fallen into a mess in front of Cloud Leisure Establishment. The 5 great heavenly sects, Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, also moved out in full force at this time. It was just that their reaction was clearly not as fast as the Pill Alliance and other factions. Even though they made a move, they could only hinder a dozen over people. There were still nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens who rushed in front of Yi Yuan. When Feng Shuani saw this scene, his heart could not help palpitating, thinking inwardly that it was over. With Yi Yuan's bit of strength, how could there be any fluke under the joint killing of 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens? The nearest one was less than 200 feet away from Yi Yuan. This bit of distance was but a single breath to a Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. From the start until now, Yi Yuan did not even move a muscle, looking like he was scared silly. When that Jade Sovereign Heaven saw the scene, a hint of a cruel smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Personally killing a genius who could defeat Holy Sun was a great sense of accomplishment. When the Huangfu Cloud Think on the watchtower saw this scene, a hint of smile similarly flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "No matter how monstrous the genius, it's also useless if he's dead. Boy, you showed too much of your ability." But very soon, the smile on his face froze. Those dozen over people Russ, H.I. plussing towards Yi Yuan actually stopped at the same time, and Yi Yuan's figure also floated out from under the siege of more than a dozen people unhurriedly. An expression of shock appeared on Huangfu Cloudthink's face, and he muttered, What's going on here?" Suddenly his gaze turned intent. He saw that wafts of hot steam actually emerged on top of those Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses' heads. Seeing this scene, how could Huangfu Cloud Think still not understand what had happened? Used poison? A greater sublime, heavenly stratum. What kind of poison did he use to be able to affect 20 Jade Sovereign Heavens at the same time? Huangfu Cloud Think's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, This scene similarly landed in the eyes of Feng Shuani, Luo Yunqing, and the rest. Seeing Yi Yuan succeed in breaking out of the encirclement, their minds could not help quivering. This boy had such shocking moves. Facing the besiegement of nearly 20 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, he could actually escape safe and sound. Seeing Yi Yuan float out unhurriedly, the faces of those Jade Sovereign Heavens all revealed indignant expressions. Not that they did not want to kill, but that they were strong in will, but lacking in strength. Although this poison was not lethal, it severely affected their movements. Especially one of the poisons, it even had a numbing effect. That Jade Sovereign Heaven who charged right at the front had a baleful look on his face. Just earlier, he suddenly discovered that he was poisoned. Furthermore, he got hit by many poisons. He suddenly discovered that he actually got caught in a poison formation. Roughly calculating, he was actually hit by 100 kinds of poison. Furthermore, the effects of these poisons were different from each other. Some targeted the meridians, some targeted the divine essence, some even targeted the origin divinity. With 100 types of poisons superimposed together, it actually made his bodily functions temporarily fall into paralysis, just like a machine that suddenly jammed. This guy was clearly right under his nose, but he was unable to take action. D.A.M. and it. These jade sovereign heavens did not dare to dawdle, expelling the poison on the spot. There were many jade sovereign heaven powerhouses of the 5 great heavenly sects lying in wait on every side. Getting poisoned at this time, even if it was just getting poisoned a little, it would be fatal. Sure enough, right at this time, the 5 great heavenly sects jade sovereign heavens arrived. The last 3 jade sovereign heavens at the back were directly hacked to death. Just this tiny bit of delay, those jade sovereign heaven sins all fell into Pa-S siveness, and Yi Yuan also directly floated to the safe area. Ha ha ha! Terrific, lad. Indeed, you didn't let me down. Yi Yuan, wait a moment. This sect master will be there right away. When Feng Shuani saw Yi Yuan escape with his life, he could not resist letting out a loud laugh and said to the other 4 great sect masters, I'll leave this guy to you all. I'm going to protect Yi Yuan. Go on. Yang Jie answered. No matter how strong Xiao Feibai was, it was also impossible to tie down 5 great sect masters at the same time. His appearance earlier was just in order to buy a little time for the people below. Now that the plan fell through, with 4 great sect masters pinning him down, it was enough. Feng Shuani forced Xiao Feibai back with one move, his figure flying toward Yuan like an arrow that left the bowstring. Xiao Feibai still had a frosty expression, but during the fierce battle his brows furrowed slightly. He knew that the plan failed. However, Xiao Feibai's strength still shocked the 5 great sect masters. Facing the siege of 5 great sect masters, Xiao Feibai could actually hold out for so long. This level of strength was simply Astoni's. Plussing. The 5 great sect masters knew in their hearts that Xiao Feibai's strength was not beneath any of theirs. Just who is your esteemed self? Yang Jie asked. Xiao Feibai's hand movements did not slow as he said coolly, Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall, Xiao Feibai. This battle today, the name of the 5 great sect masters indeed lives up to the reputation. Unfortunately, I can't battle to my heart's content. In the future, this Xiao will naturally seek guidance from the 5 of you. Farewell. Sword intent surged on Xiao Feibai's body, and he suddenly slashed out with a sword. This sword was amazing to the extreme. When the Luo Yunqing, who was currently in a fierce battle, felt this sword intent, his expression immediately changed wildly. His gaze revealed a strong battle intent. Xiao Feibai's sword shocked him immensely. Too strong. Talented people indeed remained in concealment in the Pill Alliance, repelling the 4 great sect masters with a sword. Xiao Feibai's figure moved, disappearing from the sky. Withdraw. At the same time, he even left behind a word. The Pill Alliance's powerhouses knew that this matter already could not go through and retreated one after another. On the watchtower, Huangfu Cloudthink frowned and said, 100 poison formation. I didn't expect that this boy's poison path can actually reach such a level. What a formidable boy. Finished saying, Huangfu Cloudthink's figure flashed, disappearing. Looking at Xiao Feibai's distant figure, the 4 great sect masters had solemn faces. I didn't expect that the Pill Alliance actually has such a formidable expert. His strength is likely not beneath any of us. Hua Zio exclaimed with a sigh. Ha ha, no need to put feathers in your own cap. In a one-on-one, we might not be his match. Yang Jie said with a cold smile. Hua Zio's expression choked, but he did not refute as well. He knew that what Yang Jie said was the truth. This Xiao Feibai's strength was extremely strong. Ling Wanqing sighed and said, This Pill Alliance has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Within a short 2 months, they could mobilize so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Most likely, their strength far exceeds our imagination. This faction is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yang Jie nodded slightly and said, Our 5 sects can't be in a state of disunity anymore. At this rate, the dominion that Lord Zhuobu Fan won over will be lost by us eventually. Chapter 2630, Dispute. Chapter 2630, Dispute. In Shangyu Heavenly Sect's main hall, the 5 great sect masters were seated according to guest and host. The 6th seat was Yi Yuan. Even many highly qualified Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were positioned below Yi Yuan too. It could be seen what kind of height this battle made Yi Yuan's status reach. Becoming famous across the land with one battle, Yi Yuan and Sang Yongning's alchemy battle subverted the world's understanding of alchemy, including these sect elders present. Only now did they know that there was even true grade above 9th grade. It turned out that affinity was not set in stone. Only then did they know how deep the Pill Alliance's foundation was. In reality, after this battle, the 5 great sect masters' dread toward the Pill Alliance grew deeper. What kind of terrifying powerhouses could such a powerful alchemy path faction groom? Xiao Feibai was merely one of them. Gentlemen, for so many years, we've been frogs at the bottom of a well. The strength that the Pill Alliance exhibited this time astonishes this sect master greatly. Not just their alchemy path strength, but also martial path strength. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces, his words full of solemnness. Xiao Feibai's appearance gave the 5 great sect masters tremendous pressure. When Ling Wanqing heard that, he also followed up. The strength of that man with a cold expression is only more and not less compared to the 5 of us. The sensation that this alchemy battle caused is too sudden. Most likely, the Pill Alliance is caught off guard too. But, just judging from the strength that they displayed this time, the Pill Alliance's strength is unfathomable. Yang Jie nodded slightly and said, "The Pill Alliance rose after Lord Zhuo went missing. This faction is very mysterious. It rarely shows its strength in front of others. All along, we only know that the heavenly alchemists that come from the Pill Alliance are very strong. But only all the way until today do we know that they are not just strong, but strong beyond our imagination. With their alchemy path strength, they can completely create a batch of martial Dao army whose strength doesn't lose to us ascenders." Feng Shuani nodded and said, "The Pill Alliance boycotting my martial secure heavenly sect this time. It has likely been premeditated for a long time. They should have felt that their ACCU, Mulat strength, is already sufficient to go from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. They boycotted my martial secure heavenly sect in order to awe the world and reveal its strength. It's just that they didn't expect that my martial secure heavenly sect produced a Yi Yuan, completely disrupting their plans." The words of the few great sect masters made the expressions of the various sects' elders become very solemn. Clearly, they felt tremendous pressure too. In the Pill Alliance, the vast majority were native powerhouses. And native powerhouses and ascenders were naturally 2 camps that had clear distinctions between each other. Even wanting to fish in troubled waters was very, very difficult. Therefore, the Pill Alliance's existence was like a sharp sword, suspending high above their heads. Yang Jie said, "Presently, our 5-light heavenly region has already made a clean break with the Pill Alliance. Our 5 sect masters have already decided that from now on, our 5 sects will work together to completely eliminate the Pill Alliance's forces." The elders trembled all over. Many people's faces revealed looks of hesitation. A white-browed elder said with a frown, "Sect Master Yang, this matter is likely inappropriate, right? Completely breaking away from the Pill Alliance. The disciples are still fine, but how will we, these Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums, cultivate in the future?" Although the 5 great sect masters already reached a consensus on this matter, but within each sect it was also not harmonious. Those who took issue with it were not in a minority. In reality, with regards to the operation this time, each sect had many elders who objected to it in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be the Pill Alliance and other sects turned to act wildly in the 5-light heavenly region's territory? The various sect elders that came to Cloudarch Great Nation this time were just a few. At this time, Another elder spoke up and said, 5 sect masters. Just a holy son of the Pill Alliance already has such formidable strength. Then what kind of realm would the alchemy Tao of the leader of the Pill Alliance reach? Yi Yuan's talent and strength are indeed very strong, but can he refine grade for heavenly pills? Our 5 sects added together currently only has Chu Yan and Dong Rui, 2 grade for heavenly alchemists too. Can the Pill Pavilion take out grade 4 heavenly pills to support our 5 great heavenly sects, Jade, Sovereign Heavens? No matter how strong Yuan is, he's also merely on the same level as the Pill Alliance's Holy Son. He isn't Lord Zhuobufan and can't support us Ascenders. It's all this brat's fault. If not for him, we also wouldn't have ended up in this situation with the Pill Alliance. Yang Jie's suggestion was strongly opposed by many elders. Although these people were not the leaders of a sect, they had a great say in the sect. The weight of the words that they said was very heavy. Although the sect master was strong, it was also impossible to cover the sky with one hand in such a large sect. Therefore, there was an alliance this time. Hearing these elders' righteous objections, the 5 great sect masters all furrowed their brows tightly. Being able to become sect masters, their horizons and courage were not what these elders could compare to. Perhaps the 5 great heavenly sects each had their own interests, but on major issues of principle, the 5 people were surprisingly unanimous. Witnessing the Pill Alliance's might, the 5 people all deeply realized that they could no longer do things independently. If the 5 great heavenly sects still did not band up, the crisis of the 5 light heavenly region would probably be arriving soon. But these elders clearly could not see this. In their view, immediate interests were more important. What interests? Heavenly pills. Grade 4 heavenly pills, high-quality grade 4 heavenly pills. Only the Pill Alliance could provide them. Therefore, they did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance. Each and every one of these elders' blood boiled with indignation. But the spearhead of the words gradually pointed toward Yi Yuan. The fiercest one was the white-browed elder. He was the myriad manifestation, heavenly sect's second elder, Duan Yongchun. Do as I say. Take Yi Yuan down and send him to the Pill Alliance to make amends and appease their wrath. Duan Yongchun said, Enough. Feng Shuani seriously could not listen anymore. He berated angrily and said, Duan Yongchun, use your brain to think properly. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance is a charity? They are actually using heavenly pills to control the entire Rainclear continent. Duan Yongchun sneered and said, Hoo-hoo, this Duan's words. If Sect Master Feng doesn't like to hear it, forget it. But these words are overly exaggerating things to raise an alarm. The Rainclear continent is so big. How can it be what a Pill Alliance can control? Feng Shuani still wanted to say something, but Yi Yuan suddenly stood up. The 5 great sect masters were taken aback, not knowing what he was going to do. Yi Yuan slowly walked towards Duan Yongchun, but the latter was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, What? Master Yi is going to denounce this Duan publicly for some crimes? Fool! Yi Yuan spat out a word indifferently. Duan Yongchun's gaze turned sullen, and he said in a cold voice, What did you say? Yi Yuan said coolly, I said fool. Everyone present, you are all fools. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the various sects elders changed one after another. Boy, a measly little greater sublime, heavenly stratum actually dares to insult US. Deserves to die. Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are, to actually dare utter wild ravings? Do you really think that this elder doesn't dare to do anything to you? Sect Master Feng, does your marshal secure heavenly sect discipline disciples like this? The elders were furious and scolded Yi Yuan angrily one after another. Yi Yuan just smiled indifferently and said, Sorry, I'm not a disciple. This Yi is marshal secure heavenly sect's elder, my status being equivalent to everyone. So, What's wrong with scolding you fools? Chapter 2631, Proof. Chapter 2631, Proof. Duan Yongchuan's gaze turned dark, and he looked toward Feng Shuani and said, Sect Master Feng, don't blame me for not giving you face. If your martial secure heavenly sect doesn't give this elder an explanation today, don't blame this Duan for not being courteous. While talking, Duan Yongchuan's aura suddenly erupted, looking toward Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression. Feng Shuani's expression changed. He knew that Duan Yongchuan really got angry, but Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, an idiot like you. Don't know how you became an elder. You want an explanation? Fine, I'll explain it to you. Wu Chengchao, come in. Yi Yuan's voice said right through the great hall. Very soon, Wu Chengchao came in. Wu Chengchao was just a sect protector. He did not have the qualifications to take part in this level of alliance meeting. However, Yi Yuan specially summoned him over. Seeing Wu Chengchao, everyone was very puzzled. Wu Chengchao pays respect to the sect masters and elders. Facing so many Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, Wu Chengchao's expression was somewhat pale. Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of you calling a sect protector here? Duan Yongchuan said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan ignored him, turned to Chu Yan and said, Elder Chu, are you interested in fighting a match with our martial secure, heavenly sects, grade 3, heavenly alchemist? Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, obviously a little surprised. He was myriad manifestation heavenly sex elder, and also myriad manifestation heavenly sex 1, and only grade for heavenly alchemist. He naturally had the qualifications to be here, but he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had him compete in alchemy with a martial secure heavenly sect protector. If it was Yi Yuan taking action, he would naturally directly surrender. But against a puny little grade 3 heavenly alchemist, he did not take him seriously. Chu Yan smiled and said, Looks like Elder Yi feels that this old man isn't his match. Yi Yuan was not reserved either, nodding as he said coolly, That's right. Wu Chengchao was single-handedly trained by me. You're not his match. Murmur. There was an uproar in the great hall. This boy was also too not low profile. Did you think that everyone was a genius like you? Yi Yuan had not entered the sect for a long time either. It was merely a short 10 years. Considering this period, he was not in the sect for a very long time. Yi Yuan casually taught Wu Chengchao, and then he could deal with Elder Chu Yan? Highly boastful. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. Yi Yuan, is it possible that you saw that the current atmosphere was very depressing and are deliberately trying to diffuse the tense? When Duan Yongchuan heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said coolly, Elder Duan, when I competed in alchemy with the Pill Alliance's holy son, I signed an origin divinity curse. Why don't you try it too? Duan Yongchuan's expression changed, and he immediately shut up, although he did not feel that Wu Chengchao could win in his heart. But agreeing to an origin divinity curse because of this sort of thing, he would be pretty much insane. Seeing Duan Yongchuan's expression, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, If you don't dare, shut up! Elder Duan, no one will treat you as a mute. You. Duan Yongchuan choked up until he could not speak. Chu Yan looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not understanding where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. He naturally knew about Wu Chengchao. The 5 great heavenly sects only had few famous heavenly alchemists. Even so, who did not know the others? No matter how terrible Wu Chengchao was, he was, at any rate, a grade 3 heavenly alchemist too. He could barely manage to enter Chu Yan's sights. It was just that, in his view, Wu Chengchao's strength was very average. In fact, he belonged to the low end among the 5 great heavenly sects, grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Such a guy was casually trained by Yi Yuan for a few dozen years, and he could defeat him? He did not believe it. Since Elder Yi has this intention, fine then. What's the harm in this old man taking action once? Chu Yan said. Actually, Chu Yan admired Yi Yuan very much. An ascender whose affinity was only 1 point being able to reach this point, it was simply outrageous to hear. Chu Yan's affinity was very high. That was how he could reach the realm of grade for Heavenly Alchemist. Yi Yuan's appearance could be said to be a milestone figure to ascender Heavenly Alchemists. If there was an opportunity, he would naturally be willing to ask Yi Yuan for advice or two. As for why Yi Yuan was so strong as a grade for Heavenly Alchemist, Chu Yan naturally wanted to know very much. Therefore, he gave Yi Yuan some face. This. Yi Yuan, can Wu Qingqiao do it? Feng Shuani pulled Yi Yuan to one side and could not resist asking. He also did not expect Yi Yuan to suddenly pull an unusual move, to actually make Wu Qingqiao go against Chu Yan. He had confidence in Yi Yuan, but Wu Qingqiao, he really did not have much confidence. One had to know, these few years, martial secure, heavenly sex, heavenly medicines were scarce. Wu Qingqiao did not have that many heavenly medicines to practice as well. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Sect Master rest assured. Yi Yuan won't mess around. Wu Qingqiao's current strength is definitely above Chu Yan's. Although Yi Yuan said it with certainty, Feng Shuani was still not confident. When this scene landed in Duan Yongchuan's eyes, there naturally could not dispense with a bout of cold sneers. If Wu Qingqiao won, then things could naturally be discussed. But if Wu Qingqiao lost, this matter could be seized on to make an issue out of it. In his view, the Pill Alliance was not very aggressive and would not take part in the 5 great heavenly region struggles. How could an alchemy faction have such great ambitions? The main hall was very large. The alchemy battle venue was in the center of the main hall. All of the elders could see the 2 people compete in alchemy clearly. Chu Yan's strength naturally went without saying. When grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist was put out there, no matter how weak he could not be that weak. Rather, it was Wu Qingqiao. No one was optimistic about him at all. These 2 people's alchemy battle was not as earth-shaking as Yi Yuan and Holy Sun. It could be said that it was all within the scope of mortals. Therefore, until that moment when the medicinal pill's quality came out, there was no way to tell who was stronger. After several hours, the 2 people's grade 3 heavenly pills came out of the furnace, respectively. The heavenly pill was chosen by Yi Yuan, grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill. When Chu Yan's heavenly pill was put on the Cloud Mount Mother Stone, the scale reached upper 7th grade very quickly. This result naturally attracted a series of exclamations. Haha, good. Indeed, well deserving of being Master Chu Yan. His skills are extraordinary. A grade 3 foundation establishment, heavenly pill being able to reach upper 7th grade. It already exceeded the limits of a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Haha, I don't believe that he Wu Qingqiao can reach 8th grade. When many elders saw this result, they all had gloating faces. Clearly, Wu Qingqiao's foundation establishment heavenly pill did not reach 9th grade. Then, only by reaching 8th grade could he suppress Chu Yan. This was virtually impossible to a grade 3 heavenly alchemist. Actually, Wu Qingqiao himself was also not confident. In the past 20 years, martial secure heavenly sect did not have sufficient grade 3 heavenly medicines for him to practice at all. But he did not spend his days in a muddle-headed manner. These 20 years, he used even more time to study grade 2 heavenly pills and grade 1 heavenly pills. These methods were all taught to him by Yi Yuan. Wu Qingqiao did not feel resentment because Yi Yuan made use of him. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yi Yuan because he could see his own improvement in alchemy path strength. With FLUS tiered feeling, Wu Qingqiao moved his own grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill onto the Cloud Mount Motherstone. The scales skyrocketed. The moment when the scales stopped, the entire hall cried out in exclamation. Middle 8th grade. How is this possible? Based on Wu Chengchao's strength, he can actually cultivate the grade 3 foundation establishment heavenly pill to middle 8th grade. Duan Yongcheng cried out strangely with a look of disbelief. Chapter 2632. Convincing. Chapter 2632. Convincing. A salted fish had a day where it gained a new lease on life too. Even Wu Chengchao himself also did not dare to believe this result in front of him. Look at the surprised expression on his face, and one would understand. When did I become so strong? Wu Chengchao looked at his own 2 hands, as he said with a look of disbelief. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's not that you're strong, but that they are too weak. Your current strength is not even as good as those establishment lords that I challenged." Hearing this, Chu Yan's old face could not help turning red, immediately feeling a little angry from Imbara's meant. But, on second thought, what Yi Yuan said was the truth too. Compared to the likes of Yi Yuan and Song Yongning, he was really far too lacking. One had to know he was already a grade 4 heavenly alchemist, but he was not as good as a grade 2 heavenly alchemist in refining grade 2 heavenly pills. The difference in between was not just an iota. Yi Yuan looked at Duan Yongchen and said with a cold smile, "Elder Duan, don't know if you're satisfied with this explanation or not." Duan Yongchuan's face turned black, and he said with a cold snort, "What can this explain?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Can't even tell from this. That's why I called you stupid." "You." Duan Yongchen nearly lost it. Yi Yuan ignored him, but had a serious expression as he said in a solemn voice, "Calling everyone stupid might sound a little nasty, but this is how things stand." One sentence made the expressions of these elders become even uglier. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all and continued, "Why does the Pill Alliance sell medicinal pills to you all, but also cherish their heavenly medicine techniques? If not for the Holy Sun making a move, you all, these jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses, probably won't even know that there's true grade, right? Use your brain slightly to think, and you'll also know that there are malicious motives being covered up here. The hostility between native powerhouses and ascenders has been long-standing. If Zhuobufan had the same thought as you guys back then, pinning hopes on that native powerhouses will coexist in peace with you all, then there also wouldn't be today's 5-light heavenly region anymore. Or is it that you all have ascended for too long and already take yourselves to be a native faction? It's just that you take yourselves to be a native faction, but do others treat you as their own people?" Yi Yuan's words were naturally filled with ridicule. The words were harsh, but the logic was not wrong. Got to admit, these people indeed had this kind of mentality that was making mischief. They naturally would not think that they were native powerhouses. But the long period of peace had ground away their spirit. They were already not those ascenders back then long ago. There were reasons why ascenders were powerful. Firstly, it was because their road toward their present status was filled with trials and tribulations. Secondly, it was because of the rain-clear continent's environment. The 5 great heavenly regions were extremely hostile towards ascenders. This also left ascenders no choice but to rise up in resistance. But Zhuobufan won over a great heavenly region and let ascenders have a place to rest. Hence, people started living a peaceful life after achieving some small accomplishments, feeling satisfied and content. It was also precisely because of this mentality that propagated the attitudes of the likes of Duan Yongchen. Hoo-hoo! What's most laughable is that the 5 great heavenly sects are of the same breath and branch. In the end, the Martial Secure heavenly sect was boycotted by the Pill Alliance. There was actually not one sect that lent a helping hand. It seemed like the Martial Secure heavenly sect getting destroyed will give you all a great deal of benefits. Have you guys thought before that the Pill Alliance wants to crumble the 5 great heavenly sects through precisely this kind of means? Today, it's the Martial Secure heavenly sect. Tomorrow, will it be your myriad manifestation heavenly sect? These words made the faces of the 4 sect masters become unnatural. They only made up their minds to fall out with the Pill Alliance because of Yi Yuan's rise too. If not for this, they really would not have been able to make up their minds. Prior to this, they indeed had the thought of protecting personal interest and staying out of trouble. But Yi Yuan and Song Yongning's alchemy battle directly swept them in and forced them to break away from the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he continued, "That's right. Breaking away from the Pill Alliance now will indeed have a pain period for a while. But if we don't experience this period of pain, Ascenders will never be able to lift our heads up. Yes, my current strength is indeed inferior to the chief of the Pill Alliance. But how can you dare say with certainty that I'll be inferior to him in the future? If the Holy Sun came into being, can you imagine that there would be an Ascender Heavenly Alchemist to defeat him? As for Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists, this isn't a problem at all. You guys have seen Wu Chengchao's strength too. I have the confidence to let him reach the realm of Grade 4 within 10 years. Moreover, we still have Chu Yan and Dong Rui, the two elders. Their realm is already there. It's just that their foundation isn't stable. As long as they join the Pill Pavilion, this Yi dares to guarantee to let them take out heavenly pills that won't lose to the Pill Alliance within 30 years. These words made the 5 great sect masters shudder all over. What they wanted was this. It was just that in their view, while Yi Yuan was formidable, it was far too difficult to make others reach Yi Yuan's realm. This was why they were somewhat lacking in confidence. Elder Yi, is this true? Yang Jie could not resist asking. Yeah, Elder Yi, you can't make this joke in front of all of the elders. Feng Shuani also said rather worriedly. Even Chu Yan was also somewhat nervous as he said, Elder Yi, can this Chu really do it? Yi Yuan just smiled and said, Elder Chu, you don't need to belittle your own capability. Actually, you guys merely had both eyes hoodwinked by the Pill Alliance. Under such shallow and ignorant circumstances, you guys could still reach the realm of Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist. Your alchemy path talent is likely even stronger than the Pill Alliance's elders. It's just that you guys didn't know the right way to cultivate. That's all. As long as you guys join the Pill Pavilion, this Yi dares to guarantee to let your strength be reborn anew within 30 years. Yi Yuan was naturally not saying these with all talk but no promises. In reality, he already had a score in his heart when he observed Chu Yan refining the pill just now. Wu Chengchao's talent was pretty good too, but Chu Yan's talent was significantly stronger than Wu Chengchao. The things that Wu Chengchao could do, if Chu Yan wanted to do them, it would not take much time at all. Just as Grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill, for example. Yi Yuan spent nearly 20 years' time in order to cultivate it to the extreme back then. But to Chu Yan, probably spending a few months' time would be enough. It was just that they did not know the right method. The words made Chu Yan feel like a maiden with love in the air, his heart going pit-a-pat, virtually without thinking. Chu Yan said, Okay, I'll join the Pill Pavilion. At this time, Dong Rui also stood up and said, This old man joins the Pill Pavilion too. With 4 Grade 4 Heavenly Alchemists joining the Pill Pavilion at the same time, this weight became heavy. To Ascenders, these two were solitary seedlings. Their statuses were evident at a glance. In the sect, the 2 of their statuses even did not lose to the sect master. Yang Jie's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and he said coolly, Who else has objections? Duan Yongchun opened his mouth, still wanting to say something, but in the end he did not speak. All right, then this matter is settled like this. From today onwards, the 5 great heavenly sects will join forces and completely purge the Pill Alliance's forces out of 5 light heavenly region. In addition, we'll also exhaust the power of the 5 sects to help strengthen the Pill Pavilion. Yi Yuan, whatever your Pill Pavilion needs, feel free to open your mouth. But all jokes aside, if the big talk that you boasted today isn't realized in the future, don't blame this sect master for not being courteous. Yang Jie said in a loud voice. Chapter 2633. Can you reserve 3 for me? Chapter 2633. Can you reserve 3 for me? After the Shanyu Alliance meeting, the 5 great heavenly sects started mopping up. However, the Pill Alliance's withdrawal was also within expectations. As if overnight, all of the Pill Alliance's forces became devoid of people. Having orders executed without fail like this, it also made the 5 great sect masters secretly heighten their vigilance. This Pill Alliance was not simple. The Pill Pavilion officially went into operations and recruited disciples with the name of the 5 great heavenly sections. Yi Yuan was the first Pill Pavilion's pavilion lord, his status equivalent to the 5 great heavenly sects' sect masters. For some time, the Pill Pavilion's limelight had no equal. Very soon, Yi Yuan published a series of measures and established a complete set of measures within the boundary of the 5 light heavenly region, replacing the gap left behind by the Pill Alliance's withdrawal. With regards to this set of measures, Yi Yuan was long already very accustomed to this due to his past experiences when in the lower realms. So when he executed it, it went very smoothly. And these measures also gained instant results, letting the Pill Pavilion gain a firm foothold very quickly. The status of the Pill Pavilion was established swiftly, and it also made the 5 great sect masters and each sect's elders secretly speechless, marveling at Yi Yuan's ability to be in control. Different from the Pill Alliance's sherries, plussing of their own belongings, the Pill Pavilion was completely open style. Firstly, the 5 great heavenly sects' heavenly alchemists could browse the Pill Pavilion's pill formulas and heavenly medicine techniques unconditionally. As for some of the other factions' heavenly alchemists, after confirming their loyalty, it would also be released to varying degrees. In fact, Yi Yuan even invited the myriad manifestation heavenly sect's formation master, cracking the few pieces of jade slips that Zhong Jianqiu left behind, sharing it to the Pill Pavilion. With regards to the 5 great heavenly sects' valuable pill formulas, heavenly medicine techniques, and such, Yi Yuan carried out a tidying up effort and consolidating them and categorizing them into different CLA. SSES. It was equivalent to establish. Plussing the cultivation system of Ascender heavenly alchemists anew. His series of moves made the heavenly alchemists prostrate on all fours in admiration. Very soon, Yi Yuan gained extremely high prestige among these heavenly alchemists. In addition, the appearance of the Pill Pavilion also made the 5 great heavenly sects band up together tightly. All of these changes made the 5 great heavenly sects take on a completely new outlook. In the 9th year, Wu Chengqiao broke through to Jade's sovereign heavenly stratum, becoming the 3rd grade for heavenly alchemist of the 5 great heavenly sects. And at this time, there was still over 1 year left from the 20-year deadline that Yi Yuan had once set. No one in the martial secure heavenly sect from top to bottom dared to criticize or comment anymore. Even S.H.I. plus Feiyu and head elder also shut their mouths sensibly. As for Han Qianyan, he even had his position of protector taken away by the sect, his cultivation sealed. He was detained at the Remorse Cliff, disciplining him as a warning. By the 20th year, 3 more people broke through to grade for heavenly alchemist consecutively. The Pill Pavilion's grade for heavenly alchemist grew to as many as 6 people all at once. As for grade 3 and grade 2 heavenly alchemists, a blowout-style eruption also emerged. Clearly, Yi Yuan's influence on the Pill Pavilion already gradually formed an effect. It seemed as if the 5 light heavenly region had entered a period of revitalization. Everything was moving towards prosperity. But it was also right at this time that there was a sudden turn of events. Apart from the myriad manifestation heavenly sect, the other 4 major sects were being continuously said by the 4 great heavenly regions. The frontier area was in constant chaos. Very clearly, the 4 great heavenly regions could not hold back anymore. Sect Master, I said it long ago, can't do things like this. At least, can't shed all pretenses of cordiality with the Pill Alliance for the time being. Now I hit the mark, right? That Bulls I plus T Pill Pavilion seems to be doing really well. But until now, they can't bring out a decent heavenly pill. The heavenly pills that Chu Yan refined are still significantly worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's heavenly pills. I want to see how that boy gets through it when the time comes. In Myriad Manifestation, Heavenly Sect's main hall, Duan Yongchun said with a sneer on his face. With the 4 great heavenly regions launching an attack at the same time, the border hostilities were intensified. As the central sect Myriad Manifestation, Heavenly Sect, it was naturally impossible to look on with folded arms. At this time, the various great elders were gathered here to discuss this matter. But since the beginning, Duan Yongchun already pointed the spearhead at Yi Yuan, feeling that this matter was entirely caused by him. Even after 20 years had said he was still an advocate of peace. Of course, this was also because the quality of the grade 4 heavenly pills that Chu Yan they all refined kept failing to improve. When it reached grade 4 heavenly pill this level, how could wanting to improve by a little be that easy? And this also gave Duan Yongchun a handle for gossip. With Duan Yongchun jumping like this, Yang Jie was very irritated too. The results that the Pill Pavilion had obtained, that was obvious to all. As long as the Pill Pavilion was given enough time, the Pill Pavilion would definitely be able to reach the point where they could contend with the Pill Alliance. Yet, Duan Yongchun, this fellow was indifferent to it. Yang Jie said impatiently, Elder Duan, it's only been 20 years. Do you think that grooming heavenly alchemists is like kids playing house? Let alone, it's grade 4 heavenly alchemist. Duan Yongchun smiled coldly and said, It's indeed not playing house, but now the Pill Alliance won't give us time. I want to ask Sect Master, once a full-scale war is launched, with our 5 great heavenly sects' current strength, can we be the 4 great heavenly regions match? Let alone that there's even a Pill Alliance casting covetous eyes at the back. The matter this time, no need to guess, and one would also know that it was the Pill Alliance manipulating at the back. In reality, the 5 great sect masters were all secretly shocked. They did not expect that the Pill Alliance's power and influence actually already had such a deep influence. At present, the 4 great heavenly regions' various major sects were in an even greater state of disunity. For the Pill Alliance to be able to consolidate the 4 great heavenly regions together, it served to show the terror of its strength. The 5 great sect masters were also greatly troubled because of this. Got to admit, Duan Yongchun's words struck Yang Jie's sore spot. Seeing Yang Jie keep quiet, Duan Yongchun sneered even harder and said, If we did it according to what I originally had in mind, the 5 sects pretending to be polite and compliant with the Pill Alliance first, after an even more talented powerhouse rises, he'll be able to replicate Lord Zhuo's miracle back then. But now the Pill Alliance won't give us the chance anymore. Enough! Elder Duan, since you look down on the Pill Pavilion so much, then if you have the capabilities, don't take a single one of the Pill Pavilion's heavenly pills in the future. Yang Jie said angrily. Duan Yongchun laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Sect Master, don't you worry. I've never taken a single one of the Pill Pavilion's heavenly pills before in the past. In the future, I definitely won't take a single one as well. My meaning is still this. Hand Yi Yuan over and exchange for temporary peace. Yang Jie was just about to fly off the handle, but a subordinate came to report. The Pill Pavilion sent people to deliver a large batch of heavenly pills over. The person escorting the heavenly pills was precisely Myriad Manifestation, Heavenly Sect's grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, Chu Yan. Elder Chu, have you been well? Seeing Chu Yan, Yang Jie had an excited look too. After Chu Yan bowed, he smiled and said, Many thanks for Sect Master's concern. this old man is very well. This time, I was entrusted by Pavilion Lord to escort a batch of heavenly pills over, and I want the sect to send troops to support the 4 sects." Hearing this, Duan Yongchun laughed coldly, but Yang Jie's eyes flashed and he asked, "Oh, I wonder what Pavilion Lord Yi has done this time." Chu Yen smiled and said, "Pavilion Lord Yi personally took action this time. Even this old man hasn't seen him take action for more than 10 years too. The moment he made a move, it's earth-shattering." Chu Yan's words made Yang Jie's mind quiver. Yang Jie received the list and took a look and could not help drawing a cold breath. True grade fire unicorn, heavenly pill, 50 of them. True grade, true marrow heavenly pill, 50. True grade, primordial star astral pill, 30. Yang Jie recited the names from the list. The expressions of the elders present changed one after another. All true grade pills. Duan Yongchuan's face alternated between red and green, appearing extremely conflicted. Suddenly, he seemed to have made up his mind. Opening his mouth, he said, "Sect Master, that the primordial star astral pills. Can you reserve 3 for me?" Chapter 2634, Eruption, Hidden Worries. Chapter 2634, Eruption, Hidden Worries. Concerning the primordial star astral pill. Being a grade 2 heavenly imperial pill, the medicinal effect was comparable to grade 3 heavenly pills. A powerful heavenly pill that consolidated the small world and consolidated one's cultivation realm. Duan Yongchun was extremely talented, but his 3 grandsons had average apartment tudes. At present, these 3 people were all stuck at peak greater sublime, heavenly stratum, and have been unable to break through. True grade primordial star astral pill was simply a panacea to the 3 of them. Duan Yongchun did not know how strong the medicinal effect of true grade was, but without a doubt, it would be unbelievably strong. Therefore, when he heard that true grade primordial star astral pill, the self-slapping law activated. He knew that when he said it at this time, it slapped his own face very hard. But for the sake of his 3 grandsons, he was risking it all. Sure enough, Yang Jie looked at Duan Yongchun with a smile that was not a smile and said smugly, "Elder Duan, didn't you say earlier that you won't take a single one no matter what?" Duan Yongchuan's old face turned red, and he said, "Yi Yuan, this boy really mustered up a big move. I also didn't expect that he actually took out so many true grade heavenly pills all at once." Yang Jie nodded slightly, expressing agreement. In reality, he was shocked by this list too, taking out several hundred true grade heavenly pills in one go. This was absolutely a big move. Although these heavenly pills had little effect on jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses, to lesser sublime heavenly stratum, even limitless sublime heavenly stratum, they held extraordinary significance. This batch of heavenly pills could definitely create a large batch of powerhouses. The world knew that Yi Yuan could refine true grade heavenly pills. It was just that the true grade that Yi Yuan refined back then was also just the foundation establishment heavenly pill, this sort of basic heavenly pill. There was still a huge gap from wanting to refine heavenly imperial pills to true grade. However, they all did not expect that in a short 20 years, Yi Yuan's improvement would actually be so big. In that case, you don't have objections about the pill pavilion anymore. Yang Jie said with a serious face. Duan Yongchun chuckled and said, "No objections. Of course, no objections. That, Elder Chu, you have to buck up to." Chu Yen smiled and said, "Elder Duan, don't panic. This old man also has some gifts here." The moment these words came out, Duan Yongchun and Yang Jie were both surprised. As he said, Chu Yen also took out a list and said it to Yang Jie. After Yang Jie looked, he could not help turning pale from shock and said, "Elder Chu, these heavenly pills are all refined by you?" Chu Yen nodded and said, "These few years, under Master Ye's guidance, this old man's strength had great advancements. Especially these 2 years, it even reached an eruption period. The heavenly pills on the list were all grade 4 heavenly pills. Furthermore, the quality was very high, although there was still a gap compared to the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly pills. The difference was already not big anymore. After all, it was also impossible for the grade 4 heavenly pills that the Pill Alliance took out to sell to be the best. At the rate of this progress, Chu Yen Serpa S. seeing the Pill Alliance's grade 4 heavenly pills within 10 years could be easily accomplished. Duan Yongchun opened his mouth wide, having a look of shock on his face. Honestly speaking, he completely did not believe that Yi Yuan made Chu Yan's strength reach this level within 30 years. Grade 4 heavenly alchemists were not grade 1 heavenly alchemists, the latter having very obvious improvements, if any. Without the ACCU, emulation of time, how could wanting to improve be so easy? It was just that he never thought that he was still questioning just now, and Chu Yan already returned to slap his face. Yang Jie even noticed that Chu Yan's term of address for Yi Yuan already underwent a change. A grade 4 heavenly alchemist actually called Yi Yuan as master. It could be seen that Chu Yan was really prostrating on all fours in admiration towards Yi Yuan. Terrifying. Seemingly seeing through the two people's surprise, Chu Yan smiled and said, "Sect Master, Elder Duan, you guys rest assured. With the Pill Pavilion's current strength, we'll be able to stand up to the Pill Alliance as an equal before long. And currently, we completely don't need to rely on the Pill Alliance anymore. In the future, when Master Yi breaks through to grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist, even grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist, a mere Pill Alliance will probably be merely thus too." These 20 years, Chu Yang had long already been brought into submission by Yi Yuan's monstrousness. In reality, after learning about Yi Yuan's cultivation method, Chu Yan's sense of mysteriousness toward Yi Yuan immediately reduced a lot. After all, hard work, this sort of thing, was what anyone could do. Even Wu Chengchao could reach that step. So it was naturally not a problem for him, Chu Yan. But along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, he discovered that it was not the case at all. This cultivation path was easy to learn, but hard to master, just like when he refined grade 1 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Pill. He could reach grand completion 9th grade very quickly. But 9th grade perfection, he spent a tremendous amount of effort and had never been able to reach it. Only at that time did Chu Yan know what kind of gap was there. He could not even reach 9th grade perfection, let alone talk about true grade. All the way until Yi Yuan came out of seclusion this time and took out a bunch of true grade heavenly pills. The Pill Pavilion was thoroughly stirred. True grade was already not something that was far beyond reach to Yi Yuan. Chu Yan thought that he could catch up to even Serpa S. Yi Yuan very quickly. But 20 years had Pa-S said. Chu Yan understood that not only did he not Serpa S. Yi Yuan, but he also opened up an even greater distance instead. Good, good, good. Yang Jie said 3 goods in a row and exclaimed, "Looks like us 5 sect masters didn't misjudge him. The pleasant surprise that this kid gave to us is even bigger than imagined. Since even Elder Duan isn't objecting, our myriad manifestation heavenly sect's disciples will support the 4 sects from now on." The heavenly pills outputted by the Pill Pavilion completely exploded. For some of the 5 great heavenly sects' core forces, their strength and combat power soared after taking the true grade heavenly pills. Without any surprises, their combat power on the battlefield also increased crazily. The strength of Ascenders stood head and shoulders above all others to begin with. Now, with the help of true grade heavenly pills, they overwhelmed native powerhouses even more. On the front-line battlefield, the 4 great heavenly regions steadily lost ground. The morale of the 5 light heavenly regions, 5 great heavenly sects, was unprecedentedly high. Only at this time did people realize what a wise thing it was to decide to set up the Pill Pavilion back then. But in the pill pavilion, Yi Yuan's brows were knitted tightly together. When Feng Shuani saw his expression, he could not help being very puzzled and asked, Yi Yuan, we've won a complete victory presently and killed the 5 great heavenly regions until they're filled with trepidation. The name of Pill Pavilion has also shocked the 5 great heavenly regions. Why are you still frowning like this? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Sect Master, you've witnessed the power of true grade too, right? Upon mentioning this, Feng Shuani immediately perked up and said with a smile, Of course. True grade heavenly pills are truly remarkable. The strength of many of the 5 great heavenly sects, limitless sublime, heavenly stratums, soared after consuming your heavenly imperial pills. And they were also the main force of the great battle this time. True grade heavenly pill was not just increasing strength, being that simple. Its improvement of ascenders was all around. That was equivalent to integrating Tao Rule into the martial artist's body. This kind of power was unimaginable. When Feng Shuani saw the power of true grade, he was incredibly moved too. After Yi Yuan broke through in the future, he also had to sample the taste of this true grade heavenly pill. But Yi Yuan was not as optimistic as Feng Shuani and said in a solemn voice, Our 5 great heavenly sects disciples have soared in strength within a few short months. But the Pill Alliance has possessed true grade heavenly pills for a long time. Then how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's powerhouses? And how strong is the strength of the Pill Alliance's leader? One sentence made Feng Shuani's expression change suddenly. Chapter 2635, Hopeless Situation. Chapter 2635, Hopeless Situation. On the surface, our 5-light heavenly region has the upper hand. But you have got to know that up until now, the Pill Alliance hasn't made a move. Yi Yuan's words made Feng Shuani's heart sink to the bottom. The Pill Alliance, this faction, was seriously too mysterious. But without a doubt, it was very powerful. It was just that currently, no one knew what on earth the Pill Alliance was trying to do. This was what made Yi Yuan most uneasy. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that the Pill Alliance probably came with unkind intentions. How strong do you think the Pill Alliance is? Feng Shuani said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan's expression was solemn as he said, I originally thought that the appearance of this batch of true grade heavenly pills can force the Pill Alliance onto the stage. But I miscalculated. Therefore, the moment they make a move, it will probably shake the entire Rainclear continent. Feng Shuani's brows furrowed a little tighter. Only until now did he know Yi Yuan's thoughts. It turned out that taking out this batch of true grade heavenly pills was in order to force the Pill Alliance out. But until now, the Pill Alliance did not appear, which meant that they did not care at all. Boom! All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains shook. The entire martial secure heavenly sect started swaying. Feng Shuani and Yi Yuan's expressions changed greatly. The two exchanged a glance, and 2 words popped out of their mouths at virtually the same time. The Pill Alliance! When the two arrived before the mountain, they were immediately stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of the sect protecting Grand Array, more than 100 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were currently ACCU, mulating their strength and preparing for the next attack. And the sect protecting Grand Array in front of them was already teetering on its last legs. Clearly, the power of the attack previously already brought the sect protecting Grand Array to the brink of collapse. The entire martial secure heavenly sect was full of alarmed and panicky voices. There was a large group of powerhouses in front of the mountain pass, S-gates surrounding the martial secure heavenly sect until not even water could seep through. Is this the power of the Pill Alliance? More than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. What a big move! Feng Shuani's gaze was solemn to the extreme. Sweeping a glance over, there were more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses in an array. For a Jade Sovereign Heaven Powerhouse. Each one was extremely hard to come across. In the entire martial secure heavenly sect, there were also merely 40 over of them. The vast majority of them were even just lower and middle jade, Sovereign Heaven. But the moment the Pill Alliance made a move, it was 180 people. The number was more than 4 times compared to the powerhouses from the entire martial secure heavenly sect, which was also to say that one Pill Alliance's jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was virtually equivalent to the sum of the 5 great heavenly sects. This contrast of power was simply too terrifying. The martial secure heavenly sects powerhouses all sucked in a breath of cold air. This mysterious to the extreme faction finally revealed its fangs to the world today. Yinqing immediately asked the 4 sects for help. Activate the reverse transmission array and have them hurry over as soon as possible. Feng Shuani said to the Luo Yinqing, who rushed over. But Luo Yinqing did not move, his expression being solemn as he said, "Sect Master, it's useless. The transmission array between us and the 4 sects has already been destroyed. Right now we're fighting alone." Feng Shuani turned pale with fright and said, "What?" The nodal points of the transmission array are extremely secretive. Only our 5 great heavenly sects, upper echelons, know about it. How did they destroy it? The 5 great heavenly sects were very far apart and needed to pass through many spatial nodes to transit. These spatial nodes were very hidden and belonged to the sect's secrets. Such a secretive thing was actually discovered by the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Looks like the Pill Alliance has been planning for a long time." Feng Shuani said furiously, "D.A.M. and it. They manipulated the 4 great heavenly regions to provoke us. It turns out that it's in order to lure the tiger away from the mountain. These few years, the martial secure heavenly sect pretty much had close to half of its powerhouses on the frontier battlefield. Right now, the powerhouses that were still in the sect were only half of their full strength. The martial secure heavenly sect was in imminent crisis. Boom! Right at this time, brilliant divine essence fluctuations lit up in the sky. Over 140 jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses attacked together. It was only to hear a loud noise. The sect protecting Grand Array directly fell apart. Another earthquake. The martial secure heavenly sect's disciples were in a constant state of anxiety. Once the Grand Array was broken, more than 140 jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses slowly flew towards the top of mountain. That intense sense of oppression made people virtually unable to breathe. A white-robed, middle-aged man walked out slowly. A middle-aged man with a frosty expression even followed beside him. Feng Shuani recognized the middle-aged man with a cold expression with a glance. The person was precisely Xiao Feibai, who battled with the 5 great sect masters back then in Cloudarch Great Nation. The white-robed middle-aged man was naturally Huangfu, Cloudthink. Huangfu Cloudthink looked toward Feng Shuani and said with a slight smile, "Sect Master Feng, let me introduce myself. This humble self is the Pill Alliance's Deputy Alliance Chief, Huangfu Cloudthink. This one beside me, you should have fought with him before. He's my Pill Alliance's Heavenly Martial Hall's Hallmaster, Xiao Feibai." Feng Shuani's expression was very ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "What's with all the CRAP? If you want to fight, then fight. Our martial secure heavenly sect inherited Lord Zhuo's ambitions and absolutely won't take a step back." Seeing this scene, Feng Shuani naturally would not be stupid enough to think that Huangfu Cloudthink came to chat with him. This battle was already unavoidable. Furthermore, Feng Shuani had an idea in his heart. It was likely impossible for the martial secure heavenly sect to escape its doom today. The Pill Alliance schemed for a long time, causing such a big commotion. Yet the martial secure heavenly sect still did not have the slightest inkling. This battle was not lost in vain. But Huangfu Cloud Think smiled and said, Sect Master Feng's personality is very strong. However, this alliance chief isn't very interested in Sect Master Feng. I wonder if Sect Master Feng can hand Yi Yuan over to me? The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes looked toward Yi Yuan. The Pill Alliance came up with such a grand lineup. It was actually for Yi Yuan. Many people let out a sigh of relief when they heard this. If it was just for Yi Yuan, then there was still room to salvage the situation. Feeling everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan's expression was calm. Feng Shuani looked toward Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, but very soon he gave a cold snort and said, Don't play this with this sect master. Do you take this sect master to be a 3-year-old kid? You Pill Alliance brought out such a grand lineup. I don't believe that it's just for a Yi Yuan. Huangfu Cloud Think still had not spoken, and S.H.I. plus Feiyu could not hold back first. Sect Master. The Martial Secure Heavenly Sect ended up at this point today. It's all the trouble caused by Yi Yuan. Already reaching this point, you're still protecting him? S.H.I. plus Feiyu rebuked angrily. The head elder also said, That's right. If not for Yi Yuan provoking the Pill Alliance time and again, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect also wouldn't have today. Yi Yuan should take responsibility for today's matter. With these two people taking the lead, many of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's elders all spoke up to reproach, expressing dissatisfaction towards Yi Yuan. Seeing Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's internal strife, Huangfu Cloud Think just smiled slightly and did not speak, and also did not interject. All shut up for me. Suddenly, Feng Shuani roared angrily and interrupted everyone's words. He said in a solemn voice, You fools, such an obvious plan to sow discord and you can't even discern it? That's right. They indeed came here for Yi Yuan. But it definitely won't be just for Yi Yuan. Already at this point, are you all still naive enough to think that by handing Yi Yuan over, the Pill Alliance will let our Martial Secure Heavenly Sect off? Feng Shuani was extremely disappointed in S.H.I. plus Feiyu and Head Elder. Very clearly, the Pill Alliance had planned for a long time with regards to the 5 Light Heavenly Region. Yi Yuan merely just happened to be there at the right time. Chapter 2636. Great Battle Begin. Chapter 2636. Great Battle Begin. Sect Master Feng, you can't say that. As long as you all take the initiative to hand Yi Yuan over, and take the initiative to plant an origin divinity, well, your Martial Secure Heavenly Sect will still be your Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. From now on, you'll be responsible for managing Ascenders. Huangfu Cloud Think still had a faint smile, but the words said made the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect from top to bottom feel a bone-penetrating chill. Planting an origin divinity will, it was becoming the Pill Alliance's minion servant. To proud Ascenders, it was even more unacceptable than killing them. Only then did people come to realize the truth. What Feng Shuani said was right. The Pill Alliance's goal was not just Yi Yuan. Feng Shuani suddenly gave a cold laugh and said, Your esteemed self wouldn't really think that my Martial Secure Heavenly Sect is easy to bully, right? Today, even if we fight until the last man, you all can forget about getting any bargain. As he said, a completely black long spear with electricity dancing around it appeared in Feng Shuani's hands. The moment the long spear appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed. Huangfu Cloud Think was not surprised and said with a smile, Heavenly Spirit Treasure, Heaven-Killing Battle Spear, the lifeblood treasure of Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's founding ancestor, Chu Tinga. Back then, Chu Tinga followed Zhuo Bufan and relied on this heaven-killing battle spear to kill until the 4 great heavenly regions were terrified. Today, it finally sees the light of day once more. On the rain-clear continent, treasures were divided into 3 levels: mortal spirit, earthly spirit, and heavenly spirit. Heavenly spirit treasures were extremely seldom seen existences on the entire rain-clear continent. When Yi Yuan saw the heaven-killing battle spear, he was stunned. The undulations coming off from this battle spear were actually identical with his heaven-span mountain. Yi Yuan could jump realms to kill an enemy by wielding the heaven-span mountain. It could be seen that this treasure was not at all inferior to it as well. Feng Shuani snorted coldly and said, "You really know quite a bit." Huang Fu, Cloudthink, smiled and said, "It's just a shame." Chu Tiange was a saint sovereign heaven powerhouse of his generation. This battle spear can unleash 120% power in his hands. But you probably can't even unleash 70% of it. Above Jade Sovereign Heaven was Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was just that, at present, Saint Sovereign Heavens were already extinct on Rain-Clear Continent. This step was far too difficult. It's enough to deal with you. Feng Shuani gave a cold cry, his body turning into a streak of electricity, shooting straight for Huangfu Cloudthink. In order to catch bandits, round up the ringleader first. This was the only lease of life that Feng Shuani saw. However, right at the moment that Feng Shuani moved, Xiao Feibai moved too. It was only to see his entire person transform into a sharp sword class. H.I. plussing with Feng Shuani instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The two people instantly exchanged more than 10 moves above the void, evenly matched. What made people despair even more was that the undulations of the sword in Xiao Feibai's hand were actually not the slightest bit inferior to the heaven-killing battle spear. An elder cried out in despair, "Heavenly spirit treasure!" The sword in that Pill Alliance powerhouse's hand is a heavenly spirit treasure as well. This Pill Alliance's strength was powerful until it made people lose all hope. They even had heavenly spirit treasures. Your opponent isn't me. Huangfu Cloudthink had an indifferent look as he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Yi Yuan, you killed the Holy Sun. Are you willing to join my Pill Alliance and become the new Holy Sun?" What? The Pill Alliance actually wants Yi Yuan to directly become the Holy Sun. It turns out that they are not taking revenge for the Holy Sun, but took a fancy on Yi Yuan's strength. To be able to have the Pill Alliance take such great pains, Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength is likely not the slightest bit worse when compared to the Pill Alliance's powerhouses. Huangfu Cloudthink's words immediately caused an uproar in the martial secure heavenly sect. They all thought that the Pill Alliance came to denounce publicly for crimes. Who knew that the moment Huangfu Cloudthink opened his mouth, he actually wanted to solicit Yi Yuan. For a moment, everyone looked over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. No inclinations could be seen. After being silent for a moment, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If I agree, can the Pill Alliance let the marshal secure heavenly sect off or not?" Everyone trembled all over, after which their eyes revealed hopeful looks. But Huangfu Cloudthink shook his head and said coolly, "The Pill Alliance has the intention to unify the 5 great heavenly regions. However, the 5 great heavenly sects are stubborn and unruly. They are the Pill Alliance's greatest stumbling blocks. Actually, the Pill Alliance's plan to devour the 5 great heavenly sects was currently being carried out systematically. But your appearance completely disrupted our plans. If not for so, we also wouldn't resort to this plan to forcefully attack the martial secure heavenly sect. What follows can't dispense with a bout of BLOD. Why battle?" Huangfu Cloudthink's words made everyone stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. It turned out that the Pill Alliance's ambition was actually so great to actually want to swallow the entire 5 great heavenly regions. Compared to native factions, the 5 great heavenly sects ascenders not only had formidable strength, but their personality was also arrogant and unyielding. Wanting to make them submit was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the Pill Alliance had long been planning it out, to slowly gobble up the 5 great heavenly regions. But who would have expected that someone threw a wrench in the works? Yi Yuan's domineering rise completely disrupted the Pill Alliance's plan. And Yi Yuan even made Holy Sun Song Yongning perish in the alchemy battle. Hence, that was why the Pill Alliance was forced to dispatch troops to attack the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. But after destroying the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect and destroying the Pill Pavilion, when facing the other 4 great heavenly sects, the Pill Alliance would have already walked to the front of the stage from behind the scenes. They would surely have to face a wide battle. And this sort of situation was not what the Pill Alliance wanted. In a way, Yi Yuan's domineering rise brought tremendous losses to the Pill Alliance. Yi Yuan looked at Huangfu Cloudthink and said coolly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to discuss. Fight then." Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes turned sharp and he said, "Yi Yuan, your talent is above Holy Sun's. It's too much of a pity to die like this. Do you really want to fight?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "For a man, death is but dying. Why would I fear a fight?" His words made the countenances of the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's disciples change. This was his only lease of life. Yi Yuan actually gave it up, just like that. Previously, Yi Yuan was still being universally condemned. One could say that ever since he entered the sect, he had been enduring criticism every minute and second. But he did not grumble in the least bit. In this moment of life and death, he chose to live and die together with the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect. Ha ha ha. Well said. My good brother, I didn't misjudge you. Sect Master, I'll come and help you. Luo Yunqing laughed wildly, drawing his sword and looking around. The moment he moved, the Pill Alliance's side also moved. More than 100 Jade, Sovereign Heaven, powerhouses rushed over in succession. The great battle shocked the heavens. It was just a pity that on the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect side, there were only a scanty 20 over Jade, Sovereign Heavens. Virtually one person had to face 7 to 8 people by themselves. Although Ascenders had unparalleled combat power, they also could not fend off such a huge difference in numbers. Huangfu Cloudthink smiled slightly and said, "Martial Secure Heavenly Sect's people. Whoever takes Yi Yuan down can not only not die, you can even have a place in the Pill Alliance." At this time, the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect still had a small portion of people who were hesitating. Among them included S.H.I. plus Feiyu. Huangfu Cloudthink's words made his 2 eyes lit up. Almost without hesitation, he rushed toward Yi Yuan. "Brat, he who understands the times is a wise man. Alliance Chief Huangfu already made you the Holy Sun. What are you still discontented with?" S.H.I. plus Feiyu said with a cold smile. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. No one expected that S.H.I. plus Feiyu could actually do such a shameless thing. But his strength was too strong. Chapter 2637, Matching Powers. Chapter 2637, Matching Powers. S.H.I. plus Feiyu. You old fogey, how can you be so shameless? In the midst of fierce fighting, when Feng Shuani saw this scene, he immediately burned with fury. Normally, when S.H.I. plus Feiyu targeted Yi Yuan, although it was inappropriate in his eyes, it was also just a dispute caused by personal feelings. But now, during the sect's time of crisis, he actually did this kind of despicable thing. It was truly shameless to the extreme. S.H.I. plus Feiyu, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you, but S.H.I. plus Feiyu, don't want to die. S.H.I. plus Feiyu laughed coldly and smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, his expression changed, his entire body going numb, and divine essence immediately became sluggish. 100 poison formation. More than 20 years had Pa-S said. Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation became several times stronger than back then. Yi Yuan had unlocked Zhong Jianchou's jade slips. There was a dazzling array of methods of using poison inside. greatly broadening Yi Yuan's horizon. These poisons were added into the poison formation by Yi Yuan, its power multiplying. Even Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses would suck. MB2. When Huangfu Cloud Think saw this scene, he did not reveal a look of surprise. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this move. This guy was not easy to capture at all. The power of this 100 poison formation increased significantly again. Although it isn't lethal to Jade's Sovereign Heavens, they will probably have to stagnate for 3 to 5 breaths of time. 100 poison formation exclaimed in admiration. Back then, when Yi Yuan was at Cloud Arch Great Nation, the 100 poison formation could only stop Jade's Sovereign Heaven powerhouses for half a breath of time. Now, the power grew by at least 3 to 5 times. Just as Huangfu Cloud Think was gasping in admiration, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly skyrocketed. A grayish-black, small mountain suspended in his palm. Huangfu Cloud Think's gaze turned intent, and he cried out in surprise, "Heavenly Spirit Treasure!" This small mountain was naturally the Heavenspan Mountain. At this point, Yi Yuan also did not have anything to hide anymore. SHI plus Feiyu wanted to kill him time and again. Now he was even shameless to the extreme. Yi Yuan naturally would not hold back. The 100 poison formation could only stop SHI plus Feiyu for 3 to 5 breaths of time. But to Yi Yuan it was sufficient. Feeling the Heavenspan Mountain's powerful undulations, SHI plus Feiyu's expression changed abruptly. How could he expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this level of weapon on him? Yi Yuan did not even give him time to be surprised. The spell in his hand trembled, and the Heavenspan Mountain turned into a streak of flowing light. As a maze. HI plussing right towards us. HI plus Feiyu. The power of the Heavenspan Mountain was even a notch above the heaven-killing battle spear. Although Yi Yuan could not unleash all of its power, it was enough to inflict severe injuries on the SHI plus Feiyu, who was completely unguarded. Boom! SHI plus Feiyu's chest took a solid hit, his entire being flying out backward, fresh blood spurting wildly. His cultivation realm was high and his powers were profound. Otherwise, this blow could have taken his old life. But even so, he suffered heavy wounds too, as if his internal organs had been displaced. But Yi Yuan was clearly not prepared to let him off. The remaining time was still enough for Yi Yuan to launch another attack. Didant! Elder Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. SHI plus Feiyu was utterly terrified, feeling the threat of death. But Yi Yuan ignored him and just silently made his move. Boom! Another blow. SHI plus Feiyu's chest directly caved in. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was dumbfounded. A greater sublime, heavenly stratum, bashed a jade sovereign, heavenly stratum, to heavy injuries. This scene was too shocking. Forget about a greater sublime, heavenly stratum. Even if it was 1,000 greater sublime heavenly stratums, it was also impossible to be a jade sovereign, heavenly stratum's match. The gap between sublime stratum and sovereign stratum was not small. But Yi Yuan inflicted heavy wounds on SHI plus Feiyu to this extent. SHI plus Feiyu begged for mercy pitifully, but there was no compa. Shone on Yi Yuan's face at all. Due to being seriously injured, SHI plus Feiyu's speed of detoxifying the poison also became much slower, and Yi Yuan was currently launching the third attack. Know how to beg for mercy now. Don't you normally jump around very merrily? No need to look at him. Do you really think that the Pill Alliance will come to save you at this time? Elder SHI plus, are you thinking too much? Yi Yuan said calmly. SHI plus Feiyu looked with pleading eyes at Huangfu Cloud Think, but the latter did not have the intention of rescuing at all. Clearly, Yi Yuan grasped Huangfu Cloud Think's mentality very well. To Huangfu Cloud Think, Hi plus Feiyu was merely a tool to probe Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan showed his trump card. Huangfu Cloudthink's goal was also achieved. Hi plus Feiyu became useless too. If he died, then he died. Huangfu Cloudthink's ATTI, Tude made Hi plus Feiyu despair. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well have risked his life. Elder Yi, I was wrong. It was all my fault in my past. Let me off. I'll go and fight it out to the death with the Pill Alliance's people. Hi plus Feiyu said with an indignant look. But Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. Currently in this situation, having you or missing you is inconsequential. You set out on your journey first. Remember to run faster. Otherwise, if the sex people come, you'll probably have to die again. Boom! As he said, Yi Yuan urged the heaven-span mountain again and smashed toward us. Hi plus Feiyu, attacking for more than 10 times in a row. Hi plus Feiyu finally died completely. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces could not help changing. A jade sovereign heavenly stratum was smashed to death, just like that. This greater sublime heavenly stratum was really scary. But right at this time, Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed and his figure suddenly moved. It was only to see him tap the void in the direction of his own people. The void trembled violently. However, it was already too late. A large swathe of the Pill Alliance's limitless sublime, heavenly stratum and greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses died all at once. Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze turned dark, and he said in a cold voice, "You boy are really a genius." This 100 poison formation utilizes spatial rule to be as elusive as a ghost. Even this alliance chief still fell for your trick in the end. However, you don't have a chance anymore. Turns out that when Yi Yuan was Hi plusing Hi plus Feiyu to death, he already quietly revolved the 100 poison formation and quietly moved it to this side through spatial rule. This 100 poison formation was colorless and odorless. It was extremely difficult to distinguish, but it clearly could not escape Huangfu Cloudthink's eyes. It was just that he was also stunned by Yi Yuan killing Hi plus Feiyu just now. That was why he overlooked it. Even if he had been keeping an eye out for Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation all along, Yi Yuan still succeeded. Yi Yuan just said indifferently, "Oh, is that so? 100 poison formation. Spread." It was only to see him pointing in the void. Everyone was uncertain what it meant, because at the place where Yi Yuan pointed was completely void of anything, as if nothing happened at all. But Huangfu Cloudthink's expression changed greatly, because he felt this 100 poison formation scatter all at once, becoming one miniature poison formation after another, dispersing in all directions. Furthermore, each miniature poison formation had spatial rule concealing its figure. The power of these miniature poison formations naturally could not compare to the large-scale poison formation. The damage it dealt toward Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses was negligible. But it was tremendously harmful to limitless sublime, heavenly stratum and greater sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouses. Suddenly, a large swathe of the powerhouses on the Pill Alliance's side collapsed loosely. What are you all still in a daze for? Everyone listen up. Break out of the encirclement after getting out of the mountain. Escape in all directions. Remember not to stop. As long as the green hills remain, there'll always be wood to burn. Yi Yuan shouted coldly, reverberating throughout the entire martial secure heavenly sect. Chapter 2638. No Escape from Fate. Chapter 2638. No Escape from Fate. This cold cry finally made the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples wake up. They flung caution to the wind and started breaking out of the encirclement. Under the protection of Yi Yuan's 100 poison formation, the martial secure heavenly sect's disciples mowed down all resistance. Seeing this scene, Huangfu Cloudthink's gaze revealed a chill. Humph, this alliance chief felt that you're a talent. That's why I kept showing mercy. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief can only resort to force. A powerful to the extreme aura instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan felt as uncomfortable as if his throat was being clutched. Huangfu Cloudthink was actually a grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouse. Feeling Huangfu Cloudthink's strength, Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart too. A deputy alliance chief actually had grand completion Jade Sovereign Heaven strength. Then what about the alliance chief? Could it be that fleeting and ephemeral Saint Sovereign Heaven? If that was the case, then the martial secure heavenly sect would really be finished. Huangfu Cloudthink did not look very awe-inspiring either. He just struck a palm over so lightly. Yi Yuan felt a lofty mountain-like force come at him head-on. Yi Yuan's mind shook heavily. This palm seemed unremarkable, but actually its utilization of rule was brilliant to the max. Virtually without hesitation, Yi Yuan executed spatial rule to try and avoid this blow. Yi Yuan's speed was quick to the extreme, but Huangfu Cloudthink sneered and said, "It's useless. If I can't even take care of you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, I can forget about being the deputy alliance chief." Yi Yuan was greatly shocked. That invisible force seemed to be like a bone-infesting maggot chasing after. Furthermore, the speed was even several times faster than him. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan. He could not escape. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and silently recited a spell. Suddenly, a giant mountain suddenly rose sharply in front of him. The small and exquisite heaven-span mountain grew into a giant mountain as high as the sky all of a sudden. Boom! That force just happened to arrive, directly landing on the giant mountain. The force penetrated the huge mountain. Yi Yuan felt a surge of huge force transmit right into his forelimbs and bones. His body flew out backward involuntarily, fresh blood spurting wildly. This Huangfu Cloudthink was too strong. Yi Yuan had some guesses in his heart. S-H-I plus Feiyu was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Huangfu Cloudthink. In fact, probably even sect Master Feng Shuani was not his match. This person's combat power was not the least bit inferior to Xiao Feibai, another sect master-level powerhouse. This Pill Alliance actually possessed two sect master-level powerhouses all at once. This was simply terrifyingly powerful. More importantly, that mysterious alliance chief never showed his face from start to finish. A puny little greater sublime heavenly stratum could actually block my Windry's ethereal palm. Truly incredible! Not only is your alchemy path talent extremely high, but your martial path talent is also frighteningly strong. Are you really not considering joining the Pill Alliance? Huangfu Cloudthink looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly. In reality, Huangfu Cloudthink had long seen through. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to join the Pill Alliance. If he did not even have this bit of ability to discern people, he, this deputy alliance chief, would also have an undeserved reputation. But he still did not give up. A talent like Yi Yuan was absolutely hard to come across in a million years. Even he felt ashamed of his inferiority in front of Yi Yuan too. He relied on the Pill Alliance's profound foundation to have today's achievements. But what did Yi Yuan have? Nothing. Yi Yuan forcefully reached the realm of true grade with his strength alone and started a Pill Pavilion, even causing a huge impact to the Pill Alliance. This was a Grandmaster-level figure. In time, Yi Yuan would absolutely be a Zhuo Buffon-level existence. There was no doubt about this. Yi Yuan was heavily injured, but his face was very resolute as he said coolly, "You know the answer. Why bother to waste your breath?" Huangfu Cloudthink sighed slightly and said, "I know the answer, but I'm also earnest in my love for talents. In my eyes, a martial secure heavenly sect is less important than you." These words made the faces of many Pill Alliance powerhouses change. Even when Holy Sun came into being back then, Alliance Chief Huangfu did not give such a high evaluation either. Yi Yuan smiled brilliantly and said, "But in my eyes 100 Pill Alliances isn't as good as a fraction of Marshall's secure heavenly sect." It was hard to come across a bosom friend in life. Luo Yunqing laid low for 10 years, just in order to move Yi Yuan. After entering the sect, Feng Shuani overrode all objections. This trust deserved Yi Yuan's repayment. It was undeniable that there was a SCU, M like S, H, I, plus Feiyu in the sect. But there was more warmth. Humph. Don't know how to appreciate favors. Since that's the case, then this alliance chief will send you off. Huangfu Cloudthink's expression was frosty, a palm wind arising again. This palm was even fiercer than before. Yi Yuan's divine essence was lacking. He was already unable to urge the Heavenspan Mountain anymore. Being a sect master CLA's powerhouse, his strength was not what the current Yi Yuan could resist at all. Even if he had a heavenly spirit treasure like the Heavenspan Mountain in his hand, it would not work either. If the disparity in cultivation realm could be made up for by just using a treasure, then wouldn't cultivation be a joke? The force carried the sound of the wind, making Yi Yuan's clothes flutter wildly. But facing this outrageous palm, Yi Yuan had a calm and collected look. Far away, Marshall Secure, Heavenly Sect's disciples already broke out of the encirclement, fleeing in all directions. On top of the mountain, Feng Shuani and Luo Yunqing were soaked in blood, killing their way in and out, practically already exhausted, facing more than 180 Jade Sovereign Heavenly Stratums, and also Xiao Feibai, this kind of sect master CLA's powerhouse. It was useless no matter how strong he was. For the first time, facing death, Yi Yuan felt that he was very powerless. He could not even struggle. The Pill Alliance was too strong. No, it was him who was too weak. Even if he had limitless sublime, heavenly stratum strength, he would not be so powerless too. Boom! There was a loud noise. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes. That fearsome palm actually disappeared into thin air. A black-robed old man appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Yuan, leaving him in a trance. This black-robed old man gave him an indescribable feeling, a kind of fleeting and ephemeral feeling. Arriving at grand bright jade, complete heaven, Yi Yuan felt like he had returned to the feeling when he had just been reborn again. Everything was without stir and ostentation. All powers were operating under the shackles of this heavenly Tao. But this old man in front of Yi Yuan shattered his understanding. This old man seemed to have broken away from the shackles of heavenly Tao, becoming AG, OD who could fly up to heaven and tunnel into the earth. Boy, take it. The black-robed old man did not even turn his head back. A streak of white light arrived with a howl. Yi Yuan reached his hand out to grab it and discovered that it was a fragmented piece of jade. "Senior, this is—" Yi Yuan said uncertainly. The black-robed old man said coolly, his tone being very calm, "This is the heavenly phoenix jade penannular pendant that Lord Zhuopa set down. Each of the 5 great heavenly sects holds one of them. Lord Zhuo said that when the 5 great heavenly sects reach the brink of life and death, we can combine these 5 incomplete jade pendants together and tie it over the hurdle. But sadly, it seems like it can't be used anymore. Take this piece of jade pendant and go." Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Senior is Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum, right? With you around, could it be that you can't stop the Pill Alliance too?" The black-robed old man laughed loudly and said, "Boy, you're a clever guy. Can't you see through it? It's impossible for the Marshall Secure Heavenly Sect to escape its doom." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. The black-robed old man's meaning was very clear. There was indeed a Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum powerhouse in this Pill Alliance too. Furthermore, the black-robed old man seemed to lack the confidence to win. Chapter 2639, Sect Destroyed. Chapter 2639, Sect Destroyed. No need to struggle anymore. You have no hope. Surrender. Xiao Feibai looked at Feng Shuani, who was covered in blood, and said calmly. Xiao Feibai's opponent was Feng Shuani. But Feng Shuani's opponent was not just Xiao Feibai. This was a sect-destroying battle, not an individual challenge. Xiao Feibai was strong, but among these 100 over Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses, many of them were quasi-sect master level. They were also Grand Completion Jade, Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. Although they were not as strong, they were absolutely not what ordinary elders could compare to. The Pill Alliance's strength was definitely more than just Xiao Feibai and Huangfu Cloudthink. Feng Shuani's clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled. How did he have the appearance of a sect master of his generation? It was just that the firmness in his eyes made him not have the slightest dejection in terms of aura. A sect master of his generation was a sect master of his generation. Even if a hero reached a dead end, he would still H.I. plus NE with boundless radiance. Beside him, those from their martial secure, heavenly sect who were still fighting became fewer and fewer. Under the Pill Alliance's might, the martial secure, heavenly sect did not stand a chance at all. But during the battle, he glimpsed the sect's disciples Russ. H.I. plussing out of the heavy encirclement through the corners of his eyes, and a hint of relief flashed across his eyes. He was grateful to Yi Yuan in his heart. He knew that only Yi Yuan could do this. Ha ha ha, my martial secure, heavenly sect has heaven's surmounting pride. There's only a sect master that dies after defeat. No lackey that drags out an Aijian Blee existence. Yunqing, Yi Yuan, you must live on. With you guys around, my martial secure, heavenly sect will illuminate the world again one day. Martial Uncle Yen. Feng Shuani will go first. Feng Shuani held the heaven-killing battle spear in his hand. All of a sudden, his aura surged to the sky. A vague and insubstantial fluctuation instantly rendered the entire world with color. At this moment, martial secure sect master was akin to a fiendji. Oh, D on earth! When Xiao Feibai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing slightly, a hint of respect showing in his eyes. He knew that Feng Shuani was burning his own world power here, to salt that fleeting and ephemeral saint sovereign heavenly stratum at the final moment. It was not for others, just for the last wisp of brilliance in life. It was impossible to reach saint, sovereign, heavenly stratum. But Feng Shuani's strength would rise dramatically in an extremely short time. This was his final glory. After burning, he would be ashes. Sect Master, I'll accompany you. Seeing Feng Shuani like this, Luo Yunqing yelled angrily. In this martial secure, heavenly sect, the one that Luo Yunqing respected the most was Feng Shuani. Back then, he had faded into the crowd. It was Feng Shuani who had discerning eyes, noticing him in the crowd, encouraging him, walking all the way until today. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend. For the martial secure heavenly sect's sake, Luo Yunqing could likewise sacrifice himself. But right at the moment he immolated his world power, a powerful force suppressed over, scattering his immolation. Yunqing, you can't die. Remember, from now on, Yi Yuan is the new martial secure, heavenly sect's sect master. You have to assist him and revitalize the martial secure, heavenly sect. Feng Shuani said in a cold voice. Luo Yunqing's whole body trembled, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan, who was behind the black-robed old man. Yi Yuan himself also trembled all over. Feng Shuani did not choose Luo Yunqing, but chose him. This was a heavy entrustment. Feng Shuani's gaze similarly landed on Yi Yuan. He was clear that Luo Yunqing's sword intent surmounted the heavens and was arrogant and unyielding, just like a sharp sword. But he was not the best candidate to revitalize the sect. In contrast, Yi Yuan had more leaders. I plus P qualities and was more suited to leading the sect to rise again. Luo Yunqing clenched his jaws tightly and said with tears in his eyes, "Sect Master, Yunqing got it." Feng Shuani held the long spear out and said in a solemn voice, "I'll open up the path. You go out." Swizz. Plus Feng Shuani stabbed with the long spear in his hands, his entire person turning into a streak of electricity, tearing across the sky. His speed and strength soared significantly in an instant. Clearly, it already exceeded the domain of Jade, Sovereign, Heavenly Stratum. "I'll move away." Xiao Feibai yelled coldly, immediately moving aside. He knew that the Feng Shuani at this time was like a firework shooting into the sky. SHI plus Ning with boundless radiance. Body could stop him at this moment. Xiao Feibai retreated quickly, but some Jade Sovereign Heavens did not have time to retreat, and was directly pierced through by Feng Shuani. Luo Yunqing did not dare to be neglectful, enduring the tremendous pain and following after. Yi Yuan had a calm look, but his heart hurt like it was P.R.I.C. ked by a needle. "Everyone listen up. Feng Shuani, immediately issue a sect master order and appoint Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan 2 people as martial secure heavenly sect's elders. Feng Shuani, am willing to give up the position of sect master, but Luo Yunqing and Yi Yuan, I'm protecting them for sure." Scenes of past events flowed in Yi Yuan's heart. The braver the current Feng Shuani was, the more painful it was for him. This sect master with great courage and great bearing would soon disappear like the wind. Feng Shuani's life was flowing away rapidly. When Huangfu Cloudthink saw the situation, he could not help frowning slightly. He gave the black-robed old man a glance, then turned around and flew straight for Feng Shuani. Boom! Huangfu Cloudthink actually confronted Feng Shuani head-on. With one blow, Huangfu Cloudthink was directly blown away, but he did not suffer much damage. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. It turned out that earlier, Huangfu Cloudthink actually did not use his full strength yet. At present, Feng Shuani was a terrifying half-step saint sovereign heaven existence. Huangfu Cloudthink could actually clash with Feng Shuani. This Huangfu Cloudthink's strength was likely not far from Saint Sovereign Heavenly Stratum 2. Feng Shuani was greatly surprised too, but he did not care about it. Brandis. Plussing his spear and Russ. Plussing forward again. The 2 people unfolded a terrifying to the extreme great battle in the air. Luckily, under Feng Shuani's lead, the 2 already charged out of the encirclement. Luo Yunqing turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the horizon. However, another streak of light followed closely behind, chasing after. Who could it be if not Xiao Feibai? Clearly, the Pill Alliance was going to tear the weed out by the roots. But Feng Shuani was already powerless to stop him. The black-robed old man did not say anything all along. At this time he suddenly spoke up. "Boy, you should go now." "Did you hear Shuani Boy's words just now?" Crack, crack, crack. Yi Yuan's finger joints were clenched by him until it made cracking sounds. The things that he had experienced were far too many. But such a terrible battle today still touched his nerves. The martial secure, heavenly sect that was once powerful and prosperous was destroyed just like that. Yes, from today onwards, the martial secure heavenly sect would have its name removed from the rain-clear continent. Yi Yuan was not a saint. Even if he had experienced too much, the hatred in his heart currently still filled his chest. He nodded his head fiercely and said, "Senior, rest assured. I'll avenge this hatred." The black-robed old man turned his head. Yi Yuan could see the wrinkles on his face clearly, but there was a faint smile on the other party's face, and he said, "There's no need to take revenge, but you must pass down the martial secure heavenly sect's inheritance." The Pill Alliance's foundation Serpa. SES your imagination. They are not what you can afford to provoke. Remember, before ACCU, mulating enough strength, you mustn't take revenge. Finished saying, the black-robed old man flicked his sleeves grandly. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes go dark, directly being pushed into the SPAC. He was greatly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old man's understanding of spatial rule was actually so strong. But right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Chapter 2640. Thistle South Sea Region. Chapter 2640. Thistle South Sea Region Boom. An invisible fist force punched into the void at this moment. When the black-robed old man saw this scene, his expression could not help changing wildly. He had the mind to drag Yi Yuan back, but already could not do it. He knew that the void seemed calm, but this punch rendered the void completely chaotic. The shattered SPAC would tear Yi Yuan to shreds. When the black-robed old man saw the handsome youth who stepped out of the void, he had a solemn expression on his face. The youth looked at the black-robed old man and said, smilingly, "The new sect master is already dead. You guys can go with peace of mind. Don't you say so, Hishiyan?" The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and he said coldly, "Your Pill Alliance really knows quite a lot. It's just, I wonder if you guys really came from the south or not." The youth smiled slightly and said, "Guess." "Yi Yuan." Feng Shuani's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, his gaze full of unwillingness. The undulation just now, he felt it clearly. Under this power, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. Feng Shuani thought that by relying on Hishiyan's strength, he could at least send Yi Yuan out. Who would have thought that this Pill Alliance's Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually so powerful? This was getting rid of the weeds by uprooting them. Xiao Feibai went to chase after Luo Yinqing too. Could he escape with his life? Feng Shuani felt that the world suddenly became incomparably dark. The martial secure, heavenly sect did not even have a final trace of life anymore. Boom! Under Huangfu Cloudthink's palm, Feng Shuani spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. His time was up. His life was fading rapidly, and his strength was also falling rapidly. The current Feng Shuani was no longer Huangfu Cloudthink's match anymore. Huangfu Cloudthink laughed loudly and said, "You all are too naive. How can Lord Alliance Chief possibly let Yi Yuan leave? Since he wasn't willing to surrender, then he's the Pill Alliance's mortal enemy. Letting such an opponent live will find it hard to eat and sleep." Each of Huangfu Cloudthink's palm moves was stronger than the last. Feng Shuani was already powerless to parry. His pupils gradually dilated, carrying a strong unwillingness. All the way until the moment he died, he did not close his eyes too. The youth looked at Hishiyan, still smiling brightly as he said, "All right, now the new and old sect master are both dead. Your martial secure heavenly sect can officially withdraw from the stage of history." The aura on Hishiyan's body gradually rose. He was different from Jade Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. His aura was illusory, giving people a sacred feeling. This was the unique charm of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses. "I know that you're very strong, but if you want to chomp down on me, this old bone, it will probably injure you badly too." Hishiyan seemed to have seen through everything, planning on fighting to the death. The youth was still very calm and said with a smile, "Is that so? I'm afraid that this is just your wishful thinking." As he said, there was an additional piece of jade ornament in the youth's hand. When this jade ornament appeared, Hishiyan's pupils constricted. He cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary Grand Mist treasure?" The youth smiled and said, "That's right, at least you have some knowledge." Hishiyan said in surprise, "Looks like you guys indeed came from the south." The youth said coolly, "Whether or not we came from the south isn't important anymore. From now on, Your 5 great heavenly sects will become the past. My pale alliance will unify the rain-clear continent. Waves of gentle light halo emitted from the jade ornament. Although the light halo was gentle, Hishuyan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 3 months later, in the extreme south of the Martial Secure Heavenly Sect, above the vast expanse of ocean, a SHI plus P made out of fine steel was currently approaching the SHORE. On the SHI plus P, 4 to 5 young men and women were rather excited. Hey, it's the ORE water region not far ahead. After reaching the ORE water region will be completely safe. The harvest this time is so big. It's all thanks to Brother Haoyan. Not only did Brother Haoyan obtain the water concealment pearl, this kind of treasure, but he also even attracted more than half of the true spirit sea race troops with his power alone. Hoo-hoo! To talk about credit, it's of course still Peiyun who contributed the most. She is of the grade 5 prenatal water spirit physique. She's most suitable for the water concealment pearl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have accomplished this feat. Huang Haoyan looked toward Su Peiyun with a look of adoration. Su Peiyun was Calm South City's city, Lord's daughter. Huang Haoyan had courted her for a long time already. This time he finally succeeded with the water concealment pearl. Su Peiyun looked at Huang Haoyan and found him pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him, and said smilingly, "Big brother Yen is too modest." Peiyun only went in to take some things. What credit is there? Rather, it's Big brother Yen. Your strength stands head and shoulders above all others. Facing 3,000 true spirit sea race members, you didn't show the least bit of fear to a real man. When Huang Haoyan heard that, his heart burst with joy, and he repeatedly said, "Dare not." "Hey, you guys look. There's someone in the sea." Suddenly a companion shouted. That person in the sea clearly saw this large SHI plus P2 and had a look of joy on his face as he shouted loudly, "Friends on the SHI plus P, can you give me a ride? I'll be extremely grateful." As he said, he did not wait for everyone to agree either, and actually leaped straight onto the large SHI plus P. When Huang Haoyan saw the arrival, his brows furrowed hard. This person was dressed in white clothing, full of bloodstains on it. His aura was also very disorderly. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. With regards to such a guy with unknown origins, Huang Haoyan was naturally unwilling to bring alone. "Who are you? How rude. Did this young lady let you onto the boat?" Su Peiyun flew off the handle first. The youth in white clothing smiled bitterly and said, "Really sorry about it. I got lost in the sea and have already drifted for more than a month. I finally managed to run into you all. Can you let me hitch a ride? Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to find the way back." Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, "Your direction was completely wrong. Of course, you couldn't find your way back. This guy is so reckless. To actually dare rush the Thistle South Sea region all alone by himself, courting death? To be able to reach here alive, really don't know how lucky you got. Brainless fellow." The youth in white clothes smiled bitterly and said, "What Miss said is true. I don't have any malicious intent. These few heavenly pills, just take it as recompense to thank the few of you. How's that?" As he said, the youth in white clothes took out 5 heavenly pills. The moment Su Peiyun and the rest saw, they could not help crying out in surprise, "Grand completion 9th grade! Grade 2 heavenly pith pill!" The few people exchanged glances, clearly moved by it. The heavenly pith pill was a superb heavenly pill for cultivation. Furthermore, it was even grand completion 9th grade. It was not up to them to not be moved. The youth in white clothes gave Su Peiyun a glance and said with a smile, "Miss seems to cultivate a water attribute cultivation method. I just happen to have a water intent condensed fragrance pill on me. I believe that Miss has use for it." Su Peiyun opened her mouth wide and was rendered speechless and lifeless. A grand completion 9th grade level water intent condensed fragrance pill was simply a priceless treasure to her. The things that they obtained in the true spirit, sea clan, might not compare to this when added up to. One had to know the water intent condensed fragrance pill could help her increase her rule realm. A grand completion 9th grade water intent condensed fragrance pill was sufficient to improve her power of rule further. The gazes that the few people looked towards the man in white with immediately became different. Just as everyone was surprised, a huge wave suddenly stirred up behind the large S. H-I plus P. Huang Haoyan's expression changed wildly, and he said, "Not good. Those guys must have discovered that the treasure depository pavilion in the tribe was robbed. They are catching up. Oh well." Chapter 2641, Senior. Chapter 2641, Senior. A few brats who are still wet behind their ears actually dares to steal our merfolk tribe's treasure? Simply tired of living. Do you all think that you can leave after stealing the treasure? In this ocean, our true spirit sea race is the true king. An enormous merfolk was galloping on the surface of the sea, riding the wind and waves, akin to flat land. Their speed was actually several times faster than this large S. H-I plus P. They were unbelievably stinky, but the fury on their faces currently was evident to all. These few fellows actually robbed their treasure depository pavilion. What was even more aggravating was that there was actually also the merfolk clan's sacred item in it. Under their fury, the merfolk tribe dispatched large numbers of troops and chased after. As far as the eyes could see, it was full of fish heads into the distance. There was a dense and black maw. S, unable to see any end in sight. Roughly counting, there were likely no fewer than several thousand. These thousands of merfolk, the vast majority were lesser sublime, heavenly stratum. But there were also quite a few hundred that were greater sublime, heavenly stratum. And these few people on the boat, only Su Peiyun and Huang Haoyan were upper greater sublime heaven. The others were all middle greater sublime heaven. Once caught up, they would be dead for sure. /this. What to do here? We're dead for sure. D-A-M and it. How did they find out so quickly? With the few of our strength, we'd definitely be dead beyond a doubt if caught up. Huang Haoyan swept a glance over everyone and said in a solemn voice. As for the man in white clothing, he was directly overlooked by him, a middle greater sublime heaven. What use could he be of? Big Brother Yen, didn't you lure away 3,000 seafolk previously? Why don't you try luring away again? Su Peiyun suddenly looked at Huang Haoyan, her eyes full of hope. Huang Haoyan's face turned black and he nearly cussed out. He merely made use of some methods before to gain an advantage by trickery. Actually, he did not dare to show his face at all. Got to be joking. One person luring a few thousand people. Even if he grew 10 heads, it would not be enough to chop either. Peiyun, you aren't aware. After I use that method, I need half a month before I can use it again. Right now, Sai. Huang Haoyan told a fib. Su Peiyun did not suspect anything either, but the sense of loss in her eyes could not be concealed no matter what. The man in white said, "That, I have a way, but I don't know if it will work or not." Su Peiyun smiled coldly when she heard that and said, "Even Big Brother Yen has no way. Then what method can you, a measly little middle grader sublime heaven, have? Don't annoy me." Toward this brainless fellow, Su Peiyun found him displeasing to the eye, no matter how she looked at him, running to the Thistle South Sea region all by himself. In the end, he could not even find where North was. What method could this kind of moron possibly have? As for taking out these incredible heavenly pills, the few people guessed that this fellow was probably some alchemy great family's descendant. It was just that he did not bring his brain out of the house. Rather, it was Huang Haoyan who suddenly spoke up. Treat a dead horse tentatively as if it was still alive. Peiyun, let's hear it. Su Peiyun was anxious in her heart, but also had no plans and could only nod her head. Huang Haoyan said in a solemn voice, "What idea you have? Quickly say it." The man in white said, "A run." Everyone fell down. Freaking H-E-L-L, what kind of C-R-A-P idea was this? Still need you to say run? Huang Haoyan felt a wave of anger from being played and said in a great rage, "Punk, you're messing with me?" The man in white smiled and said, "What I mean is let's run first. After I recover strength, I'll have a way." As he said, the man in white ignored everyone's strange gazes and went to meditate in a corner of the deck by himself. Huang Haoyan was angered until he ground his teeth, but now was not the time to blow his top. Running was number one. He gritted his teeth and said, "Payan, throw all of the sea spirit pearls obtained this time into the array formation. Activate the array formation to the highest setting. There's only this method now." Su Peiyun bit her lips lightly. Finally, she still nodded her head. The sea spirit pearl was a specialty of the true spirit sea race. Consuming one was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. They plundered the merfolk clan's lair this time and obtained a large quant. 1 tie of sea spirit pearls. Originally, they planned on using it to break through. In the end, they had no choice but to use them to flee now. Sure enough, the moment the sea spirit pearls were thrown into the array formation, the speed of the S-H-I plus P soared at once. Although it still did not compare to those merfolk, they could not catch up in a short time. Only then did Huang Haoyan and the rest heave a sigh in relief. Su Peiyun looked at Yi Yuan and said in a great rage, "You this fellow, getting on the boat without our permission. Now, you're still acting completely fine here. How can you be so shameless?" This man in white was precisely Yi Yuan. That strike from the Pill Alliance's alliance chief made him almost die. The shattered void practically tore him apart. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yi Yuan comprehended the second level of spatial rule. That was how he escaped by a fluke. Even so, he drifted in the void for 2 months too, before he finally got out. However, he arrived in a foreign place, all around him being the ocean. Suddenly descending upon Thistle South Sea region, Yi Yuan had a stunned face. It was all the same all around. Helpless, Yi Yuan could only randomly find a direction and proceed all the way. But he ran into heaps and heaps of sea monsters along the way. The moment these sea monsters saw him, they pounced over to kill him without heed for their lives. Furthermore, these sea monsters were extremely strong. This sea was their natural battlefield. In this place they Farserpa, said same rank humans. Their strength could not be underestimated. But unfortunately they ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan killed all the way over, killing for a month's time before finally seeing Huang Haoyan and the rest. In the end, he did not expect that this bunch of guys were even more of a troublemaker, provoking a clan of sea monsters. Seeing Su Peiyun fly off the handle, Huang Haoyan frowned and said, "Peiyun, now isn't the time to haggle over this. If we can get out by chance, it won't be too late to denounce him publicly then." When Su Peiyun saw Huang Haoyan speak, she was very obedient. But she was full of unhappiness when she looked at Yi Yuan. You guys, quickly look ahead." At this time, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise. When Huang Haoyan heard that, he was greatly surprised. Could it be that there was true spirit sea race obstructing in front too? If that was the case, they would really be dead for sure. However, he looked in the direction pointed by his companion and immediately had a stupefied look. There were corpses of the sea folk everywhere on the surface of the sea. The undulations coming off of some corpses were very powerful. Enough to be grand completion, greater, sublime, heaven. Suddenly, Huang Haoyan's eyes lit up and he said, "Could it be that there was a limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum senior who said by here? If we can find him, there will be hope of surviving." Su Peiyun's eyes also lit up, and she came in front of Yi Yuan and questioned, "Hey, you came from this direction earlier, right? Did you encounter any senior? Yi Yuan was still regulating his breathing and ignored her. When Su Peiyun saw that Yi Yuan did not even pay attention to her, she immediately flew into a great rage. Punk, we kindly took you in, but in the end, you actually put on airs on the boat. Do you really think that this young lady doesn't dare to kill you? Under her fury, Su Peiyun suddenly smacked a palm over, but it hit nothing. Yi Yuan's body was already standing on the side of the S. H-I+P. He already finished recuperating. His strength recovered to its peak again. Yi Yuan turned to Su Peiyun and smiled as he said, I didn't encounter any senior, but I have a way now. Chapter 2642. Driving Back the Enemy. Chapter 2642. Driving back the enemy away? What method can you have? Su Peiyun said disdainfully, but just as she was talking, Yuan already leaped and jumped into the sea. At this time, those merfolk were merely a dozen over miles away from the boat. With Yi Yuan jumping, he faced off against the merfolk army in virtually an instant. This scene stupefied Huang Haoyan, Su Peiyun, and the rest. What does this guy want to do? Su Peiyun said in surprise. Who cares about him? If he wants to seek death, it can't be blamed on us. Let's quickly go. Huang Haoyan said. The stupefied ones were not just them. There was also the merfolk army. They never thought that there was actually someone who dared to jump down from the boat at this time. Wasn't this courting death? Could it be that this boy was tired of living? Yi Yuan looked at the merfolk leader and said coolly, Give me face and give them a way out. How about it? The merfolk leader was enraged and said, Where did this punk come from? To dare spout nonsense in front of this general. Smash over for me. Tear him to shreds. Having received the order, each and every one of them in the army flashed their harpoons and spears, and they charged over toward Yi Yuan. Several thousand people in a mighty contingent. This kind of power made the expressions of the few people on the S, H, I, plus P change. They knew that in this ocean there would often be conflicts between races. The fighting was even more terrible than on the mainland. But the interior of these races was incomparably united. An army of 3,000 humans was absolutely not the match for 3,000 merfolk, let alone that there was only Yi Yuan alone facing them. On the SHI plus P, a companion suddenly cried out in surprise, I understand now. The method that he spoke of was to challenge the entire merfolk army by himself. Is this guy a moron? Su Peiyun, two people were taken aback and also came back to their senses. It was just that, in their view, this was no different from courting death. Su Peiyun rolled her eyes and said, A fool who overestimates his own ability. Him coming to Thistle's South Sea region alone to roam is a very foolish behavior to begin with. The army got closer and closer to Yi Yuan. Finally, they clashed. Boom! Waves splashed. Yi Yuan's skinny figure was instantly engulfed by the army and seawater. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, The ignorant is fearless. A shame. This guy didn't even block for a second. With regards to Yi Yuan's behavior of seeking death, Huang Haoyan and the rest did not have much pity. What he found regrettable was that Yi Yuan could not tie down the merfolk army in the slightest. The merfolk army was still Russ, plussing towards them. But very soon, they discovered that something was not right. The huge wave had been churning endlessly. Furthermore, it was extremely irregular, completely different from before. And the speed of the army's advance also gradually slowed down. Suddenly, a figure rose into the sky, bringing along a pile of minced meat which exploded. The eyes of the few people on the boat became wide saucers. However, this figure disappeared in a flash and landed in the merfolk army once more. Is my eyesight failing? Just now, was it that boy? Huang Haoyan was shocked until he was even stammering when speaking. Su Peiyun also had a look of shock as she said, He actually didn't die? That's the merfolk army. Under the assault of an army of several thousand merfolk, Not only did Yi Yuan not die, he actually still had the leeway to retaliate. How could they not be shocked? What was more, this guy was just a mere middle, greater, sublime heaven. Before long, the changes in the merfolk army became more and more apparent. The army was already in utter disarray. Huang Haoyan saw it clearly. The merfolk leader also had no choice but to lead his men to rush back to the central army. Amidst the army and waves, a blood-stained white figure appeared and disappeared, appearing bizarre and mysterious. The more Huang Haoyan and the rest watched, the more shocked they got. The more they looked, the more jittery they became. This guy actually killed the entire merfolk army until they were in a sorry state with his power alone. They naturally did not know that along with Yi Yuan comprehending spatial rule, coupled with this month of frenzied killing, he already comprehended the second form of great Tao transformation, the form of the All-Enkampa. Sing sacred tree already grew into a seedling from a sprout. The transformed swords already evolved from 2 to 8. Furthermore, the power increased greatly, unless he similarly encountered second form powerhouses. Otherwise, Yi Yuan was virtually invincible in greater sublime, heavenly stratum. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan's power was profound and his breath was drawn out, as well as that he was highly proficient in formation Tao. It was also akin to flat ground in the army, unless a limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse appeared. Otherwise, to Yi Yuan, there was not much difference between killing one and killing 1,000. However, in the eyes of Huang Haoyan and Co., who did not know the inside story, it was totally different. At this time, his companion suddenly said, "Brother Haoyan, when that boy got on the SHI plus P before, his aura was very chaotic. Furthermore, he came over from this sea region. You look, so many true spirit sea folk died in this sea region. They wouldn't have all been killed by him, right?" Impossible. Huang Haoyan seemed to have had his tail stepped on. Nearly jumping up, shaking his head repeatedly, he said, "So many sea folk, unless it's a limitless sublime heavenly stratum senior. Otherwise, how can it be possible?" Talking until here, he could not carry on speaking, because he knew that it was extremely likely. At least, there was more than 90% probability. If it was not Yi Yuan, that would also be too coincidental. Turning back to look at those countless corpses, Huang Haoyan felt rather parched. He wouldn't have killed all the way over, right? Huang Haoyan looked at Su Peiyun and revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. When ordinary humans entered the sea, they would have many methods to evade these sea folk. Unless one's strength reached limitless sublime, heavenly stratum. Otherwise, who dared to kill all the way over? In the ocean, the numbers of the true spirit sea race simply could not be tallied. Their numbers were hundreds, even thousands of times of the human race. Furthermore, in the ocean, the strength of these sea folk increased greatly, far surpa Sing same rank humans. Under this kind of circumstances, he killed his way over. Even thinking about it felt scary. The smile on Su Peiyun's face did not look any better than Huang Haoyan's. In her heart, Huang Haoyan was the chosen one. When Yi Yuan just appeared, she looked down on him from the bottom of her heart, and her words were very unpleasant too. In the end, he was unbelievably impressive. Luckily, Yi Yuan did not have malicious intent. Otherwise, when she made a move to deal with Yi Yuan earlier, he would have directly killed her. Just her bit of strength, it was really not enough to look at in front of Yi Yuan. The merfolk leader cried out strangely, repeatedly, and disregarded his subordinates too, turning tail and running. He shouted, "Wah wah wah! This boy is too strong, we're not a match. Quickly retreat! Quickly retreat!" Yi Yuan seemed to be in his own backyard amidst the army of thousands, killing here and there, and, body could stop him at all. The merfolk leader was extremely strong and barely managed to escape death. But one arm was severed by Yi Yuan too. How could this merfolk leader still dare to continue fighting? Came quickly, left quickly too. With a howl, the merfolk army disappeared without a trace, only leaving behind a pile of corpses floating on the surface of the sea. Yi Yuan's movement technique was extremely fast. With a few ups and downs, he already caught up to the large S, H, I plus P. When his figure landed on the deck again, the few people on the boat immediately tensed up fully. This guy was simply a ruthless murderer. Chapter 2643, Land of Heavenly South. Chapter 2643, Land of Heavenly South. A senior, just now. I've offended you just now, Huang Haoyan said with a deathly pale complexion. The combat power that Yi Yuan displayed struck deep terror into him. Thinking of how his group of people was even posturing in front of him, there was a feeling of courting death. Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to stoop to his level and said indifferently, "Where is this place?" Huang Haoyan hurriedly said, "This place is the Thistle South Sea region." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "Thistle South Sea region? How far is it from the Five Light Heavenly region?" It was his first time hearing this name. Yi Yuan only knew that the Rain-Clear Continent's domain was Ma.S. Civ. The five great heavenly regions could not completely cover it. The borders of the Rain-Clear Continent were the Endless Sea region. These sea regions were the forbidden areas for the powerhouses on the continent, because there were countless powerful life forms in the ocean. Even a Saint Sovereign Heaven could not rely on their individual power to cross the sea region too, because there were some existences rivaling Saint Sovereign Heaven in the ocean, and even more terrifying existences. He did not expect that he actually came to the sea in an accident arising from many causes. It was just that did not know what coordinates the sea region was in the Five Light Heavenly region and how far away it was. Yi Yuan was very concerned about the Five Light Heavenly region situation. Although he knew that the Five Light Heavenly region and the black-robed old man likely had a bleak chance of survival, but not getting the news, he still could not give up. It was just that on the vast ocean, where would he go to inquire about the news? Five Light Heavenly region? That's the Central Plains. It's at least several decades of journey away from here. Furthermore, there's even a myriad demons mountain separating in the middle. Senior actually came from the Five Light Heavenly region? Huang Haoyan said in surprise. There were countless great demons in the myriad demons mountain. There were even a whole bunch of Jade, Sovereign Heaven level true spirits. It was very hard for Huang Haoyan to imagine how Yi Yuan came here from the Five Light Heavenly region. Although he repelled the merfolk army alone, it was also impossible to be a limitless sublime heavenly stratums match, let alone talk about Jade Sovereign Heavenly stratum true spirits. Yi Yuan became even more mysterious in the eyes of the few people there. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help feeling his head swell. Several decades of journey, that was really too far. With his current speed on food, traveling 100,000 over miles a day was par for the course. Several decades of journey. That would have to be calculated in hundreds of millions. Yi Yuan did not reply Huang Haoyan's questioning and continued asking, "Looking at your attire, you don't look like a fisherman on the sea. Could it be that the land that you guys are living on actually doesn't belong to the five great heavenly regions?" Huang Haoyan nodded and said, "The five great heavenly regions occupy 80% of Rain-Clear Continent's domain, but our land of Heavenly South just happens to be part of that 20%. Oh, I heard my father say that our land of Heavenly South is called the land of Barbaric South out of your mouths. The few of us are all the land of Heavenly South's southernmost tips calm, South City's people." Speaking of the land of Barbaric South, Yi Yuan had some impression of it. When he was in the martial, secure, heavenly sect, he had naturally read many records before. Among them were records of the land of Barbaric South. There were even legends that Zhu Bufan's disappearance was actually going out to sea from the land of Barbaric South, and he had not returned to this day. It was just that this version was untenable in the eyes of many people. After all, There were far too many powerhouses in the sea. However, the 5 great heavenly regions were separated by a myriad demons mountain from this place, so there were very few records. Yi Yuan knew about the myriad demons mountain. In this mountain, there were countless true spirits. There were probably even more jade, sovereign heaven level true spirits than humans. He heard that there were even saint, sovereign heaven level true spirits in it. Therefore, no matter which faction, they all did not dare to make a move against the myriad demons mountain. Even jade, sovereign heaven powerhouses did not dare to easily climb over the myriad demons mountain too. Unless one's strength reached saint, sovereign heaven level, only then could they suppress the great demons there. He did not expect that he drifted in the void and actually ran so far all at once, directly being thrown into the sea. Arriving here was not all bad either. At least, he would not be pursued by the Pill Alliance. But the problem was he wanted to take revenge and could not go back for the time being as well. With his current strength, there was simply no way to cross the myriad demons mountain. Could it be that he really had to cultivate to saint, sovereign, heavenly stratum before he could return? At that time, he would not be afraid of the Pill Alliance anymore. Except, how long would it take? When Yi Yuan was drifting in the void, he had once thought of many ways to seek revenge. He firmly believed that as long as he hid in the dark, he could cause heavy losses to the Pill Alliance. But now, all of it could not be used anymore. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly, anger looming in his eyes, Huang Haoyan did not even dare to breathe loudly. Finally, Yi Yuan let out a long sigh and said, "Since I came, I might as well stay and make the best of it. Bring me to Calm South City, then." Huang Haoyan was taken aback when he heard that and said, "Senior wants to go to Calm South City? Why, can't I?" Yi Yuan retorted with a question. Huang Haoyan shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, no, no. Of course you can. If Senior wants to go, we naturally welcome you." How could he afford to provoke Yi Yuan? He hurriedly agreed. Along the way, Yi Yuan asked a lot about the situation in the land of Heavenly South. Calm South City was a major city in the south and was quite strong, because the Heavenly Stratum powerhouses here would suffer the attack of the true spirit sea race from time to time. Here, there was no difference between ascenders and native forces. As long as one was strong enough, they could survive. No one would discriminate against an individual for being an ascender. Yi Yuan understood this point too. This was because the sea folk were too powerful. The number of true spirit sea folk was simply an astronomical figure. Even if one stacked with human heads, the pressure on the various races on land was tremendous too. Regardless of whether it was a native faction or ascenders, they all had to face the threat of the sea race. They had no choice but to stick together and unite against the foreign forces. Although the sea was rich in produces, the living conditions were not as good as on land. Therefore, the true spirit sea race would follow the current during the morning and evening tides and attack the city. Their goal was nothing more than to plunder the materials and treasures of humans. Furthermore, the true spirit sea race was bloodthirsty. Every time they reached a place, there would be a bloodbath. Therefore, the various races' heavenly stratum powerhouses on land were irreconcilably hostile with the sea race. But the sea was vast and also an excellent place to train. Therefore, the various races' powerhouses would often head to the sea in groups. Firstly, to hunt for treasures. Secondly, it was to train. Huang Haoyan, this group of people's trip, was precisely to go and train. It was just that they did not expect to cause such a big commotion. Logically speaking, you guys only stole some treasures. The merfolk tribe shouldn't have gone so far as to be so irreconcilable till death, insisting on hunting you all down. Did you guys steal something incredible? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. Huang Haoyan shook his head and said, "There are quite a few good stuff, but there's also no amazing treasure." Yi Yuan said, "Let me see." Huang Haoyan did not dare to disobey. The few people took out all of the treasures obtained, virtually covering half of the deck. When Yi Yuan saw, he could not help rolling his eyes too. This bunch of guys could really cause trouble. After stealing so many treasures, it would have been strange if the merfolk tribe did not go crazy. Fortunately, the merfolk tribe was not considered strong. He could barely manage to handle it. If a limitless sublime, heavenly stratum powerhouse came, Yi Yuan would have long run by himself. After checking it, Yi Yuan did not discover anything peculiar either. But there were a few items that Yi Yuan felt were rather good. Among them was a conch-like item that caught Yi Yuan's attention. Chapter 2644. 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Chapter 2644. 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit. What is this? Yi Yuan asked. The few people shook their heads one after another. Clearly, they did not know what that was. Yi Yuan looked at it carefully for a moment, but did not have a clue either. This conch gave him a mysterious aura. But as for what the mystery was, he could not say for sure either. In the end, he could only give up. Yi Yuan threw the conch back and said coolly, "All right, I can't see through it either. Aren't your families all pretty impressive? Go back and let your elders take a look. Maybe they can discern something." Huang Haoyan looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to look at the treasures because he planned to rip them off. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even look at them. How could he know that as the martial secure heavenly sex elder, Yi Yuan had seen before Ji? Oh, D knows how many good items. How could he eye these little things? This merfolk tribe was merely a small tribe. It was far too lacking compared to the martial secure heavenly sect. Of course, even if there was good stuff, Yi Yuan was disdainful to rob them using this sort of method too. The party sailed for close to a month and finally returned to the SHORE. Only after traveling for more than 10 days did they reach Calm South City. Calm South City was very grand. An extremely powerful array formation was even reinforced on the city walls. Yi Yuan measured it with his eyes. It had probably already reached the level of rank 3 heavenly formation. This array formation was a defensive grand array. Most likely, even if dozens of limitless sublime heavenly stratum powerhouses besieged it, they would not be able to breach it too. Entering the city, Yi Yuan said to the few people, "You all return to your respective homes and find your families. I'll walk around on my own." The moment Huang Haoyan heard, he felt like he was granted amnesty and was just about to open his mouth. But he heard Su Peiyin say, "Senior, you've just arrived here and are a stranger in a strange place. Why don't I be your guide?" Seeing that Yi Yuan had the intention of rejecting, she hurriedly said again, "Senior, calculating the time, our Calm South City is currently organizing the 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit right now. The Thistle South 9 Cities well-known alchemy masters are all gathered here." When Huang Haoyan by the side saw that Su Peiyin was so warm toward Yi Yuan, it felt like he was chewing wax. But he had to admit this really moved him. Having just arrived, understanding the alchemy path strength of the land of Heavenly South was also within reason. As for Su Peiyin's thoughts, Yi Yuan knew a little too. This Lot S probably wanted to rope him in. He was not narcissistic to the point where he thought that he was everyone's darling. This girl's fear toward him was probably a little greater. After all, slaughtering all directions in the army of several thousand merfolk, the impression that this scene left in the hearts of the few people was too shocking. Huang Haoyan was probably thinking too much. However, Yi Yuan did not care about Huang Haoyan's thoughts. As long as he did not provoke him, everything could be discussed. If he provoked him, Yi Yuan did not mind sending him off. He rowed their boat, gifted them heavenly pills, and repelled the merfolk army. It was already sufficient as repayment. In fact, the value was far more than that. They owed nothing to each other anymore. 9 Cities Heavenly Pill Summit? A little interesting. Come on, Yi Yuan said. He knew that there were 9 large cities on the SHORE of the Thistle South Sea region. The purpose was to resist the invasion of the true Spirit Sea race. This calm South City's array formation was probably not what an ordinary person could set up to. There was clearly an even greater backer behind the 9 cities. That our Huang family is also taking part in the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit, and I'm just about to go over to take a look. Why don't we go together? Huang Haoyan thickened his skin and asked. Yi Yuan nodded, slightly indifferent to it. When Su Peiyun saw Yi Yuan agree, she was naturally overjoyed. Such a terrifying existence. Once he broke through to limitless sublime heavenly stratum, he would surely be a powerhouse of a region. Even her father might not be able to do anything to him too. As for the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit, she was really not counting on Yi Yuan for anything. She knew that Yi Yuan must have come from an alchemy faction, but Yi Yuan himself was an ascender. Furthermore, his cultivation realm was not high. No matter how strong he was, he could not be very strong. The more likely situation was that Yi Yuan was a top disciple that some powerful faction was taking great pains to groom, and he came out for a trial this time. Therefore, bringing so many powerful heavenly pills on him was also not at all surprising. 300,000 heavenly crystals going once. 300,000 heavenly crystals going twice. 300,000 heavenly crystals going thrice deal. Congratulations to Sky-Blessed City's family head Qin for obtaining the 6th grade 1 Heart Life Crossing pill. Also, congratulations to Water Billow City's Master Zhuofeng for winning the laurel again. Water Billow City again. Water Billow City has already taken down 3 cities and is seated firmly in the top spot. Master Zhuofeng is incredible. This 1 Heart Life Crossing pill, he can actually refine the realm of 6th grade. Truly remarkable. The poor host, Calm South City, they are still empty until now. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time. They will probably be at the bottom again. Yi Yuan few people had just entered the venue when they felt that the atmosphere here had already reached a climax. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit had already been held for 5 days. Right now, the compet 1. Tie-ins between all parties had already reached a white-hot stage. The 9 cities Heavenly Alchemists had undergone a total of 15 rounds of compet. 1 tie-in. Currently, Water Billow City took first place 5 times and firmly occupied the throne of first place, while the host, Calm South City, was already shaved bald, which was very embarrassing. On the way here, Su Peiyun already introduced the rules of the 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit. Yi Yuan was already perfectly clear about it. Each round, the 9 cities would each send out a heavenly alchemist to refine a kind of heavenly pill. The type of heavenly pills could be different. But after the refining was completed, the summit's judge would carry out a comprehensive evaluation according to the heavenly pill's refining difficulty, quality, as well as practicality and other areas, to determine which city won. After judging, the heavenly pill that won would be auctioned on the spot, while the other heavenly pills were destroyed on the spot. When Yi Yuan saw the situation at the auction, he was slightly surprised too. He originally thought that this land of barbaric South was very remote. The heavenly medicine techniques were bound to be very backward. But who knew that the strength of these heavenly alchemists was quite good? The 1 Heart Life Crossing pill was a very high difficulty kind among grade 3 heavenly pills. It was not far from Heavenly Imperial Pill. That Zhuofeng could actually refine 6th grade. This showed that his strength was extraordinary. At least, this Zhuofeng's strength was not the slightest bit weaker when compared to those Pill Alliance establishment lords that Yi Yuan had challenged before. Ha ha ha! Sui, your Calm South City's heavenly alchemists really didn't improve at all. In the last 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit, you all took first place once at any rate. This time, it looks like you're going to be shaved bald. In the VIP area, Water Billow City's City Lord was currently mocking Calm South City's City Lord, Su Yi, who was also Su Peiyun's father. Su Yi's expression was grim until it was almost dripping water. Behind Su Yi, several heavenly alchemists were all blush. plussing with Ambara. Meant, but they could not find the words to retort. The 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit this time, they really had a complete loss of face. Sun Yunjing, don't you be arrogant. This 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit is only halfway through. Su Yi said with a cold snort. Water Billow City Lord. Sun Yunjing was indifferent and said with a loud laugh, Hoo, yes, it's only halfway through. But as far as I know, Guling is already your Calm South City's strongest grade, 3 Heavenly Alchemist, right? Who else are you planning to send onto the stage later? Su Yi could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that Calm South City actually had no one that they could use anymore. Even the strongest was defeated. How could they even fight? The host was shaved bald. It was really utterly humiliating. Chapter 2645. Tell you. Chapter 2645. Tell you. Uncle Sun, what you said is wrong. Your Water Billow City is close to Heavenly South City, being in a favorable position. You had the advantage in timing, geographical, and human conditions, and have always been number 1. That's why you became stronger and stronger. What's the use of bullying our Calm South City? If you have the ability, beat Heavenly South City. At this time, Su Peiyun's words interrupted Sun Yunjing's reproving. When Sui saw Su Peiyun, he had a look of pleasant surprise as he said, Little Su, you're finally back. Su Peiyun smiled and said, Father, Yun'er just went to train. Do you have to be like this? The father and daughter, 2 people, clearly had a very good relations. H-I+P. Su Yi's eyes when looking at Su Peiyun were full of doting. It could be seen that Su Peiyun was Su Yi's beloved daughter. Hoo, little girl Su is still so razor-tongued. Heavenly South City is the capital city of the land of Heavenly South. How can we compare? Want to compare? It's also comparing between the Thistle South 9 cities. Otherwise, what's the point of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit? Sun Yunjing said with a laugh. Humph. In the end, it's still our lack of resources that led to the decline in alchemy Dao. You guys won unscrupulously. Su Peiyun argued strongly. Sun Yunjing laughed and said, You la ss alright. This city, Lord won't stoop to the level of a junior like you. However, Su Yi, the next round is about to begin right away. Who are you all planning to send up to the stage? This 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was not just a dispute caused by personal feelings. It was also a fight for resources. Each city would obtain the resource bias of Heavenly South City based on their rankings. One had to know the judge of this 9 cities Heavenly Pill Summit was a grade 4 Heavenly Alchemist sent by Heavenly South City. It was evident that Heavenly South City attached great importance to these 9 cities. It was just that Calm South City suffered repeated defeats with each battle, forming a vicious cycle. Coupled with that they were lacking talents, that was why they got bogged down deeper and deeper. Su Yi had a black face and said to an old man beside him, Elder Gu, I can only trouble you again. Guling sighed slightly and walked over towards the pill refining area. Su Yi could only hope for Guling to outdo himself now and win the round. It was just that this hope was very bleak. Dad, let me introduce someone to you. This is a friend that Yun'er got to know outside called Yi Yuan. It's all thanks to him that your daughter could return safe and sound. Su Peiyun introduced Yi Yuan with an excited look. Su Yi gave Yi Yuan a glance, lacking an interest. Yi Yuan was merely middle grader Sublime Heaven. Su Yi reckoned that he just warded off some danger for his daughter. That was all. Later, he would give Yi Yuan some benefits and compensate a little, and it would be considered settled. Maybe this boy even had the intention of currying favor with those in power and deliberately did so. Amen. Thank you very much, little brother. Su Yi said coolly. How could Yi Yuan not perceive Su Yi's vigilance? However, he did not care either and just said indifferently, Don't mention it. Yi Yuan's attitude made Su Yi a little unhappy. Furthermore, his current thoughts were more on Guling. Hence, he could not be bothered to pay attention either. Su Peiyin saw that the atmosphere was a little stiff and could not help secretly panicking. It was just that the occasion did not allow it. It was inappropriate for her to explain too much as well. She could only divert the topic and talk about the 9 cities' Heavenly Pill Summit. But she saw that Yi Yuan was absorbed in it and felt slightly relieved in her heart too. Senior Yi, I've incurred your ridicule. Our calm South cities' alchemy path strength is bottom tier among the 9 cities. Although Master Ge is impressive, he's powerless to turn the tables too. Su Peiyin said with a bitter smile. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Geling's strength isn't weak. It's just that he has some minor defects when refining pills, which results in his quality being worse than others. If he fixes these minor problems, he won't be weaker than the others. At this time, this round of alchemy, compet. 1. Taiyan already started too. What kind of visual prowess did Yi Yuan have? When he was at the Pill Pavilion, he was an existence who guided grade for heavenly alchemists. Geling's pros and cons, he understood them at a glance. If one really wanted to talk about which of these 9 cities' heavenly alchemists was weaker or stronger, it was not definite too. After all, the 9 cities were existences on the same level. Although there were differences in resources, it was not to the extent of being too different. However, pill refining was like this. The details determined success or failure. Some minor problems would cause the final difference in quality. Su Peiyin thought that Yi Yuan was consoling her and said with a bitter smile, When Master Ge is in his best condition, the one heart life-crossing pill can only reach lower 5th grade. 6th grade is absolutely impossible. He's far worse compared to Master Zhuofang. Yi Yuan said coolly, Zhuofang's strength is also just like that. If Geling gets rid of those minor problems, he'd probably be even stronger than him. Talking about pill refinement, Yi Yuan was also overcritical and very serious. His current strength was G. Oh, D knows how many times stronger compared to when he was battling in alchemy with Sang Yongning. The likes of Zhuofang were really very ordinary in his eyes. Hoo-hoo, what high-sounding sentiments. A measly little greater sublime, heavenly stratum actually looks down on grade 3 heavenly alchemists. Where did your courage come from? Sun Yunjing was not far away from them. These words naturally landed in his ears, and he immediately felt very displeased. If you were a grade 3 heavenly alchemist and postured a bit, forget it then. A bull's H.I. plus T greater sublime heavenly stratum was also posturing? Su Yi frowned slightly too, his impression of Yi Yuan worsening. In his view, Yi Yuan saying this was intentionally for him to hear. The purpose was naturally in order to ingratiate to him. It was just that you, a greater sublime heavenly stratum, spouted a stream of empty rhetoric in front of a group of city lords. Who gave you the courage? These words were not kissing A.S., but getting kicked by an A.S. But besides Su Peiyin, Huang Haoyan was secretly delighted. Yi Yuan provoked a group of city lords. He probably would not gain anything good out of it. At that time, City Lord Su Yi naturally would not like him. Yuan, bring this friend of yours for a stroll in the city. Su Yi gave face to his daughter and was already very tolerant of it. But Sun Yunjing was unrelenting and stopped him and said, Don't! This little brother looks down on even grade 3 heavenly alchemists. He probably has some real skills. This city Lord really wants to hear what brilliant opinions do you have. Su Yi's face turned black, immediately feeling upset. This Sun Yunjing was intentionally putting him on the spot. Su Peiyin saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward and hurriedly said, Uncle Sun, sorry. This friend of mine only said this to comfort me. I'll bring him away at once. Finished saying, she hurriedly pulled the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves, hinting for Yi Yuan to leave. Who knew that Yi Yuan said coolly, If you want to hear, I'll tell you about it then. Zhuofang's approach is very orthodox. It should have been taught by an expert. If my conjecture is right, he should be from Heavenly South City, right? In contrast, Galing's approach is much wilder. When refining, he doesn't have a proper method system. Most likely, he fumbled his way into becoming a grade 3 Heavenly Alchemist. However, Galing is pretty good. His foundation is very solid and his talent is decent too. If he cultivates the proper way, it's also not impossible to step into grade for Heavenly Alchemist in the future. The review dumbfounded the group of city lords. With regards to these two people's background, although it was not some big secret, it was absolutely not what a greater sublime heavenly stratum could inquire about. But Yi Yuan said it without the slightest error. But Su Peiyin was shocked and said, "Senior Yi, you're really too incredible. Master Zhuofang has once studied under Heavenly South City's Master Wu Deng's tutelage. It's just that very few people know about it. As for Master Galing, he had once obtained some lucky chances before and fumbled his way into becoming a Heavenly Alchemist.